1 2 3 4 5 टाइटल ठीक है कौन हाँ ओके पापा का दूसरा नंबर है मैं आपको कोई नहीं
A beautiful morning to one and all present here. Our dignitaries have arrived, so we will be proceeding with our event shortly. However, we live in a nation where nothing begins without the blessings of the Almighty. We represent the power of a connection so pure. It is of utmost importance that we seek blessings from the ones looking after us and guiding us with their divine competency.
As my co-host correctly described the incomparable value of blessings, I hope we all see eye to eye on this and agree that there is no better way to do it than praying with eyes closed but hearts open. With this thought in mind, let us revere the Almighty Creator of this universe. Let us pray for prosperity, health, and goodness in all of us. I request all of you to please stand up and join your hands for the Sarv Dharma Pratna.
Thank you. I am certain that evoking the blessings of God is the best start for today's event.
Again, a hearty morning to everyone present here. On behalf of Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education and Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College, I, Richa Chamola,
And I, Kritika,
students of B.Ed first year, feel extremely privileged and delighted to welcome our dignitaries, teachers, participants, and students to the National Conference on Celebrating Diversity and Embracing Inclusion, realizing the ideals of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam.
before we move forward, let me apprise all of you about Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan initially started as a humble effort by Dr. K.M. Munshi. However, it has now become an internationally acclaimed institution committed to promoting education, arts, and culture. It is a prominent institution with 112 kendras and 8 overseas centers. It is today an all-Indian intellectual, cultural, educational institution dedicated to the twin tasks of interpreting the age-old yet timeless message of our nation by sticking to our cultural roots. He envisioned a place for students that celebrates the harmony of all faiths, excellence, integrity, innovation, and their personal growth. It is truly in sync with Bhavan's motto, Ano Bhadraha Kratvo Yantu Vishvataha, which means, let noble thoughts come to us from every side.
Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education was established in 2016 with the recognition of NCTE. The college is geared towards providing avenues for developing teachers and educators across levels, elementary, secondary, and senior secondary. The clear vision of the institution is to be a premier institution of teacher education to fulfill the ever-expanding requirements of quality teachers and educators. It strives for excellence in orienting future generations of educators and educational practitioners who can touch upon the lives and personalities of their students in a meaningful and sensitive manner, thereby acting as a catalyst in transforming our society.
The newest addition to the galaxy of institutions under Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan is the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College, established in the year 2022 and affiliated with Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. The college, located in the heart of the capital, is geared towards providing competitive avenues. In consonance with Bhavan's ideology of revitalizing ancient values and reintegrating them to suit the changing needs of modern times, BVBC endeavors to provide the students with the best kind of futuristic learning experiences to enable them to assimilate whatever is good while staying rooted in the multicultural ethos of our society.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Gitika Datta, Dean, Academics, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, to kindly come and introduce our guests.
Thank you so much. Namaskar and a very good morning to all the distinguished guests and my colleagues and dear students. Professor Girishwar Mishra ji, Professor Pankaj Arora ji, Professor Deepti Omchari Bhalla ji, and Professor Vivek Sachdeva ji, Shri Rajesh Mishra. It is a proud honor for me to be standing over here as we start with this one-day national conference. As we assemble here today, let us try to take a moment to reflect upon the profound truth encapsulated in the ancient Sanskrit word, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, taken from the Maha-Upanishad. Now, because of the G20 summit going on, a lot of prominence is being given to this ideology. And I am very happy and proud to share with all of you that Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, an 84-year-old institution, has been, or this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam has been its underlying motto and ideology since its inception. The concept which says that the world is one family, in this spirit we gather to ignite a dialogue on diversity and inclusion, and thereby understanding that by embracing the unique tapestry of cultures, perspectives and identities, we strengthen the bond that connect us all. This conference is an attempt to delve into the realm of diversity and inclusion in order to realize the timeless philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. Together, let us try to transcend the borders and boundaries shatter the shackles of prejudice and try to have a world where everybody finds their rightful place in the grand mosaic of humanity. We are very fortunate to have amongst us some of the most prolific thinkers, academicians, and educationists of our times in diverse disciplines to give us an orientation into the theme of the conference from varying diverse perspectives. Now it is my proud privilege to be introducing Professor Grishwar Mishra ji, who needs no introduction. He is is recognized as one of the most important psychologists in contemporary times all over the world, and he is served as Professor of Psychology at the University of Delhi for more than 2 decades. He has also served as the Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Varda. His research is focused on social, developmental, health and cultural psychology. He has published research journals in many top-tier peer-reviewed journals, and his contribution to the field of psychology, and especially the Indian thought processes and Indian philosophy and psychology, has been immense. He has published in American Psychologist, Indian International Journal of Psychology, Psychology and Developing Societies, and International Journal of Behavior Development. He has also served as the President of National Academy of Psychology, India, and edited the Journal of Psychological Studies published by Springer for 16 years. He was a Fulbright Senior Scholar at Swarthmore College in Michigan University, Ann Arbor. He is a recipient of the Jawaharlal Nehru National Award by the Government of Madhya Pradesh, National Fellowship of the Indian Council of Social Science Research, Fellowship of NAOP India, Fulbright Nehru Fellowship, and SC Mitra Memorial Award by the Asiatic Society. His recent works include psychosocial interventions of health and well-being and surveys in the exploration of psychology. Sir, we are extremely honored to have your blessings with us. I would say continued blessings with us, and it's a real pleasure and honor for us to be interacting with you and have you here on institutions. Now I would like to introduce Professor Pankaj Arora. Professor has been my teacher, and I've been a student of CIE. Professor Pankaj Arora is at present the Head and Dean, Faculty of Education, University of Delhi. He has been serving CIE for around 25 years. Professor Arora has authored numerous articles and presenting research papers in various national and international conferences. He has a total of 8 books to his credit, which include 2 edited books on National Education Policy 2020, one in Hindi language and the other in English language. He has also edited a book synergizing educational concerns and social needs, and has been published by ICSSR Macmillan, Delhi, and Pedagogy of Political Science in Hindi and English, Sex Education in Schools, Profiling the Need of Sex in Safety Education, a special case of working children, and Democratic Classrooms, Needs, Significance and Implications. His contribution in the field of social sciences and educational pedagogy in the field of political science and social science has been immense. He is considered to be one of the greatest educationists of our times, and he has developed keynote addresses and inaugural addresses in various workshops, seminars of national and international forums. Sir has also, he has 3 newspaper editorials on NEP 2020 and teacher education, and in the Bharat Times. His specialization include pedagogy of political science, adolescent education, social science education, and democratic education. At present, Sir is also serving as Dean Students Welfare, University of Delhi, and he is also the Director of Institute of Lifelong Learning, University of Delhi. I can go on and on with his contributions, but let us spend more time on listening to him and being benefiting from his areas of expertise. I would now like to introduce Professor Deepti Omchari Bhalla. She is a performer of both music and dance, scholar, writer, and academician. Senior professor of Carnatic music and is the former dean and head faculty of music and fine arts, University of Delhi, where she has been teaching for the past 38 years. She is a top grade artist of Doordarshan in Mohiniyattam and an outstanding empaneled artist of ICCR. She has published several books with rare collections of compositions along with her mother, Padma Shri Dr. Leela Omchari. Ma'am's book on vanishing temple arts is the consolidation of her PhD work on music of Kerala, detailing the distinct singing styles, Tala and Vadya and music genres of pre-Swati, Swati and post-Swati period. The book was received by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the former President of India, and is exhibited at the Frankfurt Book Exhibition and has received recognition among researchers as well as academicians. Professor Bhalla has been closely associated with Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan for a very, very long time, and she has come out with number of commendable publications for Bhavan's publication house. Under the guidance of late Dr. Kapila Vatsanan and inspired by the director Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Shri Ashok Pradhan, Professor Bhalla has made considerable efforts in bridging the gap between Shastra and Prayoga. A major achievement has been in successfully co-authoring a national seminar on Sangeet Ratnakar under the aegis of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan in 2017, and Kaisi Vritti, a colloquium on manifestations of Lasya in Mohiniyattam with interactive sessions between gurus of all sampradayas and established performers under the aegis of Sangeet Natak Academy in 2018. She has also undertaken the challenging task of editor of prestigious Swar Bharati journal, National Digest on Music and Dance, published by Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, and covering Sanskrit treatises like Brihadeshi, Sangeet Ratnakar, Sangeet Parijata, Sangeet Darpan, Sangeet Samsarya, and many others. She has also been the editor-in-chief of Vageshwari, UGC peer-reviewed journal. Ma'am, the kind of the panelists that we have over here, it is kind of an impossible task to encapsulate all of their achievements in a small introductory address, but I'm trying my humble this thing. So I would like to introduce Professor Vivek Sachdeva. Is a professor of English at GGSIP University in New Delhi with more than 20 years of teaching experience. His area of specialization is film studies, and his doctoral research was on narrative in fiction and film with a special reference to Ruth Praver's Jamveva's novels and films. He has also authored a book on Shyam Benegal's cinema. He is working on the representation of the partition in Punjabi dramas and films made in India and Pakistan. He is also a translator and occasional creative writer. He has translated Punjabi poetry and Punjabi partition plays into English. Presently, he is also a visiting professor at Birmingham City University, UK. His major publications include critical work in fiction to film, Ruth Praver's Jamvela's The Household and Heat and Dust, published by Orient Black Swan in 2017. Identities in South Asia, Conflicts and Assertions, edited by Professor Sachdeva, and Queenie Pradhan by Routledge. He is also published Shyam Benegal's India, Alternative Images, again published by Routledge. His creative work include The Biryani Shop and Other Stories by Hawakal Publishers in 2022, and he's done translations of works like Sun and Silence, translation of Hindi poetry into English. The Dawn Shall Break, translation of Hindi poetry into English, and translated and contributed seven plays from a Fractured Land. Again, it was edited and published by Sahitya Academy, New Delhi. Presently, Sir is the Professor and Dean of University School of Humanities and Social Sciences, GGSIP University. And is also the Dean of School of Education. Yes, and he's visiting professor of Birmingham Institute of Media and English, UK, and founding president of the Association of Film Studies in South Asia. So now it's our proud privilege to be welcoming the chief guest, Professor Girish Mishra ji, and our three guests of honors, Professor Pankaj Arora ji, Professor Deepti Omchari Bhalla ji, and Professor Vivek Sachdeva ji. These are some diverse personalities in the field, and I'm very sure with their discourse on today's theme of conference, it's going to be a very, very educative experience for all of us. I would really like to welcome and really thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking out time. एंड आप लोग सब बहुत ज़्यादा बिजी हैं और अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से हमारे लिए टाइम निकाल के आए हैं, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स के लिए. आई एम वेरी वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, ma'am.
As we move forward, I would now like to request Shri Rajesh Mishra, Registrar, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Professor Girishwar Mishra, retired HOD, Department of Psychology, University of Delhi, and former Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Shri Rajesh Mishra to kindly extend the token of respect to our guest of honor, Professor Pankaj Arora, Head and Dean, CIE, University of Delhi.
Thank you, sir. Further, I would like to request Dr. Gitika Datta, Dean, Academics, to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Deepti O. Bhalla, former Head and Dean, Music Department, University of Delhi.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Gitika Datta to extend the token of respect to our guest of honor, Professor Vivek Sachdeva, Head and Dean, US, HSS and USE, GGS, IPU.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I again request Dr. Gitika Datta to kindly felicitate Shri Rajesh Mishra, Registrar, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan.
Thank you, ma'am. This one-day national conference titled as Celebrating Diversity and Embracing Inclusion, Realizing the Ideals of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, talks about the very theme of G20, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. The G20 is the premier forum for international cooperation on the most important aspects of the international economic and financial agenda. It is a testament of all-inclusive attitude that our Indian tradition has been propagating since forever.
Inclusion, as we understand, is creating, fostering, and sustaining practices and conditions that encourage and allow each of us to be fully ourselves with our differences from and similarities to those around us as we live together with harmony. Therefore, Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam and inclusion nurture the idea that we are all connected and should treat each other with respect, empathy and equality regardless of any differences.
And on this note, I would like to request Shri Rajesh Mishra, Registrar, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, to kindly come and give a welcome address.
Good morning to all. Most respected Professor Gireshwar Mishra, Professor Deepti Bhalla, Professor Pankaj Arora, Professor Vivek Sachdeva, and our respected Dean Academics and Principal Dr. Geetika Datta, faculty members, invitees, especially Deputy Registrar Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Shri Vijay Bharadwaj, श्री पुष्पेंद्र शर्मा और प्यारे बच्चों, it's a great occasion that we have got galaxy of celebrities in their respective field, and it's a historical moment for Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan in general and in particular for BLMCE and Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College. I would like to request everybody to just welcome all our esteemed guests again. We are proud to organize this national conference on diversity and inclusion, and I would like to share my ideas before you and esteem our guests. मैं आप लोगों के साथ कुछ शेरो शायरी कर सकता हूँ? आवाज़ नहीं आ रही? चलिए, तो अब मैं बताता हूँ आपको कि जो इंक्लूज़न है, इंक्लूज़न पर एक बहुत अच्छा उर्दू का शेर है। मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, लोग आते गए कारवां बनता गया। तो ये जो एक हमारा भाव है, लोग आए और कारवां बने, ये इंक्लूसिव कॉन्सेप्ट का और इंक्लूजन का एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। दूसरा एक और शेर है, वो भी शेयर कर लूं? चमन में इख्तलाते रंगो बू से ही बात बनती है। समझ रहे हैं? नहीं समझ में आया? चलिए मैं समझाऊंगा। चमन में इख्तलाते रंगो बू से ही बात बनती है, यानी जो चमन मीन्स गार्डन, और गार्डन में जो रंग, फूलों का रंग और फूलों की खुशबू, बू, इनके मेल से ही बात बनती है। चमन में इख्तलाते रंगो बू से ही बात बनती है। तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो, हम ही हमें तो क्या हमें। एवरीबडी इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, सबका अपना अपना इम्पोर्टेंस है। और अभी एक वर्ड यूज़ किया गया था, वी आर ऑल कनेक्टेड, हम सब लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। मैंने शायद पिछली बार भी आप लोगों से ये जिक्र किया था, ये जो क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट है, हैव यू हर्ड अबाउट इट? क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट इस साल का 2023 का फिजिक्स का नोबेल प्राइज़ क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट पे मिला है, और 3 विनर हैं इसमें जो है एस्पेक्ट हैं, क्लाउजर हैं और जेलिंगर हैं। और पता है उन्होंने क्या खोज की? उन्होंने ये खोज की कि सब चीज़ें एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं, और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने प्रूव भी कर दिया। यदि मान लीजिए ये मोबाइल फ़ोन है, इसको मैं 2 हिस्सों में तोड़कर इसका एक हिस्सा में न्यूयॉर्क भेज देता हूँ, तो दे हैव प्रूव्ड कि ये दोनों एक दूसरे से जुड़े हुए। तो वी आर ऑल कनेक्टेड। अब मैं थोड़ा सा आपसे जिक्र करूंगा कि जो भारतीय विद्या भवन है, अभी आपने देखा कि सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना, जो हमारे गेस्ट हैं उन्होंने देखा कि सभी धर्मों की प्रार्थना हमारे यहाँ होती है, सभी धर्मों का पूरा सम्मान है, और भारतीय विद्या भवन की यही संस्कृति और यही कल्चर है। इसमें जो वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम है, इसका जो पूरा श्लोका है या सूक्त है, ये सूक्त जैसा कि बताया गया महाउपनिषद से, आपने ही बताया, महाउपनिषद के चैप्टर 6 एंड वर्स 7 में ये पूरा का पूरा श्लोक है। और यदि आप लोग इजाज़त दें तो मैं पूरा श्लोक पढ़ना चाहूँगा, गलती हो जाए तो माफ़ कीजिएगा। अयम बंधुरयम नेति गणना लघु चेतसाम उदार चरिता नाम तु वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि जो छोटा दिमाग है वो छोटी सोच रखता है, और जिनका उदार चरित्र होता है, बड़े दिल के होते हैं, वो पूरी दुनिया को अपना परिवार मानते हैं। तो वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम यहाँ से आया है, और ये चीज़ बताती है कि हमारे देश का जो दर्शन है, वो दर्शन इन सभी मूल्यों को पहले से ही फॉलो करता आ रहा है, और ये हजारों सालों से फॉलो करता आ रहा है। इसके अलावा एक भारत एक खोज नेहरू जी की किस किस ने देखी है? भारत एक खोज जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का एक इनकी किताब थी, देखिए, वेरी गुड। इसमें सबसे पहले जो आता है वो एक नासदीय सूक्तम आता है। अच्छा, हाँ, श्याम बेनेगल ने बनाया है भाई, ताली बजाइए। प्रोफेसर वसुधैवा जुड़े हुए हैं उस चीज़ से, उन्होंने श्याम बेनेगल पे किताब लिखी है। तो नासदी सूक्तम जो है उसको मैं आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाहूँगा, और उसमें जो लिखा हुआ उसकी भावना देखिए। इतनी अच्छी भावना है उसमें, और ये कोई मामूली बात नहीं है। मेरी संस्कृत थोड़ी सी कमज़ोर है, फिर भी मैं दोहराना चाहूँगा। नासदासान्यो सदा सत्तदानीम नासदीजो नो व्योमा पुरोयत किमारि वीव कुहु कस्य शर्म नभ किमासीन दहन गंभीरम। इसका मतलब है देन इवन नथिंगनेस वाज नॉट इन एग्जिस्टेंस, कुछ भी नहीं था। आपने सुना होगा, यदि यूट्यूब पे आता है, कि इसके पहले पृथ्वी में कुछ नहीं था। देयर वाज नो एयर देन नॉर दी हेवंस बियॉन्ड इट, व्हाट कवर्ड इट, वेयर वाज इट, in whose keeping was there then cosmic water in depth। और ये बहुत बड़ा है। इसमें जो भारतीय दर्शन है वो बताता है कि बेसिकली आपको यदि अंदाज़ा होगा कि जो हमारी उत्पत्ति हुई है वो बिग बैंग थ्योरी से हुई है। बिग बैंग थ्योरी हुई, उसके पहले सिंगुलरिटी थी, एक अकेला बिंदु था, उसमें विस्फोट हुआ, फिर बिग बैंग हो गया, और उसके बाद जो है तरह तरह के ग्रह नक्षत्र बने, गैलेक्सीज बनी। ये जो सूक्त है ये उस बात का वर्णन करता है कि पृथ्वी पर पहले या इस दुनिया में कुछ नहीं था, केवल एक प्रकाश था। वहाँ से हमारी संस्कृति प्रारंभ होती है, हमारा एग्जिस्टेंस प्रारंभ होता है। तो जो भारतीय संस्कृति है उसकी सबसे बड़ी विशेषता यही है कि हम सबका समावेश करके, अपने अकेलेपन की बात नहीं करते, हम सबको जोड़ के रखने की कोशिश करते हैं, और उस जोड़ में समावेश, दैट मीन्स इंक्लूजन, और पूरी दुनिया को अपना परिवार समझते हैं। और उत्पत्ति हमारी वहाँ से हुई है। एक छोटा सा मैं आप लोगों के साथ शाहिर की एक कविता शेयर करूँगा। शाहिर का एक गाना है, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ। अभी हमारी बात हुई थी तो उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट भी की, भाई आप गा के सुनाइएगा, तो मैं गा के तो नहीं सुनाऊंगा, परंतु शाहिर की ये पंक्तियाँ ज़रूर सुनाना चाहूँगा आपको। और ये बताता है कि हम लोग यदि जुड़ के रहते हैं और हम आगे आने वाले नए युग के लिए और तैयार रहते हैं तो क्या होगा, ये शाहिर कहते हैं। कल नई कौपलें फूटेंगी, कल नई कौपलें फूटेंगी, कल नए फूल मुस्काएंगे और नई घास के नए फर्श पर नए पांव उठलाएंगे। पल दो पल में कुछ कह पाया, इतनी ही सादत काफ़ी है। पल दो पल तुमने मुझको सुना, इतनी ही इनायत काफ़ी है। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ। तो मैं जो महसूस करता हूँ कि जो हम आज कर रहे हैं, इस पर जो व्यापक रूप से प्रकाश डाला जाएगा वो हमारे एस्टीम गेस्ट के द्वारा डाला जाएगा। और हमारी तरफ से बहुत बहुत आशीर्वाद बच्चों। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि ये जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है इसका आप लोग भरपूर फ़ायदा उठाएंगे और आपका जो व्यक्तित्व है वो भी इससे लाभान्वित होगा और आपका जो दिमाग का एक दायरा है वो भी विस्तृत होगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. It was great listening to your creative interpretations.
Now, I would like to request Professor Pankaj Arora to kindly come and share his valuable insights with us.
गुड मॉर्निंग। मेरी अकेले की आवाज़ ही ज़्यादा ऊंची है आपसे तो। नमस्कार। अब लगाना जाग गए सब। Respected Professor Mishra, Chief Guest of the day of this inaugural session of One Day National Conference, my dear colleague from University of Delhi, Professor Deepti Omchari Bhalla, Professor Vivek Sachdeva, Shri Rajesh Mishra ji, Dr. Geetika Datta, staff members, faculty members and dear students. This morning is a little special because we are talking about the well-known theme, well-engrossed theme in Indian culture, Indian ethos, and that is celebrating diversity. Do we have diversity? Yes, we do have. Even two identical twins are diverse. Two identical twins. सेम स्कूल में पढ़े, सेम परिवार में रहे, एक जैसा लुक आफ्टर किया, एक जैसे पेरेंट्स ने सेम एनवायरनमेंट दिया, बट दे हैव डिफरेंट लाइकिंग्स, डिफरेंट चॉइसेस, different taste, different type of people in their life. तो ये एक एग्जाम्पल ये समझाने में हेल्प करता है कि डाइवर्सिटी इज़ इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ ह्यूमन लाइफ। इवन हम अपने आप से भी डाइवर्स हैं। At one stage of life we think in one way, at another stage of life we think in another way, quite contrary sometime, quite contrast sometime, quite different sometime. और हमें लगता है कि अच्छा पहले मैं ऐसा सोचता था, नहीं ये तो गलत था, now I am like this. शायद वो एज, वो एक्सपीरियंस, वो अनुभव जब आते हैं, जैसे छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूँ। When I was a young man of your age, a college student, तो मैंने मुगले आज़म देखी। आप में से किस किस ने देखी? काफ़ी लोगों ने देखी। तो मैंने मुगले आज़म जब देखी और उसमें अनारकली वाला जो एपिसोड और शाहजहाँ का एपिसोड आता है, तो मुझे लगा कि अकबर हु इज़ नोन टू बी अ लिबरल किंग, जो ऑल रिलीजन में बिलीव करता है, फेथ करता है, वो इतना तंगदिल कैसे हो गया। तो मैं माई सपोर्ट वॉज फॉर शाहजहाँ। ग्रेजुअली विथ टाइम व्हेन इट गो सलीम, टाइम बीतता गया और टाइम के साथ when now I look at myself as a father of a young man who is 25 today and a young daughter who is MA psychology, and I look at the character of those Mughal Azam, I realized कि अकबर इतना गलत भी नहीं था। कंपल्सन्स थे, ही वॉज एम्परर ऑफ इंडिया, मुगल बादशाह था, वो एक आम इंसान नहीं था। उसकी बिहेवियर, उसका कंडक्ट, उसके प्रिंसिपल्स, उसके वैल्यूज़ वर बीइंग ऑब्जर्व्ड एंड फॉलोड बाय पीपल अक्रॉस द नेशन। तो उस स्टेचर से, उस स्टेज पे अगर उसका बिहेवियर था तो गलत तो आज भी मैं मानता हूँ, लेकिन उतना गलत नहीं मानता जितना मैंने शायद आज से 20-25 साल पहले माना था। तो ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है सेलिब्रेटिंग डाइवर्सिटी, सो डाइवर्सिटी डू एग्जिस्ट अमंगस्ट अस इन ऑल वॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ। हम सब में है, हमारी सोच में, हमारे रहन सहन में, हमारे खान पान में, हमारे एकेडमिक्स में, हमारी पॉलिटिक्स में, हमारी सोशियोलॉजी में। इस डाइवर्सिटी के साथ हमें आगे चलना है, जीना है, बढ़ना है। अब दो रास्ते हैं, या तो उस डाइवर्सिटी को प्रॉब्लमेटिक कर दीजिए, प्रॉब्लमेटाइज इट फॉर योरसेल्फ and keep cursing the word. Another is accept it, and not only accept it but celebrate it. हम लोग जब छोटे थे तो आई एम श्योर विवेक जी, दीप्ति मैम, हम लोग की जनरेशन के हैं, मिश्रा सर, ग्रीश्वर सर थोड़ा हमसे सीनियर हैं, तो हम लोग एक बचपन में ऐसे लिखा करते थे और ऐसे की पहली लाइन थी, इंडिया इज़ अ लैंड ऑफ फेस्टिवल्स। पहली लाइन में हम अक्सर ये लिखते थे, इंडिया इज़ द लैंड ऑफ फेस्टिवल्स। और ये फेस्टिवल्स कहाँ से हैं? फ्रॉम डिफरेंट रिलीजियस एंड सोशल एंटिटीज़। और इतने सारे फेस्टिवल्स हैं कि हमने कहा इट्स लैंड ऑफ फेस्टिवल्स। और आज भी हमारे पास ईच डे इज़ अ स्पेशल डे, ईच ओकेजन इज़ अ स्पेशल ओकेजन इन वन कॉन्टेक्स्ट और अनदर। ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, ये कब आया? गीतिका जी ने कहा दिस इज़ अ स्पेशल ईयर in the history of nation when we are having presidency of G20 nations. G20 क्या है? It's an organization of most powerful economies of the world. 66% business trade इन्हीं economies में होता है वर्ल्ड का। वर्ल्ड की 75% population इन्हीं countries में रहती है। 75% वर्ल्ड की पॉपुलेशन और 66% वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमी की प्रेसिडेंसी हमारे पास है, इंडिया के पास है। दिस इज हिस्टोरिक इवेंट। हमने आज के संदर्भ में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम नहीं कहा, हमने प्राचीन संदर्भ में, वैदिक पीरियड में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम जैसा प्रिंसिपल, आइडियल फॉलो किया। हम उस टाइम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम पूरे विश्व को एक परिवार मानते थे जब हम समृद्ध थे, जब हमारी इकोनॉमी 17% ग्रोथ रेट के साथ थी। आज हम 7-8-9% ग्रोथ रेट के साथ वी आर स्ट्राइविंग टू गेट अप टू 15% ग्रोथ रेट। तो इस ग्रोथ रेट के साथ हमने विश्व को परिवार माना था, किसी मजबूरी में नहीं माना था, अपनी लाचारी से नहीं माना था, अपनी शान के साथ, अपनी रिच इकोनॉमी के साथ, अपने रिच कल्चर के साथ, अपनी ओपन माइंडेडनेस के साथ हमने कहा था द होल वर्ल्ड इज अ फैमिली। ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट समझना इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि परेशानी में, दुख में, गरीबी में तो हर देश दूसरे देश से मदद चाहता है और उसको परिवार मानता है। लेकिन आप अपनी समृद्धि में, अपने बेस्ट पीरियड में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का प्रिंसिपल देते हैं दुनिया को, एक नया रास्ता दिखाते हैं। तो वो जो कॉन्सेप्ट है आज G20 तक लाने का, जो हमारी जर्नी है पिछले 2-2.5 हज़ार साल की, वो इम्पॉर्टेंट है समझने के लिए कि हम सब जुड़े हुए हैं। रजिस्ट्रार साहब अभी कह रहे थे हम सब जुड़े हुए हैं, और उन्होंने एग्जाम्पल दिया पार्टिकल्स का और फिजिक्स का। डायस पे बैठ के मैं और दीप्ति मैम बात कर रहे थे, हम सब जुड़े हुए हैं। कहाँ जुड़े हुए हैं? या तो विचारों में जुड़े हुए हैं या वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में जुड़े हुए हैं। वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में भी हम लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। सोशल मीडिया पे आप लोग दुनिया भर से जुड़े हुए हैं, एक्सचेंज ऑफ आइडियाज़ करते हैं, बात करते हैं, लाइक डिसलाइक्स देते हैं, वेट करते हैं लाइक्स की। तो ये जुड़ाव इज वेरी वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट इन द मॉडर्न कॉन्टेक्स्ट बिकॉज वी आर पासिंग थ्रू अ डिफिकल्ट फेज ऑफ ह्यूमन लाइफ। कोविड ने हमें आइसोलेशन में डाल दिया, हम घरों में बंद हो गए। 2 साल हमारी लाइफ ठहर सी गई, लेकिन जो मैंने कहा टेक्नोलॉजी, वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड, उसने हमें जिंदा रखा। उससे हम सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस के थ्रू, ऑनलाइन मीटिंग्स के थ्रू अपने आइडियाज़ एक्सचेंज करते रहे। अब हम उस स्टेज से निकल आए हैं। अब हमें वापस उसी अंदाज में देखना है कि हम सब जुड़े हुए हैं, इमोशनली जुड़े हुए हैं, सोशली जुड़े हुए हैं, एज अ नेशन जुड़े हुए हैं। और इसी कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कोविड पीरियड में जो हमारी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 आई, जुलाई 2020 में, मेरा जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो सेलिब्रेटिंग डाइवर्सिटी एंड एम्ब्रेसिंग इंक्लूजन विद स्पेसिफिक रेफरेंस ऑफ नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020। इसी को लेकर मैं आपसे बात करना चाहता हूँ। अगर हम पॉलिसी का इथॉस, पॉलिसी की फिलॉसफी को समझें, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 क्या कहती है, तो अगर हम इसके की टर्म्स को आइडेंटिफाई करें तो 5, 6, 7, 8 की टर्म्स हैं। 1 इज मल्टीडिसिप्लिनैरिटी, इंटरडिसिप्लिनैरिटी, होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट, इंडियन इथॉस, इंडियन वैल्यूज, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, क्रिएटिव एंड इनोवेटिव पेडागोजी। ये कुछ की टर्म्स हैं जो पॉलिसी में बार बार रिपीट हुए हैं। ऐसे में पॉलिसी जो कि इट्स अ रिफॉर्मेटरी डॉक्यूमेंट विद अ रोबस्ट विजन फॉर द नेशन, इट रिकॉग्नाइजेज एंड रिस्पेक्ट इंडियन कल्चर एंड इंडियन वैल्यूज। अगर आप पॉलिसी के अब तक, क्योंकि 3 साल हो गए लगभग, जुलाई में पूरे 3 साल हो जाएंगे पॉलिसी को अनाउंस हुए, तो अगर आपने पॉलिसी बीइंग स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ एजुकेशन पढ़ी होगी, कई वेबिनार्स अटेंड किए होंगे, क्लासरूम डिस्कशंस में बात किया होगा, तो आपको अब तक ये समझ आया होगा कि व्हाई एंड हाउ दिस पॉलिसी इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम ऑल अदर एजुकेशन पॉलिसीज ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया। This is the first policy in the country which is trying to preserve and promote Indian values, Indian culture. At the same time, it is trying to make a balance with the 21st century's challenges. अगर पॉलिसी समझें तो उसमें मेरे लिए, आपके लिए, ग्रीश्वर मिश्रा सर के लिए, हम सब के लिए कुछ ना कुछ है। किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में है पॉलिसी? एक तरफ इंडियन वैल्यूज, इंडियन ट्रेडिशंस को प्रिजर्व करने की बात कह रही है, दूसरी तरफ 21st सेंचुरी का जो यूथ है उनकी नीड्स, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट की जो कॉम्पिटिटिव दौड़ है उसके लिए भी उन्हें तैयार करने की बात कह रही है। पॉलिसी जहां ट्रेडिशनल वैल्यूज की बात करती है वहां रोबोटिक साइंस एंड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को भी बैलेंस करना चाहती है। UGC came out with a recent document on pedagogy for higher education, and in this document UGC is proposing that artificial intelligence is posing a challenge before all of us. We need to be very very alert. Chat GPT ने हमारी दुनिया को एक नया रास्ता दिखा दिया है। गूगल पहले एक शैतानी कर चुका था। चैट GPT तो रेडी आंसर्स दे देता है हमें, आप उसको इनपुट्स दीजिए, और आप मुझसे ज़्यादा इसमें फेमिलियर हैं, आप उसको इनपुट्स दीजिए आप क्या चाहते हैं, और वो उसी इनपुट्स का यूज़ करके एक आंसर, एक एसे, एक डिस्क्रिप्टिव आंसर, यहाँ तक कि मैंने कुछ लोगों से सुना कि एक डेजिटेशन भी दे सकता है, रिसर्च भी दे सकता है, रिसर्च का चैप्टर भी दे सकता है। तो पेडागॉजी को, हम टीचर्स को उसी के अकॉर्डिंगली तैयार होना होगा। टेक्नोलॉजी कैन नॉट रिप्लेस ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी, टेक्नोलॉजी कैन नॉट रिप्लेस फेस टू फेस इंटरेक्शन which is complementing to each other's ideas। तो पॉलिसी एक तरफ कल्चरल वैल्यूज की बात कर रही है और दूसरी तरफ 21st सेंचुरी के इकोनॉमिक एंड टेक्नोलॉजिकल चैलेंजेस की बात कर रही है। May I request those who are still busy in their mobile phone kindly come out of it। We are not going to come here each day, we are here only once a while। अगर आपको लग रहा हो कुछ अच्छा है तो सुन लीजिए, और नहीं भी लग रहा हो तो कम से कम जो गेस्ट आपने बुलाए हैं उनको रिस्पेक्ट देते हुए थोड़ी देर के लिए अपने फ़ोन से बाहर आ जाइए, क्योंकि ये
बहुत अच्छा है।
नहीं, ये ठीक नहीं लग रहा कि बहुत सारी आंखें नीचे ही हैं। इसमें चैलेंज मेरे लिए है कि शायद मैं इंटरेस्ट इवोक नहीं कर पा रहा आपका, लेकिन मैं कोशिश ज़रूर कर रहा हूँ। तो आप कम से कम कोशिश को सम्मान दे दीजिए, अगर मैं सफल ना भी हुआ तो भी कोशिश को सम्मान दे दीजिए। मेक कनेक्शंस विद द साइंटिफिक वर्ल्ड एंड प्रिपेयर फॉर ग्लोबल चेंजेस। मैंने आपसे कहा कि आज हम G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी हमारे पास है, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी ग्रोथ रेट हमारा, हम 75 ईयर्स ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस मनाकर अमृत काल में एंटर कर चुके हैं, और हमारी कंट्री का विजन 2047 में आते आते वर्ल्ड की मेजर इकोनॉमिक एंड सोशल पावर बनना है। बाय द ईयर वी विल बी सेलिब्रेटिंग 100 ईयर्स ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस। तो उस 100 ईयर्स के नेता आप हैं। उस 100 ईयर्स का जो जश्न होगा उसमें हम में से कितने लोग एक्टिव पार्टनर्स होंगे, कितने पैसिव पार्टनर्स होंगे, इस हॉल में बैठे हुए हम सब लोग अपने अपने लिए सोच सकते हैं। लेकिन ये तय है कि स्टूडेंट बॉडी उस टाइम लीडिंग रोल में होगी, आपकी दुनिया होगी, आपका ज़माना होगा। तो उस 2047 के डेवलप्ड कंट्री के प्रोजेक्ट्स तक, डेवलप्ड कंट्री के मिशन तक पहुंचने के लिए जो चैलेंजेस है, जो इकोनॉमिक चैलेंजेस है, सोशल चैलेंजेस है, उनके लिए पॉलिसी हमें तैयार करने की बात कहती है। और इस पीरियड को अमृत काल सिर्फ एक जार्गन की तरह यूज़ नहीं करना चाहिए, बल्कि हम इस अमृत काल में, अमृत काल से जब हम बाहर आए, जागें 2047 में, तो एक सुनहरा भविष्य, जो वर्ल्ड की फर्स्ट मोस्ट पॉपुलेटेड कंट्री तो हम बन गए पिछले महीने। नाउ वी हैव डिफीटेड चाइना इन दिस डोमेन ऑल्सो। तो फर्स्ट पॉपुलेशन में तो हम नंबर 1 हो गए, इकोनॉमी में हम आज भी नंबर 4-5 के बीच स्ट्रगल करते हैं। आने वाले दिनों में हम नंबर 3 होने वाले हैं। हमारा टारगेट, हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव नंबर 1 है। अब ये जो नंबर 1 इकोनॉमी होगा, ये सिर्फ इकोनॉमिक पर्सपेक्टिव से होगा तो हमारा पर्पस वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का फेल हो जाएगा, क्योंकि वसुधैव कुटुंबकम विच इज द गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल फॉर इंडियन सोसाइटी, इट टीचेस अस टू टेक एवरीबडी अलोंग। इकोनॉमिक प्रोस्पेरिटी का फायदा सब घर तक पहुंचे, हर व्यक्ति तक पहुंचे, तब हम एक डेवलप्ड नेशन विद अ डेवलप्ड पॉपुलेशन बनेंगे। अदरवाइज नेशन तो अमीर हो जाएगा, लेकिन हम सिटीजन्स ऑफ द कंट्री शायद रिच नहीं हो पाएंगे, तो शायद वो सपना भी अधूरा रह जाएगा। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। NEP 2020 में जो इंक्लूजन के विजन की बात आती है, ऑफ कोर्स इंडियन हेरिटेज और कल्चर विच हैज़ बीन रूटेड इन इंक्लूसिविटी एंड टुगेदरनेस, इसमें दिस इज माइन, दैट इज हिज, से द स्मॉल वर्ड। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के साथ ये जो एक मैंने संस्कृत का कपलेट यूज़ किया है, इसका मैसेज ये है कि दिस इज माइन एंड दैट इज हिज, से द स्मॉल माइंडेड पीपल। द वाइज बिलीव्स दैट द एंटायर वर्ल्ड इज अ फैमिली। और ये वर्ल्ड इज अ फैमिली मुझे अपने इमोशनल क्वेश्चन में, अपने स्पिरिचुअल क्वेश्चन में, अपने कल्चरल एंड सोशल क्वेश्चन में सोचना है, तभी हम इस वर्ल्ड को रिच, सस्टेनेबल एंड अ पीसफुल प्लेस फॉर एवरीबडी टू लिव टुगेदर की तरफ जा सकेंगे। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अगर एंशियंट एजुकेशन सिस्टम में हम ढूंढें तो गुरुकुल्स वर द बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल ऑफ इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन सिस्टम। अगर उसमें हम देखते हैं स्टोरी ऑफ कृष्णा एंड सुदामा, जो हमें बड़े अच्छे से दिखाई देती है इंक्लूजन का एक एग्जाम्पल। हाउ कृष्णा द रिच किंग हैज़ कमिटमेंट टू हिज फ्रेंड सुदामा, और उनकी कहानी हम सब ने सुनी है। तो वो जो इक्वेशन है वो इकोनॉमिक रिलेशंस पे नहीं है, वो इमोशनल रिलेशंस पे है, वो दोस्ती के नाम पर है। और ऐसा उदाहरण जो सदियों से हमारे सामने है, मेरी जनरेशन को भी नानी ने सुनाया, आपकी जनरेशन को शायद यूट्यूब ने सुनाया, लेकिन वो कहानी तो आज भी रेलिवेंट है। एक एग्जाम्पल है, all students from different backgrounds and different abilities used to study together and live together in this Gurukul system. तो ये इससे अच्छा मॉडल इंडियन एजुकेशन का जो गुरुकुल के टाइम हमने देखा is itself is self-suffice to understand that this system was inclusive. Next please. Ancient Indian education system में differentiated educational practices, role of teacher, हमने बात किया कि टीचर सेंट्रिक एजुकेशन मॉडल की जगह वी वांट टू गो टू स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक एजुकेशनल मॉडल। कहाँ से आया? हमने कहा डेवलपमेंटल साइकोलॉजी ने दिया, लेकिन डेवलपमेंटल साइकोलॉजी तो 1960s का प्रोडक्ट थी, जबकि ये कॉन्सेप्ट जो हम डिस्कस करते हैं वासुदेव कुटुंबकम से जोड़कर एंशिएंट इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम को देखकर, तो वो तो हमसे 2000-2500 साल पहले के थॉट्स हैं। तो ये वेस्टर्न नॉलेज ने जो डोमिनेट किया हमें, जो वेस्टर्न थिंकर्स ने थियोराइज किया, हम लोग एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पूरे रहे। हमने बहुत ब्यूटीफुल एजुकेशनल प्रैक्टिसेस फॉलो की, लेकिन हमने उन ब्यूटीफुल एजुकेशनल प्रैक्टिसेस को डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं किया। दिस इज द फेलियर ऑफ अ सिस्टम। वेस्ट ने जो किया उसको बढ़ा चढ़ा के डॉक्यूमेंट किया, तो हमें ऐसा लगने लगा कि नॉलेज वर्ल्ड इज वेस्ट, वेयर एज द प्रैक्टिसेस हैव इट्स रूट्स इन इंडियन मॉडल्स। तो आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में वट एवर यू आर प्लानिंग, वट एवर यू आर डूइंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट यू शुड बी डॉक्यूमेंटिंग इट। जो गीतिका जी बता रही थी कुछ मेरी किताबों के नाम, मैंने ये इसी कॉन्टेक्स्ट से सीखा कि जो कुछ मैं पढ़ाता हूँ CI में, मैंने 20 साल जब पढ़ाया तो मैंने पेडागॉजी ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस की किताब लिखी, क्योंकि मैंने 20 साल पेडागॉजी ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस पढ़ाया। तो मैंने अपने पढ़ाते टाइम जो मॉडल्स यूज़ किए, जो एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए, जो इनोवेशंस किए, आई ट्राई टू डॉक्यूमेंट ऑल दोज। सो दोज आइडियाज शुड नॉट गो विद मी, but remain there with the students to discuss, to criticize, to adapt, to reject, whatever they want to. But ideas should remain. कैसे कहेंगे? ओनली थ्रू डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, अदरवाइज तो नहीं कहेंगे। तो पर्पसिव ऑफ वैल्यू एजुकेशन ओरिएंटेशन विच इज़ द फिलॉसफी ऑफ लाइफ एंड थ्योरी ऑफ कर्मा, ये कॉन्सेप्ट्स हमें बताते हैं कि वी हैव ऑलवेज बीन ह्यूमनिस्टिक एंड सस्टेनेबल एजुकेशन सिस्टम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। एजुकेशन विच इज़ नॉट जस्ट फॉर ह्यूमन्स बट ऑल्सो फॉर द नेचर एंड नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज। नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज कैसे? हमने पौधों को जो नाम दिए वो अपने गॉड्स के, ईश्वर के, भगवान के नाम दिए। हमने नदियों को गंगा माँ, जमुना माँ कह के सरस्वती से उसका इक्वेशन किया। हमने अपनी प्रैक्टिसेस को, टीचर टॉट रिलेशंस को, रिलेशन बिटवीन अ फादर एंड अ सन और अ मदर एंड अ सन और डॉटर, जेंडर पे मत जाइएगा, रिलेशनशिप को समझिएगा। इस तरह की सोच के साथ हमारे एजुकेशन मॉडल ने वर्ल्ड को एक नया रास्ता दिखाया था, जिसको हमने खुद ही डॉक्यूमेंट ना करने की गलती की वजह से पीछे छोड़ दिया। आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में अगर मैं वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के मॉडल को देखूं, वैदिक एजुकेशनल प्रैक्टिसेस को देखूं, बौद्धिस्ट मॉडल ऑफ एजुकेशन which is purely based on mentoring, mentorship model, ये mentoring मॉडल आज यूके ने यूकेरी प्रोजेक्ट के साथ मेंटरिंग मॉडल को प्रमोट किया, तो हमने माना बहुत इनोवेशन है। लेकिन बौद्धिस्ट एजुकेशन मॉडल को हम देखें तो वहाँ क्या हो रहा है? प्राचीन वैदिक पीरियड में हम देखें तो जो मॉनिटर सिस्टम है, इज इट नॉट मेंटरिंग मॉडल कि उसी को हम गुरुकुल का अगला अध्यापक नियुक्त करेंगे, जो एग्जिस्टिंग स्टूडेंट्स में से कुछ प्रोमिनेंट स्टूडेंट्स एमर्ज करेंगे, उन्हीं में से रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी जाएगी। इज इट नॉट मेंटरिंग मॉडल? तो आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि वेस्ट बहुत खराब है, मेरा बिल्कुल भी ये मीनिंग नहीं है। वेस्ट के पास बहुत कुछ है सीखने का, करने का, बताने का, लेकिन मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम इतने पुअर भी नहीं हैं कि हम एक गिल्ट और शेम के साथ आगे बढ़ें और वेस्टर्न मॉडल को ही फॉलो करें। मॉडर्न कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हमने जे कृष्णामूर्ति को पढ़ा। जे कृष्णामूर्ति का जो डेफिनेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड स्टूडेंट टीचर रिलेशनशिप है, उससे अच्छा डेफिनेशन कम से कम मुझे आज तक नहीं मिला। जे कृष्णामूर्ति डिफाइंड टीचर एंड स्टूडेंट रिलेशनशिप एज अ टीचर इज अ गुरु, father, brother and friend of a student, friend and philosopher for a student. Guru is father, brother, friend and philosopher. चारों रिश्ते जिसमें पूरा डेवलपमेंट का मॉडल आप ढूंढ सकते हैं, इमोशनल बाइंडिंग का मॉडल आप ढूंढ सकते हैं, फिलोसफर कह के एक गाइडिंग का मॉडल आप ढूंढ सकते हैं, ये सब दिया। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, नेक्स्ट। NEP 2020 aims to make India a progressive, conscientious and humane society with a strong cultural fabric. Constitution of India के जो values हैं, आप में से अगर मैं पूछूं what are Indian constitutional values, तो आप कहाँ ढूंढोगे, कहाँ से पता लगाओगे? गूगल करने के अलावा बताओ। Preamble of Indian Constitution। हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की ब्यूटी है कि ये लार्जेस्ट successful constitution for last 72 years, 73 years. इसके जो goals हैं, what type of society we want to be, तो preamble कहती है we want to be an India which has faith in justice, equality, liberty, fraternity. ये principles हैं इंडिया के, जिनकी तरफ हम what type of society we want to be. We want to be a society जो justice just हो, और जस्ट को डिफाइन किया सोशल, इकोनॉमिक एंड पॉलिटिकल, इक्वालिटी को डिफाइन किया सोशल एंड इकोनॉमिक एंड पॉलिटिकल। हमने फर्दर क्वालिफाई किया। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर ने जो कॉन्सेप्ट दिया सोशल जस्टिस का, इससे अच्छा इगैलिटेरियन सोसाइटी का जो मॉडल है वो वर्ल्ड में कहाँ है बताइए, ढूंढिए। अब्राहम लिंकन ने स्लेवरी से हमें मुक्ति दी, स्लेवरी सिस्टम को ख़त्म किया। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर ने सिर्फ सिस्टम खत्म नहीं किया, इक्वालिटी का रास्ता खोला, इगैलिटेरियन सोसाइटी का रास्ता खोला, और उसके लिए आइडियाज़ दिए जिसको हम सोशल जस्टिस का प्रिंसिपल मानते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अगर हम वैल्यूज़ को एज अ बेडरॉक ऑफ 2020 पॉलिसी माने, तो इट स्पीक्स ऑफ इक्विटेबल, इंक्लूसिव एंड प्लुरल सोसाइटी एज एनविसेज्ड इन इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। ये मैंने अभी डिफाइन किया आपको। एवरी स्टूडेंट फील्स वेलकम्ड एंड केयर्ड फॉर। इंक्लूजन का मीनिंग सबको साथ बिठा देना नहीं है। मेरे साथ बैठा हुआ स्टूडेंट अलग जेंडर का है, अलग कास्ट का है, अलग रिलीजन का है, अलग भाषा का है, अलग रीजन से है। दैट डजंट मीन वो अलग हो गया। वो मेरी क्लास का हिस्सा है, मेरे समाज का हिस्सा है। Ultimately, I need to learn peaceful coexistence with each one of us, with each person around me. मेट्रो में मेरे साथ कम्यूट करने वाला किसी भी कास्ट, किसी भी रिलीजन, किसी भी एज का हो सकता है, किसी भी भाषा का हो सकता है, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे द पर्सन इज अ डिग्निफाइड ह्यूमन बीइंग। उसकी अपनी एक डिग्निटी है। ये मैसेज पॉलिसी हमें देती है जब वो कहती है कि वी नीड टू not only welcome but care for each person in the education system। तो ये इससे अच्छा इंक्लूड, मैंने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम और एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को जोड़ने का कोशिश किया है। पॉलिसी रिकॉग्नाइजेज एंड आइडेंटिफाई एंड फोस्टरिंग द यूनिक कैपेबिलिटीज ऑफ ईच स्टूडेंट। लिटरेसी क्या है? चिट्ठी बांटना, रोज का हिसाब बनाना, हस्ताक्षर करना, ये लिटरेसी है। ये लिटरेसी का डेफिनेशन है टिल द ईयर 1980s 90s। आज नहीं है। आज मोबाइल लिटरेसी, टेक्नोलॉजी लिटरेसी आ गया, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी आ गया, लीगल लिटरेसी आ गया, नए नए कॉन्सेप्ट्स आ गए लिटरेसी के। आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में लिटरेसी लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग में कन्वर्ट हो गई। लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग डजंट मीन कि आप अगर कुछ सीख रहे हैं तो आप इलिटरेट हैं। नो। जब कंप्यूटर आया था तो मैं ग्रेजुएशन कर रहा था, 1980s मिड 80s में आया था कंप्यूटर, शायद इंडिया में जब पॉपुलर होना स्टार्ट हुआ। राजीव गांधी उस टाइम प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे। उसी टाइम एजुकेशन पॉलिसी एक नई आई 1986 की, और उसने साइंस ओरिएंटेड एजुकेशन को प्रमोट किया। तो मेरी जनरेशन में डर था कि ये एक कंप्यूटर 4 लोगों का काम करेगा तो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ जाएगी कंट्री में। आज हम एक आईटी हब हैं वर्ल्ड के लिए। आईटी में जितना ग्रोथ हमारा है, जितना एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, जितनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं, उतनी दूसरे फील्ड में वर्ल्ड में हम लीड करते हैं आईटी फील्ड को। ठीक इसी तरह आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस या रोबोटिक्स के आने से एम्प्लॉयमेंट कम हो जाएगा या हमारी वैल्यू कम हो जाएगी? नहीं। जैसे मैंने स्टार्टिंग में कहा था कि ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी, ह्यूमन इमोशन का कोई सब्स्टिट्यूशन बना ही नहीं है, और मेरी समझ में शायद बन भी नहीं पाएगा। ह्यूमन इमोशन, जिस केयर के साथ मैं अपनी क्लास के स्टूडेंट्स को बात करता हूँ, जिस केयर के साथ मेरा दोस्त मेरा हाथ पकड़कर मेरे दुख में मुझे कंसोल करता है, वो कभी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस या रोबोटिक साइंस नहीं कर पाएगी। तो ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं डीप रूटेड इन आवरसेल्फ, उनको हमें कॉन्टेक्स्ट को समझना है। फिलैंथ्रोपिक, प्राइवेट एंड कम्युनिटी पार्टनरशिप की हमें बात सोचना है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। रिस्पेक्ट टूवर्ड्स ईच इंडिविजुअल की मैंने बात कही। एनईपी इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन को कैसे प्रमोट करता है, इसके ये कुछ उदाहरण हैं। पॉलिसी रिकमेंड सोशल इंक्लूजन, जैसे मैंने कहा कि मेरे साथ बैठा हुआ साथी किसी धर्म, जाति, भाषा का हो सकता है, लेकिन वो अलग होते हुए भी मेरा हिस्सा है, मेरे समाज का हिस्सा है, मेरे देश का हिस्सा है। जब तक ये मेंटल ब्लॉक्स हमारे नहीं टूटेंगे इंक्लूजन को लेकर, तब तक इंक्लूजन की थ्योरीज पढ़ने से ऑटोमेटिक कोई फ़ायदा नहीं होने वाला। आप कितना गाना गाइए, सर्वधर्म भाषा, सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना कीजिए, लेकिन जब तक मेंटली एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे, गिरीश्वर मिश्रा सर ज़्यादा अच्छा बताएंगे, ही इज़ अ पर्सन ऑफ साइकोलॉजी, जब तक हम माइंड से एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे कि ईच ह्यूमन इज़ अ डिग्निफाइड ह्यूमन एंड डिजर्व अ रिस्पेक्ट, चाहे वो 5 साल का बच्चा है, चाहे वो 95 ईयर्स ओल्ड वुमेन है, एवरीबडी डिजर्व्स अ रिस्पेक्ट। उसने जिन भी क्वालिटीज़ के साथ लाइफ को जिया, देखा, समझा, आई नीड टू वैल्यू इट, आई नीड टू अप्रिशिएट इट। तो नेक्स्ट प्लीज। 2-4 मिनट हैं या खत्म हो गई? वैल्यूज एज बेडरॉक ऑफ 1920 NEP, इक्विटेबल, इंक्लूसिव एंड प्लूरिस्टिक सोसाइटी एज एनविसेज्ड इन अवर इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये हम सबको पता है। एवरी स्टूडेंट फील्स वेलकम्ड एंड केयर्ड फॉर, ये पॉलिसी का मिशन है, पॉलिसी का गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल है। रिकॉग्नाइजिंग, आइडेंटिफाइंग एंड फॉस्टरिंग द यूनिक कैपेबिलिटीज ऑफ ईच इंडिविजुअल एज टीचर्स, एज BEd स्टूडेंट्स, एज DLEd स्टूडेंट्स। व्हाट शुड वी बी डूइंग? हम कोई मैजिक छड़ी लेके अपने स्कूल में, अपनी क्लास में नहीं जाएंगे कि हम एक दिन गए, छड़ी घुमाई और दुनिया बदल गई। ऐसा कभी भी नहीं होगा। इसी समाज में, इसी समाज की जटिलताओं के साथ मुझे अपनी क्लास में एक मैसेज देना है, और मैसेज तब देना है जब उस मैसेज को मैंने आत्मसात किया है, अडेप्ट किया है, इंटरलाइज किया है। ओनली देन आई कैन कन्वे दैट मैसेज। और इंक्लूजन का मैसेज तो और भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि इंक्लूजन कहता है विभिन्नताओं के साथ जीना, सेलिब्रेट करना और उनके साथ एम्ब्रेसिंग द इंक्लूजन। कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स पॉलिसी के, जैसे 1-on-1 टीचर एंड ट्यूटर, पीयर ट्यूटरिंग, ओपन स्कूलिंग। अभी हमारे पास जुलाई में टारगेट है, थोड़ा सा डिले चल रहा है शायद शेड्यूल, व्हेन वी आर प्रपोजिंग टू हैव डिजिटल यूनिवर्सिटी इन द कंट्री। वी हैव ऑलरेडी प्रपोज टू गेट 50% GER, gross enrollment ratio in higher education from 26% in the year 2020। ये डबल करने के लिए कोई जादू की छड़ी नहीं आएगी फिर से। डिजिटल यूनिवर्सिटी, ओपन एंड डिस्टेंस लर्निंग जैसे मॉडल ही कामयाब होंगे, लेकिन ये अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे सबको, not only the rich, not only the elite, not only the English speaking, but everybody to get into higher education। और एजुकेशन ही जीवन का रास्ता बदलने का एक औजार है, एक हथियार है। एज अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन, आई बिलीव for human development you need to have 2 things in place. One is your health system and another is your education system. इन दो को अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करते हैं पर्सनल लाइफ में एज अ फैमिली मेंबर और नेशनल लाइफ में एज अ टीचर, तो you will see wonders can take place. If we are healthy, now we can talk of mental health as well as physical health. एंड इफ वी आर एजुकेटेड तो हमारा आउटलुक चेंज हो जाता है, सोच बदल जाती है। मैं ये नहीं कहेगा सोच प्रोग्रेसिव हो जाती है, प्रोग्रेसिव होना और पढ़े लिखे होना में भी फ़र्क है। पढ़े लिखे लोग भी कंजर्वेटिव हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग भी दकियानूस हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोगों में भी बहुत सारे रिजर्वेशंस हैं। पढ़े लिखे होना और ओपन माइंडेड होना में फ़र्क है। शिक्षा मदद करती है ओपन माइंडेड बनने में, लेकिन रास्ता जब दिखे तो उस अपॉर्चुनिटी का फ़ायदा उठाना इज़ अप टू अस, हम उसको कैसे यूज़ करते हैं। माई लास्ट पॉइंट, आई नो आई एम रनिंग a little late, I am delaying all the schedule. Please next. ये हायर एजुकेशन में इंक्लूजन को प्रमोट करने के कुछ सॉल्यूशंस देती है पॉलिसी, जिसमें फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, टीचर्स रेडीनेस, विच आई फील इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट। गिव मी बेस्ट करिकुलम एंड बेस्ट पॉलिसी, आई विल सी इट फेल्स इन माई स्कूल सिस्टम। क्लासरूम का एजेंट तो मैं हूं ना। आपने जो मुझे पॉलिसी दी, जो करिकुलम दिया, जो टेक्स्ट बुक दी, उसको क्लासरूम में ट्रांजैक्ट करना, प्रोसेस करना तो मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। तो अगर मैं उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करता तो मैं उसके सक्सेस का एजेंट नहीं बन पाऊंगा। तो आई नीड टू ओपन माई मेंटल ब्लॉक्स एंड बी रेडी फॉर सेंसिटिविटी एंड टीचिंग स्किल्स ऑफ 21st सेंचुरी। नेक्स्ट, टीचर्स का रोल इन प्रमोशन ऑफ इंक्लूजन। इंक्लूजन मस्ट बी एक्सेप्टेड इन वर्ड एंड इन स्पिरिट। पेडागोजिकल फ्रेमवर्क नीड टू बी इंक्लूसिव। आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, जैसे गीतिका जी ने बताया था, मैंने कुछ काम किया डेमोक्रेटिक एजुकेशन के ऊपर। मैं अपने बीएड, एमएड, एमफिल, पीएचडी के स्कॉलर्स को डेमोक्रेसी ओनली एज अ कॉन्सेप्ट गिवन बाय अब्राहम लिंकन, फॉर द पीपल, बाय द पीपल, ऑफ द पीपल तक लिमिट नहीं कर सकता। वो कॉन्सेप्ट आज से 300 साल पहले था। आज डेलिब्रेटिव डेमोक्रेसी है, आज पार्टिसिपेटरी डेमोक्रेसी है। आज डेमोक्रेसी सिर्फ नॉट ओनली अ फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट बट एन इम्पॉर्टेंट वे ऑफ ह्यूमन लाइफ। परिवारों में जब चर्चा होती है, डिस्कशन होता है, तब निर्णय लिए जाते हैं, तो डेमोक्रेसी को प्रमोट करते हैं। दोस्तों में जब कुछ भी, हम कहाँ फिल्म देखने जाएंगे, कहाँ घूमने जाएंगे, कौन लाइब्रेरी जाएगा, कौन प्लेग्राउंड जाएगा, हम आपस में बातचीत करते हैं। दिस इज एग्जाम्पल्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेटिक डेलिब्रेटिव डेमोक्रेसी। तो डेमोक्रेसी आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में एक प्रिंसिपल, एक वैल्यू, एक कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है। इट बिकम पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ आवर डेली लाइफ। इट्स अ पेडागोजिकल टूल। सेम वेज इंक्लूजन शुड नॉट रिमेन ओनली एज अ कॉन्सेप्ट बट इट नीड टू बी अडेप्टेड एज अ पेडागोजिकल टूल। मेरी क्लास में अगर डिफरेंशिएशन होता है और मैं बड़े अच्छे किताब लिखता हूँ इंक्लूजन के ऊपर, तो मुझे लगता है कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन है। मेरी क्लास में मैं स्टूडेंट्स को ये अगर समभाव के साथ जीना नहीं सिखा पा रहा, लेकिन लेख बहुत अच्छा लिख पा रहा हूँ, तो मैंने मान लिया, जैसा भारत में, आखिरी बात कह के ख़त्म करता हूँ, जैसे भारत में एक युग आया जब फेमिनिज्म और कम्युनिज्म को लिखने, पढ़ने और लेक्चर देने का विषय माना गया, और खूब लिखा गया, खूब पढ़ा गया, खूब लेक्चर दिए गए। मुझ जैसे प्रैग्मेटिक लोग मानते हैं कि ये सिर्फ पढ़ने, लिखने और लेक्चर देने के विषय नहीं हैं, ये जीने के विषय हैं, ये जीने की शैलियाँ हैं। फेमिनिज्म किस काम का, अगर मेरे घर में डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस है, मेरा आर्टिकल तो बहुत अच्छा छपा था, एप्रिसिएशन तो बहुत मिला था, लेकिन मेरी वाइफ, मेरी डॉटर, मेरी सिस्टर मुझसे परेशान है बिकॉज ऑफ माई बिहेवियर। कम्युनिज्म किस काम का, अगर मेरे घर में आने वाली डोमेस्टिक हेल्प की तरफ मैं एम्पैथेटिक एप्टीट्यूड नहीं रख पाता। तो ये प्रिंसिपल्स आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, हाई टाइम व्हेन वी मस्ट start using them as pedagogical tools and start practicing them instead of just writing them, just talking about them and just giving lectures about them. तब हम मानेंगे कि हमारा समाज एक इंक्लूसिव समाज है, एजुकेशन पॉलिसी सक्सेसफुल है, और जो सपना हमारे एंसेस्टर्स ने देखा था, वासुदेव कुटुम्बकम का प्रिंसिपल हमें देते टाइम, वो सपना, इससे अच्छा समय नहीं आएगा जब हम 21st सेंचुरी में वर्ल्ड की मेजर वर्ल्ड पावर बनने जा रहे हैं, G20 के लीडर हैं। अमृत काल से हम 100 साल का सेलिब्रेशन करने के 25 साल के पीरियड को बफर पीरियड मान रहे हैं कि लेट्स गियर अप एंड गिव लीडरशिप टू द वर्ल्ड, नॉट ओनली इन इकोनॉमी, टेक्नोलॉजी, बट इन स्पिरिचुअलिटी ऑल्सो। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Sir, It was a pleasure to hear such great words from you. Thank you. Now, I request Professor Deepti Omchari Bhalla to kindly come and share a few words of wisdom with us.
Namaste to all of you. First of all, I want to thank Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, its director, Shri Ashok Pradhan ji, and Madam, your principal Geetika ji for inviting me, and the registrar also for inviting me to share few things about, few knowledge that I have acquired about the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. और मैं कोशिश करूँगी, मेरा पेपर जो है इंग्लिश में है, मगर जब मैं स्लाइड्स दिखाऊंगी मैं कोशिश करूँगी हिंदी में बात करने के लिए, और आपका थोड़ा सा समय चाहूँगी. आप काइंडली you pay attention, as Professor Arora said, that we have very little time to share our knowledge with you, and we are trying our level best to reach to you, across to you. So I'd like to have little bit of your attention. My topic today is Indian performing arts tradition and its inclusive outlook. जब मैं स्कूल में पढ़ती थी तो हमारे सब नोटबुक और बुक में लिखा जाता था to love, serve one another, which was also the motto of my school. And schools were like second home to us. The teachers and students, we came from different communities, we came from different backgrounds, strata of society, religions अलग थी, मगर हम सब एक साथ जुट होके पढ़ते थे, पढ़ाते थे. तो कभी ये फील नहीं हुआ कि मैं साउथ की हूँ और मेरी टीचर नॉर्थ की हैं, या मैं आई एम मे बी अ ब्राह्मण और अ क्षत्रिय एंड द अदर पर्सन इज नॉट. तो ये फीलिंग हमें कभी नहीं आया. फॉर अस इट वॉज अ फीलिंग ऑफ वननेस and it used to bring joy. इसी तरह जब मैं दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में आई, मैं यहाँ की स्टूडेंट रही, तो वहाँ का लोगो है अभी भी निष्ठा धृति सत्य. निष्ठा क्या है? It is steadiness that emerges from devotion and faith. धृति क्या है? It builds strength, जिसको हम इंग्लिश में fortitude भी कहते हैं. और सत्यम क्या है? सच्चाई, truth, the reality, which enabled breaking all bonds of misery that arose from greed and deceit, to ultimately bonding one with each other as members of one family. तो यहीं से हम लोगों की शुरुआत हो जाती है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम. अब ये कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है? ये बहुत रेलेवेंट आज क्यों हुआ है? Because of the growing turbulence in the current scenario globally that has distant people from each other. One single erroneous thought, मतलब एक गलत कदम किसी का भी हो, can have a catastrophic effect on the entire world, affecting each one of us. Be it be a disregard for nature, अर्थ, जेंडर, रिलीजन, कम्युनिटी, कास्ट, कुछ भी इसको नाम दे दीजिए. All these draw our attention towards the concept of world being one family, with each one having an important role to play towards its preservation, sustenance, peace and harmony. In India, this has entered a larger canvas which has the tradition of an integrated culture since time immemorial. Indian culture that exists in harmony in spite of its diversity thrived and flourished only because of its inclusiveness. कुछ issues थे जो अंडर द कार्पेट रहे हैं, बहुत सारे सेंचुरी से रहे हैं। और इन इश्यूज़ को हमारे लीडर्स, पुराने लीडर्स, कंट्री के पेट्रियट्स, इन सभी ने इन सब को दूर करने का बहुत प्रयास किया है और काफ़ी हद तक इनको ओवरकम भी किया है। अगर देखा जाए तो एक इसका बहुत अच्छा इंस्टेंस है, एक छोटा सा प्रदेश केरल। दिस इज़ वेरी नोटिसेबल हियर बिकॉज केरल प्रदेश में वी हैड लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंट कल्चर्स। ग्रीक्स आए, पोर्टुगीज़ आए, डच आए, ब्रिटिश आए, बहुत सारे अनेक विदेशी लोग भी आए। And the people of Kerala embraced all this religion, culture, and it with the whatever culture were existing in the region of Kerala. Or आज today the culture of Kerala is a very beautiful blend and combination of all these cultures. So ये जो चीज़ें हैं, this happens even when you have something coming as a foreign element in your region. Sometimes you try to desist it, but sometimes you try to embrace it. And this is the quality of Indian people and its culture. अब ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स देखिए, आई एम जस्ट गोइंग फास्टर बिकॉज मेरे ख्याल से मुझे अभी ये बना है कि रेस्ट्रिक्ट योर टॉक टू 12:20. इट्स ऑलरेडी 12:15 मैडम. मैंने अभी शुरू किया है, सो आई डोंट नो हाउ टू गो अबाउट इट, बट एनीवे ये देखिए, ये रबाब है कश्मीर का और ये है स्वरबत. ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट हमारे महाराजा स्वाति तिरुनाल केरल के महाराजा बजाते थे. इन दोनों इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स में कितनी समानताएं हैं. तो कहाँ कश्मीर और कहाँ कन्याकुमारी. यू सी दिस. ये जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं इनकी भी खासियत है. ये हार्प है. ना हार्प आपने देखा होगा, ग्रीक म्यूजिक में हार्प आपने इसकी इमेजेस देखी होंगी. This was there existing in the region of India right from 2nd century, maybe before that. 2nd century AD में शिलापतिकारम एक तमिल टेक्स्ट था. Sorry, what have I done? एक तमिल टेक्स्ट था जिसमें ये इन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स के बारे में विशेष तौर से बताया गया है. और उसके बाद आता है ये कुरल. आप देखेंगे ये शहनाई का है. एक शहनाई की तरह एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट है. शहनाई आपका नॉर्दर्न इंस्ट्रूमेंट कहते हैं, मगर साउथ में भी इसको एक दूसरा नाम दिया गया है, मगर बिल्कुल शहनाई की तरह इसको बजाने का एक तरीका है. ये देखिए बैग पाइपर. बैग पाइपर, nobody would believe that it was used in Mohiniyattam till the early 19th century. It's not an indigenous instrument, मगर हम लोग इसको अपने डांस के लिए बजाते थे. उसके बाद धीरे धीरे वो बदला और फ्लूट में अब परिवर्तित हुआ. शिलापतिकारम जो 2nd century AD का एक तमिल टेक्स्ट है, इसको अगर हम ध्यान से पढ़ेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि इस पीरियड में रिलीजन के ऊपर कभी महत्व नहीं दिया गया था. एक ही रॉयल फैमिली में, जैसी इलंगो अडिगल जिन्होंने ये शिलापतिकारम लिखा, ये एक जैना प्रिंस थे, जैनिज्म फॉलो करते थे, मगर इन्हीं के परिवार के दूसरे सदस्य बुद्धिस्ट थे, वो बुद्धिज्म को फॉलो करते थे. सो देयर वाज एट दैट पीरियड ऑफ टाइम देयर वाज नथिंग लाइक हिंदू, बुद्धिज्म, जैनिज्म. इट वाज ऑल एन इंटीग्रेटेड कल्चर. और उसका नतीजा क्या हुआ, क्योंकि रॉयल फैमिलीज में राजा महाराजा जो भी थे, प्रिंस एंड ऑल, इनके डाइवर्स फेथ होने की वजह से ही जो कल्चर था वो एक इंटीग्रेटेड कल्चर में परिवर्तित हुआ. ये सब संगीत, नृत्य, नाटक, इन सब से स्वयं जो राजा महाराजा थे, उनकी क्वींस थे, वो लोग इन सब से वो खुद ही इसमें एक्सपर्ट्स थे, वो खुद ही सीखते थे. तो जब वो सीखते थे, जाहिर है वो पेट्रनाइज करते थे. एंड पेट्रनाइजिंग एंड देयर लर्निंग brought about a beautiful blend of music and dance during the period of 2nd century AD शिलापतिकारम. चित्रसूत्र विष्णु धर्मोत्तर पुराण, ये बहुत एक अहम एक टेक्स्ट है हमारा. इसमें क्या कहते हैं कि हर हमारा फाइन आर्ट जो है, दैट इज पेंटिंग, स्कल्पचर, आर्किटेक्चर, म्यूजिक, डांस, ये सब इंटरडिपेंडेंट हैं. हम किसी एक को अलग नहीं कर सकते हैं। इसके बारे में जब विस्तार से नहीं कहूँगी, मगर एक छोटा सा इसका एक जो कहानी है, of course it goes much deeper, I'm just telling you for the students, it goes much deeper. इसमें राजा जो वज्र हैं वो मुनि मार्कंडे के पास जाते हैं और कहते हैं मुझे शांति चाहिए, तो मैं क्या करूं? और शांति के लिए उनको ये बताया गया कि आप मंदिरों का निर्माण करें, एक मूर्ति बनाएं जिसको आप ईश्वर का एक रूप दें, उसकी पूजा करें, यू विल गेट अ सेंस ऑफ पीस इनसाइड यू. So how do I make a murti? Then he says, for that you have to learn sculpture. So go to a sculptor and learn sculpture. Then he goes to learn sculpture. Then the sculptor says कि अगर आपको एक मूर्ति बिल्कुल उस रूप में आपने बनाना है जिस रूप में बनना चाहिए, you have to learn painting. So when he goes to learn painting, he says you have to learn to bring about that essence in that painting. You have to learn dance. Then you have to learn music. So music to the building of a murti in a temple integrates every Indian fine art. So what is this? Interdependence, inclusiveness in all arts. आजकल कॉन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ इंडियन आर्ट्स, हम लोग बहुत सारे इनोवेशंस कर रहे थे, पहले ऐसे नहीं था, मगर अब जो कर रहे हैं हमें समझ आ गया है कि इतने डाइवर्स क्लासिकल डांस फॉर्म्स और म्यूजिक हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं उसमें समानताएं हैं. ये क्यों बिखर गई? नाट्य शास्त्र की बात करते हैं तो वो पूरे इंडिया का भारतीय जो संस्कृति और कल्चर है उसको उसने उस टेक्स्ट में ढाल दिया है और अपने अपने रीजन के अकॉर्डिंगली परिवर्तित हो गया है. मैं केरल से हूँ तो मलयालम में लैंग्वेज हो गया, मलयालम कॉस्ट्यूम ट्रेडिशन हो गया. मैं तमिलनाडु से हूँ तो उसमें तमिल कल्चर एंड लैंग्वेज एंड कल्चर एंड कॉस्ट्यूम एंड ट्रेडिशन कम इनटू बीइंग. सो प्रवृत्ति के अनुसार आपने अपने कॉस्ट्यूम में, अपने संगीत में, नृत्य में, अपने वाद्यों में परिवर्तन ज़रूर आया है, मगर कहीं ना कहीं एक कॉमनैलिटी है. So we are trying to establish the bonding between every dance form between so-called Hindustani and Carnatic music. Now this is what is between painting and fusion, between dance and painting, and the two dance forms Mohiniyattam and Odissi. Then we come to बसंत पंचमी. अब ये बसंत पंचमी एक बहुत अहम एक उत्सव मनाते हैं, विशेष रूप से हमारे म्यूज़िक डिपार्टमेंट दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी से जब से उसकी स्थापना हुई है लेट 50s से आज तक, हम हर बसंत पंचमी के अवसर पर हम सरस्वती की पूजा करते हैं और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से सेलिब्रेट करते हैं. Now the same Basant Panchami is celebrated today in the at Dargah at Hazrat Nizamuddin Dargah. Now this was the period you will find that there has been a Muslim invasion in our country. We have lost out a lot of arts. There was a dark period, no doubt about it. But there was also at the same time, there were some patrons of Indian arts who were so, जिसको बोलते ना, प्रभावित हुए हमारे जो भारतीय संस्कृति और उसकी जो कलाएं हैं उससे इतनी प्रभावित हुए कि उन्होंने अपने संगीत को उसमें ढालने की कोशिश करी. और इसमें जो है अमीर खुसरो का नाम आता है. अमीर खुसरो जिनके नाम से आज ये कवालियाँ गाई जाती हैं, ही सपोज टू बी एन ओरिजिनेटर ऑफ दैट. अमीर खुसरो बहुत प्रभावित हुए थे, भारतीय संगीत जो उस वक्त वहाँ था उससे प्रभावित हुए और उन्होंने उसको एक सूफियाना कलाम के तौर पर उन्होंने उसको प्रमोट किया, क्योंकि सूफी ट्रेडिशन एंड कल्चर वाज वन which connected God to every human being irrespective of what he was, whether religion, caste, creed, whatever it was. We were all together. We are all one. That is what the Sufi tradition at that time, the music was all about. So Amir Khusro was inspired by Indian music and he tried to blend it with Sufi music, and today we find that there is a beautiful Basant Panchami celebration celebrated by everybody in Dargah. Can I have the next? अब ये एक बहुत सुंदर एक सूफियाना कलाम है, मैंने ऐसी यूट्यूब से देखा। डॉक्टर पूजा गोस्वामी ये हमारी ही स्टूडेंट रही हैं दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के। इन्होंने क्या किया है कि इसको ग्लोबली संगीत को, हमारे शास्त्रीय राग को लेते हुए, हिंदुस्तानी संगीत के राग को लेते हुए एक सूफियाना कलाम में डालकर इन्होंने इस वीडियो में ये दर्शाया है कि एक अमेरिकन लड़की जिसको कुछ नेचर से बहुत प्रभावित है, सडनली शी लिसन्स टू अ वेरी ब्यूटिफुल म्यूजिक, आकर्षित हो जाती है। उस आकर्षित से वो उसके बारे में जानने की कोशिश करती है, लाइब्रेरी में जाती है, पुस्तक पढ़ती है, और फिर जब उसको ये महसूस होता है कि द होल वर्ल्ड, irrespective of any religion, caste, creed, community, we are all bound by a beautiful blend of what is called as soulful music. अब इसको थोड़ा सा आप चला के दिखाइए। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। स्वामी हरिदास, अकबर, तानसेन, ये तो सब मेरे ख्याल से आप लोगों ने सब सुना ही होगा, इनका नाम बहुत मशहूर है। अब इनके समय में देखिए, ऑफ कोर्स ये चित्रण जो है ये कितना ऑथेंटिक है मैं नहीं जानती, ये एक आर्टिस्ट का, पेंटर का अपनी सोच है, और इसमें ये दिखाया है कि किस तरह हमारे हिंदुस्तानी संगीत को बांध रखा था, चाहे वो मुस्लिम एम्परर थे, चाहे वो हिंदू सिंगर्स थे। स्वामी हरिदास ने ध्रुपद संगीत, जो उस टाइम पे मुस्लिम के इन्वेशन के दौरान जब हो रहा था, जब वो एक इंडियन म्यूजिकल फॉर्म अभी तभी था ग्वालियर, विशेष रूप से ग्वालियर में, स्वामी हरिदास ने और अनेकों इसी तरह लोगों ने जगह जगह उसका प्रचार किया। वृंदावन गया और मथुरा में गया, उसके बाद ग्वालियर में गया, ऐसे अनेकों स्थानों में ये ध्रुपद संगीत को, इसका प्रचार हुआ और लोगों तक ये छू गया। सो दिस वन वे ऑफ द पॉपुलराइजिंग वन आर्ट फॉर्म विच केम फ्रॉम ध्रुवपदा, विच इज़ अ फॉर्म ऑफ इंडियन म्यूजिकल फॉर्म, मैं डिटेल में नहीं जाती हूँ। It was already existing in our text, Sanskrit text, existing as a musical form. It developed into Dhrupad and it got popularized not just by Hindus but also Muslims, because that was the strength of Indian music. It would just attract everybody from every culture, community to come together. Next. मुत्तुस्वामी दीक्षितर ये साउथ इंडियन कर्नाटिक म्यूजिक के एक बहुत बड़े 3 हमारे कंपोजर्स हैं जिनकी हम स्तुति करते हैं। आज जो कर्नाटिक संगीत आप सुनते हैं इन्हीं तीनों की वजह से, त्यागराजा, दीक्षितर, श्यामा शास्त्री। इसमें दीक्षितर जी जो थे वो बनारस में कई साल उन्होंने बिताए, ध्रुपद सीखा, और आज हम कर्नाटिक संगीत में जो गा रहे हैं इनकी कॉम्पोजिशन वो ध्रुपद का ही एक हिस्सा है। आप उनकी कॉम्पोजिशन सुनेंगे तो लगेगा नहीं ये कर्नाटिक संगीत है, बिल्कुल ध्रुपद की तरह से ही हम उसको गाते हैं, मगर इट हैज़ बीन एक्सेप्टेड इन कर्नाटिक म्यूजिक। हाउ? That is the power of the music of Indian music. So Muthuswami Dikshitar has done a great contribution by bridging the gap between the North Indian music and the South Indian music. And so also Maharaja Swati Tirunal of Kerala, इनके जो दरबार में बड़े बड़े गुणीजन पूरे देश के कोने कोने से आते थे, इनसे गाने जो वो सुनते थे, म्यूजिकल फॉर्म्स उनसे इतने प्रभावित हुए कि उन्होंने खुद ही स्वयं ध्रुपद की कॉम्पोजिशन की, ख्याल की, धमार की करी है, भजन, हिंदी भजन है, और एक धनाश्री तिल्लाना जो हर क्लासिकल डांस फॉर्म आज डांसर्स आजकल करते हैं, उसको परफॉर्म करते हैं, ये सब इन्हीं की रचनाएं हैं जो हिंदुस्तानी संगीत से प्रभावित हुए. देन ऑफ कोर्स गीत गोविंद, जयदेव का गीत गोविंद कहाँ से शुरू हुआ? बंगाल, उड़ीसा, वहाँ से धीरे धीरे साउथ में आया. इट वेंट टू द वेस्टर्न कोर, इट वेंट टू कश्मीर एंड एवरीवेयर. एंड यू विल फाइंड दैट पीपल, ग्रेट कंपोजर्स, वेदर इट वॉज क्षेमेंद्र ऑफ कश्मीर, दशावतारा लिखा उन्होंने, वेदर इट वॉज कृष्ण लीला तरंगिनी जो नारायण तीर्थ जो आंध्र प्रदेश की थी उन्होंने लिखा. इसी तरह बहुत सारे राणा कुंभा में मेवाड़ के, उन्होंने इसके राग ताल बदल के अपने रीजन में इसको ढालने की कोशिश करी. तो ये सब, इन सब ने गीत गोविंद की जो मधुर भक्ति भाव है उसको अपने रीजन के साथ, कल्चर के साथ, म्यूज़िक के साथ, डांस के साथ इंटीग्रेट करके आज ये गीत गोविंद हर एक शैली का एक अहम हिस्सा. सोपान संगीत केरला के मंदिरों में तो ये मस्ट है, मैंडेटरी है कि मंदिर का द्वार जैसे ही बंद होता है तो अष्टपदी सिंगिंग इज अ मस्ट, इट हैज़ टू बी सung. So that is the kind of integration of these musical forms and music that has entered different corners of our India. Next. अब ये थोड़ा सा सुनिएगा, ये दो बहुत महारथी हैं, डॉक्टर एम बालामुरली कृष्णा कर्नाटक साउथ के, आंध्रा के, और पंडित भीम सिंह जोशी जी. ये हिंदुस्तानी कर्नाटक का देखिए इतना खूबसूरत ब्लेंड है, एक राग लिया है और उसमें क्या बोलते हैं कि संगीत ही सुखदाई है. इसी से मैं एंड करती हूँ. 5.15 please. सुंदर है, सुनते दिल करता है सुनते ही रहो. बहुत सुंदर गाया. ये दूरदर्शन में, अभी मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा, पहला जुगलबंदी जो हिंदुस्तानी और कर्नाटक संगीत का होता, पहला जुगलबंदी ये दूरदर्शन ने टेलीकास्ट किया था इन लोगों का. एंड दे डिडंट प्रैक्टिस एनीथिंग, दे डिडंट रिहर्स, इट वाज ऑल ऑन द स्पॉट. So somewhere, because they were of course genius and stalwarts, somewhere they found there was a connect between two systems. So that is the beauty. And in conclusion, I'll say Indian arts bring about catharsis of human mind. This is very important, leading towards a healthy mind and body. The two diverse forms of Indian classical music has expanded their canvas to unimaginable heights by borrowing melodies and even the singing styles from each other. The same is observed in Indian classical dance forms, which have aesthetically evolved over the past many decades, borrowing and embracing languages, melodies, and even dance movements other than their own. Indian subcontinent is one single unit. The changing geographical boundaries caused due to socio-political reasons brought about the intermingling of ethnic culture with those from outside their region. This was a natural process, a unity brought about through diversity. As a performer, we learn to disassociate from ourselves while going deep into a creative world, internalizing our art, which in turn instill in us a love for the art and a deep bonding through our art with the entire universe. Thank you.
Ma'am, we truly found your words.
प्लीज बच्चों में एक विशेष अनुरोध कर रहा हूँ. मैंने पहले भी कहा था, इट्स ए हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट फॉर अस. वी आर विटनेसिंग डिफरेंट आइडियाज़ इन रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ दिस ब्यूटीफुल कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ इंक्लूसिवनेस. और जो बहुत खूबसूरती से जो प्रोफेसर पंकज और उन्होंने समझाया, बहुत मेहनत की थी उन्होंने, और प्रोफेसर दीप्ति भल्ला ने भी इतने खूबसूरत ढंग से समझाया है. मैं आपसे उम्मीद करूंगा कि आप खड़े होकर एक बार बहुत ज़ोर से ताली बजा के और उनका उत्साह बढ़ाइए, और साथ ही साथ आप लोग शामिल हो जाइए इसमें. वो संगीत जो सुखदाई है, आज जो कुछ हो रहा है ना, ये बहुत सुखदाई है. यही संस्कार है भारतीय विद्या भवन के. प्लीज़ एंड प्लीज़ इन्वॉल्व योर सेल्फ. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Ma'am, we truly found your words inspiring and moving, not to forget how creatively you explained Indian performing arts' contribution to inclusion. Thank you. Now, I request Professor Vasudhaiva to kindly enlighten us with his wise and perceptive thoughts.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mishra Sahab, Pankaj Arora in absentia, Professor Deepti Bhalla, the Registrar, and Geetika Dattatreya, staff, faculty and students. A very good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Very good afternoon.
Thank you very much. You have already heard my two co-panelists. They have thrown light on different aspects of diversity and inclusivity. I must congratulate Professor Deepti for having discussed Indian music within the frame of diversity and inclusivity. Because according to me, Hindustani music is the best cultural space for us to understand how to celebrate diversity, how to be inclusive. Because Hindustani music has been enriched by different cultural traditions. And what we call Hindustani today means it is an amalgamation of what we call traditional Sanskrit, Vedic music and Islamic tradition as well. And that is why it became Hindustani. Well, I will not be talking about Hindustani music here. That is, I have some relationship with it, but that is Professor Deepti Bhalla's domain today. When we talk about, see, you heard two speakers, they were talking about culture, they were talking about civilization, they were talking about India, and Professor Deepti gave you example of Kerala, how Kerala also encompasses different cultures, different traditions in its history. The thing is, we also need to understand what are those challenges in front of us where the ideal of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam gets challenged, or where we fail this idea. For that we need to go back into the history of this world. Couple of changes happened in the history of the world, especially in the 18th century, latter part of the 18th century and in the 19th century. That was a time period when the West started getting the idea of nation. Before that, the idea of nation wasn't there in the imagination of the Western people. India had a concept of Rashtra, but Rashtra was different from the concept of nation as it is understood by Western theoreticians. These days, these two words are interchangeably used. You are all students, you must try to understand the difference between the concept of Rashtra and the concept of nation. Interestingly, language, literature, printing press played a pivotal role in giving people this imagination. In Europe, people were speaking different languages in different parts of Europe, what we call vernacular. The language of administration was Latin because of the success of the Roman Empire and the extent of Roman Empire in Europe. Now, when printing press was invented, printing press owners, they were certainly printing official documents in Latin which were used in the court. But they had their business interest as well in their mind, so they started publishing literature written in the vernacular. And it got printed, circulated among people. And it made people conscious that some people were German-speaking people, some were French-speaking people, some were English-speaking people, some were Spanish-speaking people. So people became conscious of their linguistic identities. Language played a very important role, unfortunately, in dividing people. Otherwise, the purpose of language is that we should be able to share our ideas with others. The purpose of language is to connect. But historically, it has played a paradoxical role as well. Then, because of other historical reasons, I won't go into the details. Yes, people in the 19th century Europe, they became conscious of their different national groups on the basis of common religion, on the basis of ethnicity, on the basis of language. They identified themselves as different groups, which we called nation groups, and the idea of nation is ultimately born. India in the 19th century was under the British rule. And India has always been culturally and linguistically diverse. But under the British rule, the language became an issue with us as well. Which language should become the language of administration? Before that, language was not such a big issue with us. To give you one example, Maharaja Ranjit Singh was the Emperor of Punjab. Some historians call his rule as Sikh Empire, but he should be called the Emperor of Punjab. He was a Sikh man. By going by that logic, he should be speaking Punjabi, which all Punjabis use. But the court language of administration in the court of Maharaja Ranjit Singh was Persian, not Punjabi. I give you another question. Please explore, Google it. What was the language of Peshwas so far as the language of administration is concerned? Indian society was not so sharply divided on the basis of language. Not even on the basis of religion. Small differences were there, but those differences were not so wide that people couldn't live together. We were living together despite our minor linguistic, cultural and religious differences. I come from Punjab. I'll give you a couple of examples from my culture. And it's difficult for anyone to to differentiate whether this is Hindu practice, Sikh practice, or Muslim practice. If there is anyone who knows the culture of Punjab, every Punjabi sings the song called Heer, which is part of work written by Varisha, telling the love story of Heer Ranja. And Varisha is not the only poet who wrote the legend of Heer. Before him, Damodar Gulati had already written the love story of Heer Ranja. Do we ever bother to know whether he was a Muslim girl or Hindu girl or Sikh girl? That question is irrelevant. It's part of culture. On the festival of Lodi, people sing the song of Dullapatti. Fine, if you are aware of that song, good. Who was Dullapatti? He was a Muslim peasant who used to, in a way, plunder the karma of Akbar, another Muslim ruler. The conflict was not on the basis of religion, the conflict was on the basis of ruling class and the common people. Try to understand that when we talk about culture or our society, luckily for us, we are very fortunate that Indian society, Indian civilization is so diverse, so multilingual, so multicultural, that we are by nature, by default, diverse and inclusive. But something happened when people's ideas, people's imagination began to change during the 19th century colonial period. People also became conscious that along with English, what should be the second language of administration? And the debate between Persian and Hindi became prominent. Peoples got divided. It suited the British. Whether certain universities were also established, which were catering to the interest of a particular community defined on the basis of religion, it suited the British. And the result of that policy is we have seen what happened during the partition. My grandfather shifted from Pakistan during the partition. My father was 4 years old. My grandfather could read and write only one language, and that was Urdu. At home, he would speak Punjabi. Fine. I went to a school where I studied Hindi, Punjabi along with English. I am a child of 3-language model, which NEP is also talking about. I'll come to that later. This reflects what kind of society we are. If we talk about the ideal of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, I think the biggest challenge is when we start identifying ourselves on the basis of these small groups. This is what Rabindranath Tagore is talking about. He wishes for a world in which, or India, which is not divided by narrow domestic walls. What are those narrow domestic walls? Those narrow domestic walls are of walls of religion, caste, creed, class, race. The entire world is divided along these walls, unfortunately. And modern nation borders, they are defined on these bases as well. Well, Bhagat Singh, in his writings, he does talk about, he imagined a borderless world. And that borderless world can be seen very close to the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, but that is an ideal, practically speaking, that is not possible. We know what is going on in between Russia and Ukraine for more than a year now, and what is about to happen between China and Taiwan. India has also fought 3 battles with Pakistan, which was once part of India. That's the irony. That's rather the tragedy of our country. When we talk about 2 Buddhist universities, one in Nalanda, second is Takshila. Takshila is in Pakistan now. When we talk about Vedic age, where Veds were written, that land is in Pakistan now. When we talk about the history of India, it begins with Harappa and that civilization, those sites are there in Pakistan as well. Culturally, historically, this land was one. We must understand that politics, that ideology which divided people into different groups and resulted into this. We, practically speaking, cannot erase political borders now. But we must erase the borders which have been drawn in our minds and in our hearts. That is very important. For that, we must understand our own culture. The culture of this land is so rich that it will make you diverse and inclusive by nature if you simply start understanding the culture of this land. Problem comes when we decide to hate someone because the other person belongs to a different group, be it a religious group, be it a caste group, or be it a nation group. If we talk about the ideal of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, then we must realize that there are some challenges in front of us, and practically we cannot erase political borders, but we can certainly change our mind, the way we look, our mentality, the way we perceive the other. That perception can be changed, and that perception should be changed, and that is a responsibility on the shoulders of the younger generation of India. Let's not only indulge into the rhetoric of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. If it is an ideal, we must learn how to achieve it. And these days, this ideal can be achieved if we are open, if we know each other well. We living in India, we are in the capital of this country, which recognizes 4 languages: English, Hindi, Punjabi, and Urdu. And I'm sure that citizens of the city don't know all the 4 languages. Unfortunately, Urdu has been associated with a religious group. Historically, it is this land which gave birth to this language, Urdu. Urdu took birth here. It's not a language of aliens. It's not a foreign language. I'm talking to you in a foreign language. And you all are listening to me. I teach in a department where I teach literature written in a foreign language. And I'm sorry to say that we have become a society where we take more pride in saying that I don't know Hindi or I don't know Punjabi. Sharam aati apni zuban ko apni zuban bolne. That is the legacy of the colonial rule. Culturally, historically, I think the British colonial rule has done us more damage as compared to any other foreign rule in the history of India. और वो चेंज करने की ज़रूरत है. Now, coming back to NEP, what does NEP says? NEP says that 3-language model can be adopted. First, if possible, knowledge should be given in the first language. It's a welcome step. They won't take much time. I started my teaching career in a small town in Punjab. And I have seen it in my experience that sometimes English becomes the biggest hurdle for the young students. If they're grappling with the language, how can they conceive ideas? Most of the time, students are struggling, okay, अब यहाँ पर verb कौन सा आएगा, तो form कौन सी आएगी, subject क्या है, तो आगे क्या होगा. अगर हम language को ही नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं, तो language के अंदर thought कैसे बनाएंगे? तो better है आप thought अपनी language में पढ़ो. Maximum philosophy इस time जो यूरोप से emerge हो रही है, that is written in their first language. Later on, it gets translated into English. Fine. Second question for Indians is, what should be the second language then? Every state in India is not a Hindi-speaking state. You may take example from far east of India, you may take examples from far south of India, you may take examples from states like Kashmir or Punjab. First language of Punjab is Punjabi. तो हमारे लिए तो यही सवाल बड़ा मुश्किल बना कि सेकंड लैंग्वेज किसे बोले, हिंदी को कि इंग्लिश को. And this ambivalence has been there in our country's education policy. Not this time, it has always been there. हमको इंग्लिश भी पढ़नी है, हिंदी भी पढ़नी है और अपनी फर्स्ट लैंग्वेज भी पढ़नी है. This kind of ambivalence I do find in the document of NEP as well. But if NEP encourages that exchange of knowledge should be there in the first language, that's a welcome step. But understand, mind one thing, English language still empowers us if we want to explore new career possibilities for. If you want to work in an MNC in Delhi, in Gurgaon, the first language you need to know is English. Knowledge आप अपनी language में generate करो, but then you must have those skills that you should be able to translate your own thoughts and express yourself effectively in a foreign language. For us, English is no longer a foreign language. We have almost accepted it. Indian Constitution also accepts as one of the languages of India. Diversity की बात करें, 28 languages, more than 28 languages are recognized by the Indian Constitution, but more than that, more than 700 languages are there, जिनके बारे में हमको पता ही नहीं है. And they are sometimes not even considered as languages. But those languages are used by people, small groups. They exist in this very country. वो भी एक हमारी diversity है. So when we talk about linguistic diversity of India, then we need to go beyond the dominance of 2 or 3 mainstream languages. We must know about other languages. Kerala is part of India, Tamil Nadu is part of India, Karnataka is part of India, but I can't read. I don't know Kannada, I don't know Malayalam, I don't know Tamil. I'm sorry to say, then we also have these regional biases. North Indians के लिए सारा South Madrasi, South Indians के लिए सारा North Punjab. ये सारे पंजाबी ऐसे होते हैं. If we have these strong regional biases and this way of homogenizing all South India is Madrasi, it means we are denying them their own diversity. And North India is not only Punjab. It has its own diversity. So that is where learning one or other modern Indian language means somebody who is from North should read or learn a language of the South or language of the Far East. This is what is going to, in a way, not merely acquaintance of other languages, but will also learn about other culture as well. Otherwise, किसी टाइम में ये स्लोगन आया था यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी, उसका रीज़न ही यही था. इंडिया इज़ सो डाइवर्स, एंड इफ़ यू ट्राई टू इमेजिन इंडिया एज अ नेशन द वे इट वाज इमेजिन्ड इन यूरोप, इंडिया कैन नॉट बी डिफाइंड एज अ नेशन using the Western paradigm. And Western paradigm is not suitable for this country. So we must invent our own model. How do we define? And this model, when we define ourselves as a nation, then one language, one religion, one ethnicity, one culture is not going to work for us. Then accepting India's diversity, celebrating India's diversity, including others in our imagination. And when we say including others, then we must go beyond our national borders as well. It's that ideal we must keep in mind, especially those who are learning, who are students, or who are in the profession of learning and teaching. Knowledge has no religion. Knowledge can never be confined to a particular community. This is meant only for Muslims, this knowledge is meant only for Hindus, this knowledge is meant only for Christians. We learn from others. When we learn from others, we go outside these narrow domestic walls. We become human beings. We become citizens of the world. And it is towards that ideal I think we must strive for. We must work in that direction. And it's not merely a matter of rhetoric. It's not a matter of sloganeering. It's a critical thought. It's an idea. It's the way you understand yourself, the way you define your relationship with the society, the way you define your relationship with the entire world. That becomes the basis of it. As long as we are discriminating on the basis of religion, on the basis of color of the skin, on the basis of somebody's caste, We may sing hundreds of songs praising the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, but we are not living it. We are not practicing it. I won't speak much now. I know this session has already crossed its limit. Fine. What happened in the beginning of this session, सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना जो हुई है, आप कितने धर्मों को इंक्लूड करोगे, लेकिन सबको इंक्लूड करना ज़रूरी है. That's a good step, that's a good initiative, that's a good practice I think this institution is doing. But it shouldn't be a ritual. It should become our living and practicing value. Learn yourself, understand your own society, understand its cultural and philosophical ethos. Automatically you will become better human beings and start accepting the world, that all human beings, they belong to the one race. मुझे वो लाइन याद आ रही है, अव्वल अल्लाह नूर पाया, कुदरत दे सब बंदे, एक नूर ते सब जग उपजया, कौन भले कौन मंदे. Remember what unites us one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your reflection on the theme was very captivating and distinguished. We found a lot of learning in them. Thank you. Now, I feel very delighted and privileged to call the chief guest of this session, Professor Girishwar Mishra, to share his treasured illumination on the theme.
नमस्ते. थोड़ी सांस ले लीजिए आप लोग. बहुत ही खूबसूरत विचारों के साथ हमारे पहले के वक्ताओं ने आज के थीम को साफ करने की कोशिश की और मैं भी आप लोगों के साथ सीख रहा था. मैं उन सब के प्रति बहुत हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. I am very grateful to this institution which has taken the initiative to bring together all of us to think about two aspects of our life. एक aspect है क्या, डाइवर्सिटी, और दूसरा एस्पेक्ट है इंक्लूजन. कुछ कुछ समझ में आया. अंत में एक लाइन जो प्रोफेसर सचदेवा ने कही, एक नूर से सब बंदे, मैं वहां से अपनी बात शुरू करूंगा. मैं पंजाबी बहुत कम जानता हूँ, संस्कृत थोड़ी सी उससे ज़्यादा, हिंदी उससे भी थोड़ी ज़्यादा, अंग्रेजी भी थोड़ा बहुत जानता हूँ. द उपनिषद्स हैव ए वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी. जो ब्रह्म कह लीजिए, परमात्मा कह लीजिए, ईश्वर कह लीजिए, वो अकेला बैठा हुआ था, बड़ा परेशान था, मन नहीं लग रहा था उसका. संस्कृत में लिखा है स एकाकी न रमते, मतलब अकेले में उसका मन नहीं लग रहा था. तो उसके मन में आया एको हम बहुश्यामा, मैं हूं अकेला, अब मैं कई हो जाऊं. फिर क्या हुआ, बनाया उसने. उसके बाद क्या किया, जिनको बनाया उसमें वो प्रवेश कर गया. मतलब उसी के रूप वो सभी बंदे हो गए. उसकी उपस्थिति वहां भी हो गई. आपने शुरू में जो सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना की थी, मेरा ख्याल है उसमें सबसे पहले जो आया था वो था ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किंचित् जगत्यां जगत्। उस मतलब गॉड, उस ईश का निवास है इस सारी दुनिया में, हर जगह बैठा हुआ है वो। ईशावास्य मिदम सर्वम यत् किंचित जगत्यां जगत। इस दुनिया में जो कुछ भी है उन सब में वही घुसा हुआ है, वही बैठा हुआ है, सब उसकी जगह है। तभी तो गांधी जी ने कहा कि भैया हम तो रजिस्ट्री करा ही नहीं सकते, वो तो रजिस्ट्री उसने करा रखी है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम तो ट्रस्टीशिप कर सकते हैं, हम केवल देख रेख कर सकते हैं, हमारा इंटाइटलमेंट तो हो ही नहीं सकता है। ये सारी दुनिया पे तो नाम उसी का लिखा हुआ है, जबरदस्ती सब चोरी है। आप अपने नाम जमीन लिखवाते हो, ये करते हो, वो करते, सब बदमाशी है। क्योंकि जो कुछ है वह सब ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वम। एंड गांधी जी हैज रिटन कि सारा उपनिषद खत्म हो जाए, केवल एक यह अगर बचा रहे तो मैं समझता हूं कि दुनिया बची रहेगी। द ब्राइटेस्ट पार्ट जो है उसको, इसकी पहचान उन्होंने की। और उसकी दूसरी लाइन है तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजी था। तो उस भगवान की प्रसादी मान करके थोड़ा बहुत खाओ। तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजी था, इसका साधारण अर्थ ये होगा त्याग करते हुए भोग करो। देयर इज नो डिनायल। कुर्वन्नेवेह कर्माणि जिजीविषेत शतं समा। एकदम एक्टिव होकर के 100 साल तक जियो। पश्येम शरद शतम, 100 साल अच्छी तरह से जियो। अधीना श्याम शरद शतम, बिना अधीन हुए 100 साल तक जियो। तो जिंदगी जीने की तमन्ना है, अच्छे ढंग से जीने की तमन्ना है, लेकिन उसके साथ जरूरी है त्याग के साथ भोग करना। एक बात तो ये। दूसरी बात जो है, जो अब इससे जोड़ रही है, वो ये है कि हम सब एक भी हैं और अनेक भी हैं। आप अपने अगल बगल देखिए, कोई आप जैसा है यहां? Everyone is different. नाक, नक्श, कपड़े लत्ते तो जो हैं सो ही हैं। You are different in all respects, but you are similar also. और मैं बधाई देता हूं गीतिका जी को कि सबको पकड़ के यहां बंद कर दिया। Now this again creates a similarity. I want to bring home the point that diversity is very clear, but similarity is an effort, full engagement. It's only through your effort that you become great, you become higher. मैं दीप्ति जी की ओर आपको ले चलूंगा। What she has shown is that you have to transcend. आप जो हो उससे ऊपर उठो। You have to go beyond your ego boundaries. और यही तो भक्ति भी कहती है, यही सभी कहते हैं, कबीरदास भी यही कहते हैं कि ये जो फिजिकल लिमिट्स आपकी हैं वो आप नहीं हो। जब मैं था तब भारी नहीं। नाउ इस मैं से छुटकारा ले लो, फिर मजा आएगा। और जब तक मैं ही हूं, एवरीबॉडी इज बॉदरिंग अबाउट दिस ईगो। सो द चैलेंज इज टू गो बियॉन्ड दैट। अगर ईगो को याद किया होता तो भगत सिंह को आप नहीं याद करते, बिस्मिल को नहीं याद करते, सुभाष चंद्र बोस को नहीं याद करते। ये सारे के सारे इन्होंने कहा कि हम तो कुछ नहीं हैं। उन्होंने अपने ईगो को, अपने सेल्फ को, अपनी बॉडी को नहीं महत्व दिया, उन्होंने किसी और चीज को महत्व दिया। दे ट्रांसेंडेड देयर ईगो। बड़ा होने के लिए आपको अपना ईगो छोड़ना पड़ेगा, और यू हैव टू ट्रांसेंड, ओनली देन यू विल कनेक्ट विद द ब्रॉडर रियलिटी। नहीं, आप करके देखो, अपना थोड़ा कम करके और दूसरे की खुशी में खुशी देख अगर सकते हो तो गांधी जी का भजन गाओ, वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने रे। दैट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ धर्म, दैट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ अहिंसा। ये सारे के सारे जो है मीनिंगफुल तभी होते हैं व्हेन वी आर इन सोसाइटी, व्हेन वी रिलेट टू अदर्स। अहिंसा, सत्य, इन सब का मतलब कब है? आप अकेले ही अगर हो तो किसकी अहिंसा? When you are in group, when you are in community, when you are in society, तब ये सवाल पैदा होता है। अकेले ही हो तो चुराओगे किससे? अस्तेय का मतलब क्या है? That is why महर्षि पतंजलि says that अहिंसा, सत्य, अस्तेय, these are महाव्रतास, they are true for everybody, of every religion, of every caste, of every place living on this planet. If you want life, you need to think about it. You have to transcend your egoistic boundaries. You have to transcend the diversities that you witness, and you need to go beyond that. So the challenge of inclusiveness is to cross this boundary. जो श्लोक है जिसका जिक्र आदरणीय राजेश जी ने किया था, अयम निज परो वेति, ये मेरा है, ये तेरा है, ये जो डिस्टिंक्शन करता है, ये तो कोई भी कर सकता है, लेकिन बड़प्पन, उदारता जिसमें होगी, उसके लिए सारी दुनिया उसका कुटुंब होगी। यू नो, कुटुंब जो है, आप तो अभी उम्र आपकी कम है, लेकिन आपके माता पिता जी को कुटुंब का पता ज़्यादा है। कुटुंब में क्या होगा? बच्चे भी हैं, रिश्तेदार भी हैं, परिवार के ऊपर वाले भी हैं, नीचे वाले भी हैं। मतलब जैसे आपकी उंगली है ना, छोटी बड़ी मोटी नाटी, तरह तरह के लोग हैं। यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ एवरीवन। कुछ समय पहले आदरणीय दीप्ति जी बता रही थी अपने माता पिता के बारे में, जिनकी उम्र जो है 90+ है। ध्यान दीजिएगा, अब उनके साथ इनको जीना एक अर्थ रखता है। She has to respond to their needs in a different way than the people who are younger. तो कुटुंब का, मैं इसकी बात इधर ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूं कि कुटुंब का मतलब ये नहीं कि कुटुंब के सारे मेंबर बराबर हो गए, उन सबकी नीड अलग अलग होगी, उनकी ज़रूरतें अलग अलग होंगी। कुटुंब होने के लिए दिल चाहिए, बड़प्पन चाहिए, उदारता चाहिए, देन ओनली यू विल बी एबल टू रिस्पॉन्ड टू अदर्स। एंड अगेन यू नीड टू ट्रांसेंड योर ईगो। घर में अभी भी होता है कि जो गृहिणी होती है वो सबसे अंत में खाती है और कुछ कम में ही काम उसका चल जाता है। ये नहीं कि पहले अपना खा ले और फिर तब दूसरों को खिलाती है। आपकी मम्मी वैसा ही करती है। तो द चैलेंज इज हाउ टू क्रॉस द ईगो बाउंड्रीज, बिकॉज दैट इज वेरी सिंपल। वो उसको मेंटेन करना, उस बाउंड्री को बनाए रखना तो बड़ा आसान काम है। डिफरेंसेस को बनाए रखना बड़ा आसान काम है। आप भक्ति में या शंकराचार्य और विवेकानंद जो हैं, जो कहते हैं यू हैव टू ट्रांसेंड, मतलब अपनी सीमाओं को तोड़ो। परम ब्रह्म जो है, अगर आइडिया ही आप लीजिए, हम ये नहीं कहते कि आप बन जाओ सन्यासी, लेकिन अगर शंकराचार्य कहते हैं क्या, सर्वम खल विदम ब्रह्मा, कि जो कुछ है वो सब ब्रह्म है। कितनी बड़ी इंक्लूसिवनेस की ये आइडिया है। और इसका कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि यू विल नॉट डिस्क्रिमिनेट, फॉर दैट पर्सन एवरीथिंग इज सिमिलर। उसके लिए मिट्टी और सोना दोनों बराबर होता है। दे डोंट बॉदर अबाउट इट, दे डोंट डिस्क्रिमिनेट, दे डोंट हैव प्रेजुडिस। तो इंक्लूसिवनेस की शर्त ये होगी कि आप में प्रेजुडिस ना हो, आप अपनी बाउंड्रीज में घेरे ना हो, आप सेल्फ और अदर में फर्क ना करें। आज हमारी मुश्किल यही हो गई है कि हम सेल्फ को बड़ा और अदर को छोटा। दूसरा अगर है, दूसरा होने का मतलब है कि वो बकवास है, वो खराब है, वो बुरा है। एंड इफ यू क्रॉस दिस बाउंड्री, तो जो जितना ही बड़ा होता है वह उतना ही सबको साथ लेकर के चल पाता है। और जब उसने कह दिया सर्वम खल विदम ब्रह्मा, कि सब कुछ ब्रह्म ही है, इसका मतलब वो 100% हर आदमी एक जैसा है। इसके लिए बड़ी हिम्मत चाहिए, अंदर से बड़ी ताकत चाहिए, तब आप इस स्तर पर पहुंच पाएंगे जहां पर सबको एक आंख से देख सकें, एक नज़र से आप देख सकें, जहां पर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ना हो, भेदभाव ना हो। तभी ये संभव होगा जब आप अपने ईगो बाउंड्रीज को कम करेंगे। तो ईगो बाउंड्रीज को कम करना इंक्लूसिवनेस की ज़रूरत है। इंक्लूसिवनेस तब तक नहीं आएगी जब तक आप ईगो बाउंड्रीज को समाप्त नहीं करेंगे। यू नीड टू ट्रांसेंड दोज ईगो बाउंड्रीज, द टू आर इंटरकनेक्टेड। यू नीड टू रियलाइज कि ये जो डाइवर्सिटी, तभी तो शंकराचार्य ने कहा अरे ये जो डाइवर्सिटी दिखाई दे रही है ये तो आँखों का भ्रम है, इट्स इल्यूजन, बेसिकली यू आर द सेम। तो आदमी की आदमियत, इंसान की इंसानियत जो पहचान पाता है वो भेद नहीं करेगा। और जो ऊपर कि ये मोटा है, ये पतला है, ये नाटा है, ये खोटा है, ये सारा भेद करना जो है वो लोअर लेवल का जो इवोल्यूशन आपकी मेंटल, आपकी विजडम की, आपके ज्ञान की जो विकास की धारा है, उसमें आप निचले स्तर के हैं अगर यह भेदभाव आप करते हैं। एज यू ग्रो, वैसे भी आपके पापा को अपनी कई इच्छाओं को मार करके आपकी इच्छाओं को पूरा करना पड़ता है। यू हैव टू बी ब्रॉड। छोटे छोटे आप चीज़ों में हर जगह देखिए, आपका छोटा भाई अच्छा चलो तू खा ले, हम नहीं खाएंगे। यू नीड टू शो दिस ग्रेटनेस। तो मित्रों, मेरे प्यारे दोस्तों, आज इस संसार को इसकी ज़रूरत है टू गेट रिड ऑफ दीज apparent diversities which are not true, because this world is very temporary. इस दुनिया में ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है जो कि परमानेंट हो। दिमाग खराब हो जाता है सोचते हैं तो। ये सोचना कि हम मर जाएंगे कितना मुश्किल काम है। नहीं, कोई मरना चाहता है और सबको पता है कि मरना पक्का है। तो ये याद रखते हुए अगर हम जिए तो बड़ा अच्छा है। मुझे एक श्लोक याद आ रहा है, मैं सुनाऊंगा उसको। वो श्लोक कुछ इस तरह से है, विद्या मरवत प्राज्ञ क्या है, अजरा मरवत प्राज्ञ विद्या मर्थम च चिंतयेत। आदमी को यह सोच करके कि मैं कभी बूढ़ा नहीं होऊंगा, मैं अमर रहूंगा, ये सोच करके अजरा मरवत, अजर और अमर मानते हुए विद्यामर्थं च चिंतयेत, आपके लिए है विद्या की प्राप्ति करने की कोशिश करना, ज्ञान प्राप्त करने की कोशिश करना। और अर्थ मतलब संपदा भी आप लीजिए। दूसरी लाइन बड़ी जबरदस्त है, गृहीत व केशेषु मृत्युना धर्ममाचरेत, कि मौत, मृत्यु आपके बाल अपने मुट्ठी में पकड़े हुए है, ये सोच करके धर्म का आचरण करो। कहने का माने ये कि धर्म की परिधि में रख करके विद्या और अर्थ के लिए खूब परिश्रम करो। लेकिन धर्म जो है वह परिधि है, और धर्म का अर्थ पूजा पाठ नहीं है। धर्म का अर्थ है जो जीवन की रक्षा कर सके, जो जीवन को धारण कर सके। इसीलिए अहिंसा को धर्म कहा गया, अहिंसा परमो धर्मा। ये सारे प्रश्न जो हैं वो हमको व्यापक बनाते हैं। तो मित्रों, वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम ये हमारे लिए एक पुकार है, एक आवाज़ है जो नई नहीं है, पुरानी है, हमको याद दिलाने के लिए है. इट्स रिमाइंडर इन ऑर्डर टू बिकम कंप्लीट ह्यूमन बीइंग. पूर्ण मनुष्य होने के लिए ये ज़रूरी है कि हम अपनी सीमाओं को, अपनी लिमिटेशंस को देखें, पहचानें और ये माने कि हम यही नहीं हैं, हमारी सत्ता व्यापक है और हमको उससे कनेक्ट करना चाहिए. और जितनी व्यापक आपकी सत्ता होगी, आपका समाज है, परिवार है, देश है और मनुष्यता है, उतने ही बड़प्पन आप में होगी. और मैं समझता हूँ आज जो चर्चा हुई है भाषा की दृष्टि से, शिक्षा की दृष्टि से, संगीत की दृष्टि से, आपको वह राह दिखाई गई है कि कैसे आप ट्रांसेंड कर सकते हो लिमिटेशंस को. लिमिटेशंस आर देयर, दे आर अपरेंट, बट you need to grow, you need to transcend them, only then there will be inclusivity. मैं इन शब्दों के साथ इस महाविद्यालय को, भारतीय विद्या भवन को, राजेश जी को, प्रोफेसर गीतिका को, सबको हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ. मैं आशा करता हूँ कि आज जो विचार हुआ है उनमें से कुछ ज़रूर आप चुराएंगे अपने लिए और मन में रखेंगे और ज़िंदगी में उतारेंगे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Sir, you gave us striking thoughts which will definitely help us to incorporate inclusivity not just on the surface level but in our hearts as well. Thank you. Now, I request Dr. Shalini Gupta, HOD, B.Ed, BLMCE to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks for this enriching, insightful inaugural address. I pay my deepest gratitude to Professor Girishwar Mishra for sharing his insights and making this session a learning experience for everyone. Sir, you enlightened us with the meaning of Vedic prayer that we have been doing in Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. You explained the concept of inclusivity and diversity in a very meaningful way. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Professor Pankaj Arora, he is not here, to enlighten us with the real meaning of diversity and taught us to embrace it in a very interesting manner. Sir also gave us new direction to look at NEP 2020. We are grateful to Professor Deepti Bhalla for taking out her time from her busy schedule to enlighten us with Indian performing arts and inclusivity in all art forms. My heartful gratitude to Professor Vasudhaiva for giving his time and insights. Sir, you familiarized us with the multilingual, multicultural, multireligious philosophy of Bharat. My deepest gratitude goes to Dr. Shashi Bala for her gracious presence. Thank you, ma'am. I, on behalf of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan family, convey my deepest regards and hearty gratitude to our Honorable Registrar, Shri Rajesh Mishra, for his guidance and support. I'm also thankful to our Deputy Registrar, he's not here right now, Shri Vijay Bharadwaj, for his gracious presence. I would also like to thank Dr. Gitika Datta for her constant guidance that radiated a source of energy within all. I'm thankful to Shri Pushpendra Sharma for his help and support. I would like to thank all the dignitaries, faculty members, administrative staff, non-teaching staff members who always stand by us. at the last, I would like to thank all our students for making this session a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Just one announcement. This program is being live streamed on YouTube. So all of you are requested to watch it on YouTube as well, and you can communicate this to your family members also. They can also watch it on YouTube. Thank you. Also, now I request all of you to kindly proceed for lunch, and then please go to the respective venues for the technical sessions. There will be 3 technical sessions, and the venues are as follows: Munshi Memorial Hall, which is this hall itself, then room number 102, which is on the first floor, and then room number 201, which is on the second floor. Thank you. All the best.
Before we start our technical session, we would like to provide some essential guidelines. Each participant is requested to adhere to the presentation time limit of 5 minutes for their respective papers. And we kindly ask all the participants to ensure that their presentation is uploaded in advance as per the instructions provided. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College and Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education, I, Mehek Sharma,
And I, Sadia Siddiqui,
students of B.Ed first year, feel privileged to welcome our distinguished dignitaries, teachers and participants to one-day national conference where we are celebrating diversity and embracing inclusion, realizing the ideals of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. Today, we come together to celebrate the beautiful mosaic of diversity that exists within our society. We believe that embracing inclusion is not just a moral imperative but a strategic necessity for progress and harmony. The philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam reminds us that the entire world is one family. And through this conference, we aim to explore how we can manifest this ideal in our daily lives.
On this note, I quote in the words of Mahatma Gandhi, "No culture can live if it attempts to be exclusive," unquote. Inclusivity, thus, can be understood as a measure of culture that enables diversity to thrive. The word itself indicates including or containing anything. It would further encapsulate embracing all people at a broader level, irrespective of gender, language, class, food habits, dressing patterns, sexual orientations, nationality, disability, and other conditions. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Shalini Gupta, HOD, B.Ed, to welcome and felicitate our esteemed chairperson for this technical session, Dr. Vandana Sabharwal Ghai. Thank you, ma'am.
It is now time to delve into the technical sessions of this conference, and we would like to invite our participants to present their papers. We appreciate the efforts and contributions of all the participants and look forward for their enlightening presentations. Introduction.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before starting the session, I would like to introduce our esteemed chairperson to everyone. Ma'am, I really feel delighted to introduce you today as a chairperson, Dr. Vandana Ghai. Dr. Vandana Ghai is Associate Professor at Shyama Prasad Mukherjee College, Delhi University. She has been teaching from last 23 years. She has been teaching B.Ed, M.Ed and BLEd classes. She has been taking those classes, and she has presented many papers in national and international journals. She has been a resource person for various workshops in schools and colleges, and she has been a member of curriculum preparation and review at Delhi University. Ma'am, we welcome you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. To begin with, I would like to invite Mr. Anirudh, Assistant Professor, BVBC, to present titled Understanding Indian Theories of Meaning on Metaphors, Analysis of the Translations of Faiz Ahmed Faiz Poems.
So good afternoon everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me here, but because I have to chair the session, so I had to stand up and tell you about certain points. First of all, we have very limited time. You know that we are already getting late. So I think 5 minutes each candidate will get. It's not my fault, so please do not think that I am not allowing you to speak. 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, if you will continue, I'll give you some hint that you have to stop because you have your valedictory session also. Another thing, if you have, anybody has any question related to the speaker's topic, please reserve it till the end. Okay? Because if we'll asking the questions in between, we'll drag up this paper presentation. And thirdly, very important thing, as Shalini ma'am introduced me, my professional introduction was there, working in Delhi University, etc., etc. I want to give you my own introduction in a different way. You know, when I did my B.Ed in 1992 from Delhi University, in 93 I started teaching in Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan at that time. So I taught there from 93 to 99, and then from this school only I entered into the teacher educator program. So I'm really glad that I'm once again back to my school where I actually started teaching my career. So I am a part of this Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, nothing new. I am not feeling I'm an outsider. And you really feel very good connected to that place जहाँ से आपने अपना teaching career शुरू किया. So just wanted to give this introduction. बाकी सब professional duties, professional degrees हैं. They hardly matter. Okay? So thank you and so sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Hope I'm audible to all of you. Yeah, people in the back. Hi Shri, am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Geetika Datta, and our HOD, and Dr. Shalini Gupta, for providing me this opportunity to present the paper in front of all of you. This seminar, was about the inclusivity or inclusiveness, and we have witnessed, the talks, enlightening talks from many distinguished speakers. My paper here, this paper talks about two aspects of inclusiveness. One, it's about including the Indian theories of philosophy to talk about a text, which is something rare in the sense that we are very, very much trained to use the Western theories to kind of analyze the text. Especially when I say metaphors, we immediately go back to John Donne, or maybe Aristotle to talk about. But way before all of these people, the Indian philosophers like Gautama, like Maralibhatta, and all these people that they have been talking about, they have been having deliberations on metaphors from way before. So this is one aspect, to include the Indian theories of knowledge to talk about the text. And the second, this is important, I feel, it's about including the culture of dialogue. What I mean by including the culture of dialogue is that, especially in today's time, that we are losing the space for dissent. So when we are losing the space for dissent, so we need to go back to the past, and then how the schools of thought interacted with each other. For example, we had so many schools of thought, from Charvaka to Advaita to Vishishtadvaita. So all of these interacted with each other. So on this note, that by saying that we need to include, and we need to go back to these theories and to learn a lot from these theories and the philosophical schools. On this note, that I would like to start my presentation. My topic: understanding Indian theories of meaning on metaphors, analysis of translation of Faiz Ahmad Faiz poems. Most of the times, poetry do not convey in the language which gives primary meaning. But surely there is a relationship between primary meaning and the actual referent of the word. Poems of Faiz Ahmad Faiz is no different from that. Here, metaphorical meaning looks more powerful than the actual meaning of the words. It's interesting to look at how metaphors act as a powerful device, although metaphors look vague and unclear. One reason could be that we can interpret metaphors from different ways. For each individual, metaphors give a space to look at it in their own ways. Even though there are many works written on metaphors in Western philosophy, I'm interested to look at the thoughts of Indian philosophical theories on metaphors. I'm going to look at the translations of Faiz Ahmad Faiz poems to Kannada. Since the construction of meanings took place in Kannada, even the translator has produced meanings. It's an attempt to analyze the poems of Faiz in the context of Indian theories of meaning on metaphors. The first poem I've chosen is, in Kannada it has been translated as Ceremonial Undu Belagu. In English it is called the prison morning, and in Urdu it is called Zindan Ki Ek Subah. The poem starts with the line, "When moon comes near the pillow and said, 'Wake up, it's morning,' there was still some darkness left." Here everyone knows that the primary meaning is not conveyed directly because moon cannot come near the pillow. Poet implies the primary meaning through relation which we call it lakshana or upachara. We see the contradiction in the line itself because the moon itself represents dark. I'm interested in the representation of moon in this line. Here, as later Alankarikas observe, it is the sanction of a definite motive justifying the transfer. Will be applicable only because motive of the representation of moon in the line is dependent on the contextual factors. One of the qualities of the moon is that it represents night, and night represents dark. Also, pillow in the line represents the object which is nearby to the person who is sleeping. Metaphorically, poet is suggesting that moon can be clearly seen by the person. Here, moon which says, "Wake up, it's morning," suggests that even darkness gives hope. In the Buddhist school of thought, primary and actual reference will be judged based on the degree of intimacy between them. Lakshita Lakshana is one of the lakshanas, and this occurs when the relation between primary and actual reference is not direct. For example, in the poem, moon is not directly conveyed its quality, rather moon represents night and night represents dark. This indirect transfer leads to form Lakshita Lakshana. Use of metaphors implies poet's complex understanding of the situation. So through metaphors, the line gives us different interpretations, but everything refers back to the primary meaning of word. In the second stanza of the poem, poet writes, this is the translation that I'm reading, "Chandrana kayinda udrutve ondonde tare tavareya pakalegalu." Roughly it can be translated as pieces of star lotuses falling from the hands of the moon. Star and lotus are very different objects which has its own qualities and peculiarities. According to a theory of Gaunirutti, which suggests that lotus and star have similar qualities such as beauty and brightness which are associated with them. So to symbolize these two characters, poet might have used both lotus and star simultaneously. Shabara, Indian philosopher, rejects this view and say that an aggregate cannot refer to one part separately. Because as Kumarlibhatta says, the term 100 cannot refer to 50 even though latter is the part of the total aggregate. According to Mimamsikas, the primary meaning of a word is universal and not actions or qualities. Their view is that there is always the existence of similar qualities between primary and actual reference. All the words are somewhere related to its primary meaning. We can observe that even in the poems of Aes here. The above metaphors which I have chosen are star lotus, but also having a secondary significance to it, which is its qualities. According to Mimamsikas, the primary meanings which they convey are the objects themselves. And the secondary meanings are those qualities in which convey when we read those words and we understand it in a specific context. In the fourth stanza of the poem, poet writes, again this is the translation in Kannada, Kitaki daba 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 taleya chechikondide. It can be roughly translated as the window is shattering its head, daba daba daba. Here daba 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 is a sound expression which symbolizes fiery noise. By analyzing the context, it is clear that the poet is talking about the incident which is fear-provoking. Here I'm interested in the use of metaphor, window and head together. Gautama enumerates with examples of relation between primary reference and actual reference in the Nyaya Sutras, and one of the relations is association. In the lines that we are analyzing, window is referring to the head. Here, poet tries to form a relationship between window and head. One reason could be that when we refer to an object, to the human organ, the intensity increases. Even if poet would have referred only window, it was difficult for the poet to say what he intended to. Let us look at this line. Here, poet refers window to head because poet wants to express the feeling of shock. If poet refers to an object, people who read this poem could not relate to the window's noise to their life experience. In this sense, it would become an outside object. In this line, he referred window to head because people can directly relate it to their life experiences. They can feel the intensity of someone banging their head in front of the wall than window which makes its noise. So here, association of noise of the window to the banging of a person's head has this relation which symbolizes frightening. This is similar to what Gautama gives as example when he talks about his relation to Nyaya Sutra. For association, he gives an example of yastikam bojaya, which means feed the stick. Here, stick refers to a Brahmin. The above reference of window to the head also depends on the contextual factors. As Alangarikas observe, three essential conditions which are necessary in Lakshana, and one of it is definite motive justifying the transfer. This works even in the above example. I think I already got a chat, so I don't think that I can proceed any further. But I would like to conclude. That in the essay that I chose the poems to analyze in the context of metaphors, I found some of the interesting metaphors in all the poems that I analyzed, in all the poems, and analyzed those metaphorical words and phrases in relation to the Indian theories of meaning. This essay was an attempt to understanding these poems by analyzing the metaphors involved in the poem. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Anirudh, for the invaluable learnings you provided in the session. Now, I kindly request Ms. Bhavna Sharma, Assistant Professor, BLMCE, to present her paper on Constitutional and Educational Reforms on Educationally Marginalized Section of India.
I can really understand that you are not so hard to write these papers, and it's unfair to give you only 5 to 7 minutes to express yourself. But I don't know, it's not our fault, it's not anybody's fault, but you know, I thought it's nobody's fault. Actually, the first session was so interesting, so sorry, but then we have...
कोई नहीं मैम, कोई इशू नहीं है.
Next, you guys.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Bhavna Sharma, Assistant Professor at BLMCE, would like to present my topic in front of you, that is Constitutional and Educational Reforms on Educationally Marginalized Section of India. Here, with this topic, I would like to present the objectives that are dealing with what we need to know by the term marginalization, educational marginalization, and how we need to empower them, and what kind of types of areas that we need to tackle in this world to bring the concept of inclusion. Other than that, we will target the concept of what kind of constitutional and educational reforms that are being taken initiatives in this field. And at the last, as a teacher, as a student, as a person or as a citizen, what kind of reforms or initiatives we can do in our classroom practices and daily activities to bring the empowerment in the society. Here, the first word, that is the marginalization, means the blocking of the rights of individual or the group on the basis of their resources and opportunities. Such kind of blocking of rights will be done on the basis of social, economic, on their religion, place of birth, gender, and on the individual basis as well. When we talk about the concept in educational terms, we need to know how we are educationally depriving them from their own academic and social benefits, and it will lead towards the development of educational poverty. This term, educational poverty, means the less enrollment ratio, and it will lead towards the ill effects on the retention rate and the increase in dropout rates. Further, there are different areas in which such kind of marginalization are being happening. For example, on the basis of religion, on the basis of caste, on the basis of gender, on the basis of place of birth, on the basis of language. There are many more areas on the basis of which such kind of marginalization are being happening. First, we need to know about the language-based exclusion. As we know, our Indian Constitution is discussing about the concept in Section 8 of our Constitution about the 21 languages that are being listed. But still, क्या सिर्फ वही languages हैं? नहीं. There are more than 30 languages that are being spoken in India, but still, जब हम उनके बारे में बात करते हैं तो कई सारी ऐसी languages हैं जो deprived रह जाती हैं. उन्हीं में से एक language है टोबो, जो अभी कुछ टाइम से हमारे काफ़ी न्यूज़पेपर्स में भी ज़्यादा डिबेट में रही है. रीज़न ये है कि उसके जो बोलने वाले स्पीकर्स हैं वो कम होते जा रहे हैं, एंड दे आर बीइंग क्वेश्चनिंग कि अब जो न्यू जनरेशन आ रही है वो उस लैंग्वेज को पढ़ना नहीं चाह रही है, वो पॉपुलर लैंग्वेजेस को पढ़ना चाह रही है, तो कैसे वो लैंग्वेज बची रहेगी या फिर एक्सटिंक्ट हो जाएगी? इसका क्वेश्चन अभी तक हम उनके लोगों के माइंड के अंदर है. तो जो ऐसे लोग हैं, और ऐसा ही नहीं कि जो उस 21 लैंग्वेजेस में लिस्टेड है उनको बहुत प्रिविलेज मिल रही है. नो, they are still facing the exclusion on the ground of popular language and the less popular language. They are facing the discrimination on the ground of उनको रिसोर्सेज कम मिलते हैं, टीचर्स कम मिलते हैं. अगर आगे लैंग्वेज में पढ़ने जाएं तो उनको प्रिविलेजेस कम मिलती हैं, डेफिनेटली आगे जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ कम मिलती हैं. अदर देन दैट वी हैव द एक्सक्लूजन्स ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ जेंडर, और ये सिर्फ लड़कियों के साथ नहीं, थर्ड जेंडर के साथ नहीं, लड़कों के साथ भी हो रहा होता है. अगर हम क्लासरूम में लड़कियों को अलग बैठा रहे हैं, उन दोनों को इक्वालिटी का कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं सिखा रहे हैं, तो सोशल लर्निंग दोनों की इल इफेक्ट हो रही है, लड़कियों की भी, लड़कों की भी, एंड थर्ड जेंडर की भी. तो डेफिनेटली जब इस तरीके के जेंडर इल इफेक्ट्स हम अपने एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन में फॉलो करते हैं तो उसके एक इम्पैक्ट हमारी सोसाइटी के ऊपर पड़ता है. फर्स्ट, सोशल लर्निंग के ऊपर. सेकंड, उनके मेंटल इम्पैक्ट के ऊपर, उनके एकेडमिक ग्रेड्स के ऊपर. एंड अदर देन दैट वी कैन से उनकी एक नेगेटिव इमेज हमारी बिल्ड होने लगती है, जिसको बच्चे समझ नहीं पा रहे होते हैं कि कैसे उसको दूर किया जा सकता है. There are some examples of it. First जो example है that are dealing with the reader's block, जो कि टोबो लैंग्वेज के बारे में बता रहा था कि किस तरीके से वो लैंग्वेज एक्सटेंशन की ओर जा रही है. एंड सेकेंड इज द तमिलनाडु का केस है, जो कि डिस्कस कर रहा है कि किस तरीके से हमारे लैंग्वेज बैरियर्स डेवलप हो रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट वी हैव द 3 other kinds of discrimination on the basis of religion, mainstream culture versus द अदर कल्चर, जहाँ पर बात हो रही होती है कि जो पॉपुलर एरियाज़ हैं, सिटी कल्चर है, वहाँ पर तो टीचर्स को और स्टूडेंट्स को रिसोर्सेज, फैसिलिटीज़ सब मिल जाती है, नॉलेज मिल जाती है, इक्विप टीचर्स, नॉलेजेबल टीचर्स मिल जाते हैं. बट जो फार फ्लज एरिया है वहाँ पर वो सब चीज़ें नहीं मिल रही होती है. कास्ट एंड क्लास बेस्ड एक्सक्लूजन, उनके साथ फिजिकल एंड मेंटल हैरासमेंट होती है, और कई सारे प्रॉब्लम्स उन लोगों को फेस करने पड़ते हैं. जब हम इसी चीज़ को फर्दर देखते हैं तो कई सारे हमारे पास में एग्जांपल्स आते हैं, जैसे कि आपके सामने है, अगर टीचर्स ही स्कूल के अंदर डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी प्रैक्टिसेस कर रहे हो तो बच्चों पे क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा, उसका ये जस्ट एक सामने आपके एग्जांपल है. अदर देन दैट देयर इज एग्जांपल ऑफ कैपिटलेशन फी का 25% रिजर्व कोटा तो दे दिया, लेकिन व्हाट अबाउट अदर थिंग्स, वो अभी तक टारगेट नहीं किया गया है, जिसको एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे आपके सामने रखा गया है. दे आर सम रिसर्चेस, ऐसा नहीं है कि ये कभी पहले होता था और आज नहीं है. दे आर द रिसेंट रिसर्चेस दैट आर बीइंग डन ऑन दिस एरिया ओनली, जिसके अंदर एज सरकार ने पाया था कि डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी प्रैक्टिसेस क्लासरूम से ही शुरू हो जाती हैं. जब हम उनके सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट को चेंज करते हैं, जब हम बोलते हैं कि वर्कलोड, लड़कियां तो डेकोरेशन का काम करेंगी और लड़के नहीं करेंगे, लड़कों को हम हैवी वर्क का काम देंगे, तो इस तरीके की डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी प्रैक्टिसेस हमारी सोसाइटी के अंदर चीज़ों को बढ़ा रही होती हैं. कास्ट बेस्ड भी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हमारी सोसाइटी में हो रहा है एंड कोटा बेस्ड डिस्क्रिमिनेशन भी हो रहा है. उसका एक बड़ा रीज़न महाराष्ट्र में सामने आया था, जिसके अंदर सामने था कि जब गवर्नमेंट ने पिछले 1 साल के फंड्स रिलीज़ नहीं किए स्कूल्स के लिए, तो महाराष्ट्र में कई स्कूल्स हैं जिन्होंने उन बच्चों को एडमिशन देने से ही मना कर दिया जो कि इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन के थे. तो ऐसे कई सारे केसेस हमारे सामने आ रहे हैं जो कि इन रिसर्चेस के अंदर सामने रखे गए हैं. डेफिनेटली ऐसा नहीं है कि इन चीज़ों के लिए आवाज़ नहीं उठाई गई थी और इन चीज़ों के लिए डेवलपमेंट की बात नहीं की गई है. कई सारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट्स हैं जो इसके लिए वर्क कर रहे हैं, लाइक अवर फंडामेंटल राइट्स, वी आर इक्वल बिफोर लॉ, we have a right to freedom and we need to live our life with a dignity. रिलीजन का, कल्चर का राइट है और अगर इन सब का उल्लंघन किया जाए तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल रेमेडी का भी राइट है. आर्टिकल 21A हमें राइट टू एजुकेशन दे रहा है. हमें रिलीजन को, कल्चर को, इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन को फॉलो करने के लिए कई सारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ही हमें राइट्स प्रोवाइड कर रहा है. लेकिन सिर्फ यही राइट्स नहीं है, हमारे गवर्नमेंट ने कई सारे इनिशिएटिव्स भी लिए हैं फ्रॉम द NEP 1986, POA 1992 एंड अब NEP 2020 से लेकर, जो आपके सामने है एक चेन के तौर पर, जो कि फाइनली हमारा रिजल्ट कर रहा है फीमेल्स सेक्शन को डेवलप करने के लिए, ताकि सब लोगों को एजुकेशन एक इक्वली इंक्लूसिव मैनर में मिल सके, जिसके अंदर CWSN लर्नर, सभी बच्चों को हम उनकी कमी के आधार पर नहीं, उनके प्रिविलेजेस और उनके इनबॉर्न कैपेबिलिटीज़ के आधार पर देखने की बात कर रहे हैं. कई सारे इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जो कि हम क्लासरूम के अंदर इसके अंदर लेने चाहिए और हमें फॉलो करने चाहिए, जैसे कि इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम सेटअप है, कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग, एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग. ओके, जस्ट मैं लास्ट के अंदर आपको 3 एग्जांपल्स शो कर रही हूँ, बल्कि एक ही एग्जांपल शो कर देती हूँ, दैट इज़ एनफ. ये गोवा का है, सत्तारी स्टेट का, जहाँ पर टीचर्स कोरोना टाइम के अंदर, हम सबको पता है, हम सबके पास इंटरनेट पैक थे, हम सब उससे पढ़ रहे थे. लेकिन इंक्लूसिव सेटअप यानी टीचर्स का माइंड ब्रॉडन इतना हो चुका है कि जब वो बच्चे उन तक नहीं पहुंच पा रहे थे टेक्नोलॉजिकली इल होने के कारण, इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन के होने के कारण या फार फ्लज एरिया होने के कारण, तब टीचर्स उन तक घर पहुंच के पढ़ाया जा रहा था. तो दिस इज़ वन एग्जाम्पल जो कि एक प्रूफ कर रहा है कि येस, इंक्लूजन इज स्टार्टिंग कमिंग इन अवर सोसाइटी, बट हमें कुछ स्टेप्स लेने की ज़रूरत है. और जब हम इन स्टेप्स को फर्दर लेंगे तो डेफिनेटली हम एक फाइनल एक डेवलप सोसाइटी की ओर देख पाएंगे. और ये सब सिर्फ तब हो सकता है जब एज अ टीचर आप अपने क्लासरूम में इनिशिएटिव्स लेना शुरू करें. थैंक यू एंड हैव अ नाइस डे.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Bhavna. It was indeed insightful. It is our pleasure to invite Ms. Namrata Singh, PhD scholar from Jamia Millia Islamia, to deliver a presentation on the title Towards Inclusive Learning, Exploring Pre-Service Teachers' Conceptions in Science.
Thank you. Oh, I'll try like not to receive that warning chat. PPT. Good afternoon to all. My topic is basically exploring the pre-service conceptions in the science education basically, and how we can use the inclusive science teaching practices to address these alternative conception. First of all, I just take you to what are the alternative conception in science. Basically, we can say the misconception or alternative conception or paraconception, preconception. These are the different terminology given by the different scientists, psychologists, philosophers. Why these are alternative conception? Because they are not in the consonance with the accepted scientific concepts. That is called, these are the alternative conception. And for this study and how, what are the sources, or we can say how they can build in the student, it's basically we can say the epistemological belief, so many ontological categories and the interconnected way of the concepts in the student. So, and it is very resistant to change the concept of the student as well as we can say the adult also, right? We cannot bring change in the concept in a day or in just one day of teaching or in just one class. And if we'll talk about the inclusion in the science, so we can like go for like hands-on experience should be given, different teaching inclusive practices we should adopt in our classroom. Just coming to, and also our NCF is also focused what is this inclusive science teaching in our classroom. This is just one of the example. So I'm just running. Okay, so my research question, I have tried to identify what are the different types of alternative conception, and for this research I have just selected the topic of heat and thermodynamics in the science and how it can be addressed. But there are different views on the conceptual change given by the different scientists and the different psychologists. Like these are the some famous, we can see the changes suggested by the different scientists. Like D. Sisa has given like pre-prims, उन्होंने concept को बोला है, these all are the pre-prims that are the fragmented structure of our intuitive knowledge. And Hussein give like conceptual change and conceptual exchange. Like nobody will accept the concept as it is unless and until it is intangible, it is logical, and it can relate to the real life as given by the Posner. Again, it is again one of the conceptual view given by the scientist Susan Carey, that it is a novice expert shift, that the schema are different, the adult schema and the we can say the children's schema, how the concept difference in the opinion can be arise. And just coming again to the alternative conception by the reviewing the literature of the topic in heat and thermodynamics, like heat is a substance, heat and temperature are the same thing, heat and internal energy are the same, and there are some other misconception in the heat thermodynamics also. Why I have selected this topic? Because being a science educator, I have seen like my students are going to the different school, they themselves have their alternative conception and they are transferring to the next you can say the other student. So first of all there is need to clarify their concept at this early stage. So there is need to address these alternative conceptions. I have done this study with my students. For this I have prepared some of the modules, and we can see that my research design goes in the 4 phases. First is the prior interventional, in which I have collected the data through a questionnaire, and that in the pre-interventional I'll just make the module, and in the interventional I've implemented the module, and assessment is done in the post-interventional phase. Okay, my modules are on the basis of all these strategies, or we can say the different inclusive strategies, like using analogy, cognitive conflict ideas, interactive lecture demonstration, predict, observe, explain, ICT, and cognitive conflict based instruction. So modules are developed on these ideas. These all are the samples and the finding, and just you can see that before implementing the module, what are their conception, and after implementing the modules, I have tried to address, and I've tried some of the conception were addressed at this stage. So just coming back, these are just the sample of the question which are in my module. Coming just to the conclusion at the end. these are the how we can demonstrate first law of the thermodynamics in the class, and I've used ICT also to explain the different concept in the science also. So it has been found that modules were, you can say, address the conceptual alternative concepts of the student at this stage, and some of the concepts were actually addressed and it has been modified. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Namrata, for throwing light on misconceptions or alternative conceptions in the science classroom.
Thank you, ma'am.
How you can address inclusion through your teaching strategies in school teaching in science classroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Namrata, for this highly informative session. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Renu, Assistant Professor BBBC, to present her paper titled Role of Culture for Sustainable Development.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today my topic is green energy market development in BRICS countries. The study examined the development and implication of green energy market in BRIC nation, namely Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, and the impact on BRIC nation economic growth. To do so, the BRIC nation countries are applying a range of policies to increase the use of electricity from renewable energy resources. To identify the policy, research and development and the market implication of green energy, the BRIC countries are using to bring to the light of the issue of sustainable development. BRIC nations are a group of 5 significant development countries: Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, will together count the over 40% of the world population and 25% of the global GDP. BRIC countries have a profile among the developed nations because they have a sustained rapid economic growth and the sustainable development over a long period of time. However, the countries are developing to take the lead in the field of sustainability and renewable energy. BRIC countries are part of UNDP Sustainable Development Goal. Sustainable Development Goal is also a global goal which adopted by all the member countries of United Nations in 2015 as an agenda of 2030 to achieve the sustainability in the world. Out of these 17 goals, Goal 7 is clean energy and renewable energy, which is the key to the growth of any nation. It helps in the development of agriculture, industrial and the service sector. The Paris Agreement, in a lead of building international treaty of the climate change, is adopted in 196 countries, and India is also part of that agreement. As a part of agreement, Indian green energy sector is being to take off. It is important to look into the area and make proper part for the growth of the use of renewable energy. Total installation renewable capacity has more than doubled in the last 5 years from 20 to 100 gigawatt in year 2022. Various steps has taken by Indian government to develop green and clean energy. Some are the Pradhan Mantri's Bijli Har Ghar Yojana, Green Energy Corridor, National Solar Mission, Wind Energy Revolution, National Biofuel Policy and SETA, Unnat Jyoti by affordable LED lights, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, faster adoption and manufacturing of hydroelectricity vehicles. Indian Railway plans to go green, sustainable aviation. It's a fuel, energy efficiency and ecosystem for aircrafts and airport operations, smart cities, sustainable transportation, energy efficiency, clean cooking, industrial development with the help of green energy. Apart from India, Brazil, Russia and other countries are also working towards green and clean energy for the development and sustainability in the field of in economy and to develop their GDP and also further achieve the role of sustainable development in our world. So the basic conclusion of this study is the study examined the BRIC countries should focus on the policies which help the sustainability in their clean energy policy making. That is agriculture technology development with the help of green energy should be sustained and give facilities to tenure-old landowners for the agriculture and the machinery help in the field of green energy, and which help unemployed labor or the unskilled labor to do better in their work. As a BRIC nation required good land management and good water management, good energy management for the sustainable development of this world. And also not just the BRIC nation, they are helping other underdeveloped countries also to provide resources and other type of facilities for the development of green energy resources. So policymaker and environmentalists have to work more on this area for the long-term sustainable development and to use resources more effectively and efficiently for better economic resources and for better world. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Renu, for giving us understanding of these 5 countries and how you could link it to the SDG goals, that is Sustainable Development Goals. And I think it's very important for us, each one of us. Thank you so much for reminding us that we are a part and we have a role to play in achieving these 17 goals set by UN, SDG goals. And the timeline is 2040. So we need to really reflect that how each one of us can contribute in our own ways, in our own day-to-day life. Like switching off the lights, throw away the polythenes, use your own cotton bags when you are going to purchase your grocery or vegetables or milk packets, etc. Whatever we can do at our end, that is more important for us to understand and to reflect back. Am I actually contributing to achieve this or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renu, for such an impactful session. Now, we'll be having Ms. Ritika Israni, Assistant Professor, and Ms. Kriti Sachdeva, student of BVBC, to present their papers on Living on the Societal Edge, a comparative conceptual study of transgender realities and inclusivity. Okay. So Sakshi will be presenting the next. Her title is Inclusion of Economically Disadvantaged Children in Schools.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sakshi Vashisht, a B.Ed second year student from BLMCE. The title of the paper I am presenting today is Inclusion of Economically Disadvantaged Children in Schools. So, according to UNICEF, inclusion and equity are the foundations of quality education. In the Education 2030 report by UNICEF, it was stated that for achieving inclusion and quality education, equality is not enough. We need the concept of equity as well. So let me tell you the difference between equality and equity with a very common example. Suppose I have 3 children in front of me and there is a wall. All 3 of them want to see across that wall. So what did I do? I had 6 bricks and I distributed 2 bricks to each child so that those children can stand on those bricks and see across the wall. But this is equality, but with equality, I am neglecting the height difference between the children. One of the child is not that tall that 2 bricks will be enough. So what did I do? I provided that child with a ladder. And now he is at the same level like the other children, but the kind of opportunities and the kind of resources and the kind of support that the teacher has to provide is different. This is what equity is. And with equality and equity only, we can actually include economically disadvantaged children in schools. So now in front of you, there are 2 images that have been taken from the Global Education Monitoring Report by UNESCO. UNESCO described 10 myths that are related to education, out of which 2 myths actually relate to the education of economically disadvantaged children. So in myth 4, you can see that it is written that public education is equitable. That means public education is free. This is a myth because households often incur high education costs through hidden fees, out-of-pocket payments, and expenditure to compensate what public schools do not offer. And the second myth is regulations can address all concerns about non-state provisions. Here the non-state provisions basically means the private schools. So the government regulations can actually impose laws, but these regulations do not meaningfully address how to promote equity and quality. This is the reason why we need to think and work more towards the inclusion of economically disadvantaged children. The paper can actually be divided into 3 sections. The first section mentions the common problems that are faced by economically disadvantaged children in schools and out of schools as well. So here you can see 6 matrices that describes all the challenges, all the problems that have been faced by the economically disadvantaged children. These are very common problems, but these are the core problems that need to be solved from mindset only. Discrimination, demand of schools. By demand of schools, I mean the financial demand apart from the tuition fee. Unsupportive families, because most of the family members of the economically disadvantaged children are not themselves educated, which leads to the lack of emotional support and the posing of family responsibilities on those children. Language issues, the strict English speaking rules in schools make it very difficult for the economically disadvantaged children to adjust in that particular environment. Quality of education, there are many news reports that show the quality of education of government schools in rural areas of India, so that needs to be taken care of. And the last is first generation learners. The first generation learners with uneducated parents, they totally depend on the schools for their education. So it is important to address these problems. Now the major challenges to inclusive education of economically disadvantaged children. These are also the problems, but the problems mentioned before were actually somehow personal and social, but these 5 challenges are the major challenges that need to be addressed to include the economically disadvantaged children. From here, I would like to mention the first, that is mindset. So we actually need a mindset that sees everyone as humans, not as representatives of caste, religion, money, etc. And poverty, which is the major challenge for the inclusion of economically disadvantaged children, because education will always be considered as a secondary need until the primary needs like food and shelter is fulfilled. Another is child labor. It is sad that every 11th child in India is a part of the labor force. Thus, we have to remove them from the labor force so that they actually can be included in the education system. This is the last section of the paper that describes the strategies that can be adopted at the government level and the strategies that can be adopted at the school level. In this, due to crunch of time, I will like to describe only the strategies that can be adopted at school level because it is important for the teachers as well as the students. So school staff should have a strict monitoring over the ragging and bullying that these children face. They can also arrange donation drives, something, and then distribute to those children without unnecessarily tagging them. At last, I would say that schools are not only supposed to replicate good societal practices, but they are also meant to stand against the evil social practices. Schools are meant to bring a positive social change. A positive outlook and attitude costs nothing, but it could be a useful weapon to fight against discrimination and injustice. With this, I would end my presentation. Thank you for listening patiently. It's an honor for me to be sharing stage with my teachers. And at last, I would like to thank Shalini ma'am for guiding me throughout. Thank you so much.
Sakshi, thank you so much. And because we are in the profession of teaching, this topic is directly related to our day-to-day actions, day-to-day dealing in our classroom. And I would just like to say that this topic is so relevant for each one of us to understand whether you are a student of BA course or some other course, because you are students there. And the government has really taken steps, उसमें प्राइवेट स्कूल्स में EWS कोटा की रिजर्वेशन भी किया. सब बातें होने के बावजूद भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो पीछे छुप के उस ऑब्जेक्टिव को अचीव नहीं कर पा रही हैं. The students are being given admission to the schools, public schools. The teachers are also making efforts to accommodate them, to include them, the main objective of your conference today. But somehow, जो हमारा social interaction among the students है, उसमें भी वो बहुत isolate हो जाते हैं. सोचने की बात यह है हम सब के लिए कि इसमें कहाँ पे किसका कसूर है. मेंटालिटी तो है ही है, कोशिश भी सब चाहते हैं, पर ऐसा हो जाता है कि जिसको कहते हैं वेवलेंथ मिल जाती है तो वो नेचुरली कुछ ग्रुप्स बन जाते हैं. आप लोग भी अपने में नोटिस करेंगे, आपके जो फ्रेंड्स होंगे वो आपके टाइप के ही बनने की टेंडेंसी ज़्यादा है. द साइकोलॉजी सेज दिस. In spite of the efforts of other children, the teachers, the authorities, the government, still we have a long way to go. And because the topic is Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, we cannot have a family until and unless we have a heart-to-heart bonding with each other. So that's something which we need to reflect how we can achieve it. And thank you so much. We have to be patient because it's for all of us to take.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. And thank you, Ms. Sakshi, for that insightful session. We are halfway through our technical session, and I must say it's been a delightful learning experience so far. Now, can we have Ms. Ritika Israni, Assistant Professor, and Ms. Kirti Sachdeva, student BVBC, to present their paper on Living on the Societal Edge, a comparative conceptual study of transgender realities and inclusivity.
Thank you everyone. Also for the kind patience. It's been a little technical glitch that I was facing with my presentation. Hopefully it's up. Just want to change it. Okay. Okay. So my name is Ritika Israni. I'm assistant professor at Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College. And today I would like to reflect my views on a very prominent topic, that is living on the societal edge, a comparative conceptual study of the transgender realities and inclusivity. Now I would like to start my presentation with a quote. "This is mine, that is his. Say the small-minded, the wise, believe that the entire world is one family." This is a very popular ancient saying, Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, which means the world is one family. In every nation around the world, this truth has been preached, that love your fellow beings as yourselves, love human beings as yourselves. Because India also believes in this philosophy that one atom in this universe cannot move in solidarity or without dragging the whole world along with it. In spite of these old age preachings and value systems that India has, there is one community that are often being denied their basic rights, the transgenders, the third gender, a biologically different gender from male or female. I would like to reflect few points highlighting the Indian transgender community. In India, currently transgender community has a population of about 5 lakh till the data of February 2023. They are also known as hijras. They are named with different names given to them, that is intersex persons, transsexuals, transvestites. In India, there is a recognition, denial or deprivation of this gender. And they are forced to lead a life like a beast we have seen around the society that they are compelled to to make a living out of dancing or celebrating in our marriage occasions or childbirths, or the worst is they are put to prostitution and sex life. Stigmatization, social exclusion, and consequent banishment from the society makes this gender's life even more grueling. But literature suggests that they have a 4,000-year-old history in of the Indian transgender community. They have they known to play a renowned role in the epics like Ramayana, Mahabharata, and even in the Mughal emperor. They provided a lot of services to the army and even hold status in the army of Mughal emperor. They are also believed to be bestowed with special powers by Hindu god Ram, wherein they have the capacity to cast curses as well as carry out the ordinances during special occasions. Although every single transgender is very proud to hold this history as a badge of honor, but they're still deprived in the society that we're living into. The very word transgender is something which is demeaning for this community because they outcast them with this word. I would like to even highlight a phrase that really touched me while having a literature review, wherein Woodward wrote in his book that Understanding Identity, the name of the book was Understanding Identity, wherein he said very rightly that the world was ordered by gender divisions, with gender giving meaning to social divisions. Gender is related with the social divisions of class, race, disability, and sexuality. And this is how the transgender becomes the victim, because they are being identified distinctively due to their sexuality. These are some of the social security exclusions and the experiences of their exclusion in sports, and their omission in economic participation, wherein they are facing hurdles with the social welfare schemes. Now I would like to invite Ms. Kriti Sachdeva, the co-author of this paper. She's a BBA student in Department of Commerce and Management, and she'll be continuing further.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to reflect the key features of Transgender Protection Bill 2019. The Transgender Bill introduced in Lok Sabha on July 19, 2019. By the Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment. The definition of transgender under the bill is defined as the bill defines a person as one whose gender does not match the gender assigned at birth. We have witnessed various kinds of discrimination against the third gender. That are education, employment, healthcare, access to or enjoyment of goods, facilities, opportunities available to general public, right to movement, and furthermore listed. Now, talking of present, talking at the present, in March 2023, the Union government defined its guidelines on permanently prohibiting transgender community, female sex workers and gay men from donating blood, claiming the scientific evidence clearly shows that they are globally recognized as population groups with higher prevalence of HIV. In 2023, 4 years since the adoption of 2019 Act, the transgender women have yet to achieve the right to equality before the law and equal protection under the law. Here today, I would like to accept that India still has a long way to go before the long oppressed minority gender is finally considered equally. Even 4 years after Transgender Person Act of 2019, the ground reality has not changed by much. The transgender community continue to be marginalized and are frequently forced to conceal their gender identity in public. Now, I leave the audience with a question. whether or not the transgender are living on the societal edge. Thank you.
I have hardly to say anything after she posed the question. The law has given the bill, and we know that we are happy that they are given this apart, they are recognized and equal opportunities, same darja. But what is the ground reality? We really need to ask ourselves, because we are the ones who are a part of the society where we have to embrace these people with us in our family.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Ritika and Ms. Kriti. Moving on to the next presenter, I would like to invite Ms. Khwaish Nagar, BL student, to present her paper on educational inclusion.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Khwaish Nagar, B.Ed first year student, and today I am going to talk about educational inclusion. The diversity among the members of the groups in the society constitute the need to discuss inclusion as a philosophy, especially when talking about inclusive education. It is typical to expect each stratum of the society to have individual differences, abilities, choices, and capabilities. Although according to the principle of diversity, we should be accepting each and every individual as the same and expect the specially able as the society and not discriminate among groups. But the reality unfortunately falls to a completely different side, as our treatment of difference has worsened over the years and we keep carrying on the generational lessons taught to us. Over the years, inclusive education has seen a great shift and has evolved from considering inclusive education to be about children with special needs to including children with all kinds of intellectual, physical, and social backgrounds in the inclusive learning setting. Inclusion should be considered as an ongoing progression of growing the presence, contribution, and accomplishment of all children and young people in local schools. Despite the continuous efforts of authorities such as researchers, practitioners, and politicians in order to inculcate inclusive education and culture and practices, this vision seems to be challenging and faces a lot of hurdles. There are many reasons for this trouble: students' individual problems, disabilities, special needs, lack of diversity in teachers, and teaching methodologies. Now, this calls for an in-depth understanding of learning community, interaction systems, school community, as well as the relationship between children and between individual child and the teacher. So in this paper, I will be covering different social arenas which are pertinent to educational inclusion course. As per surveys conducted by the professional learning communities, it can be constructed that if all the stakeholders share collective responsibility for pupil learning and create conditions for pupils to feel the confidence to learn, we'll be able to incorporate an inclusive learning environment. INSCO in 1999 points out to organizational conditions, distributed leadership, high levels of staff and student involvement, joint planning, a commitment to inquiry, and so on, which promotes collaboration and promotes problem solving among staff, and which, he argues, produces a more inclusive response to diversity. Literature regarding International Journal of Inclusive Education 405 Multicultural Context also highlights similar processes of meaning making, such as openness to experiment and innovate, while resolving constantly emerging issues, focusing on the needs of individual child and giving teacher freedom to take the initiatives. During the past 2 decades, the inclusion movement has made significant progress in first, supporting the rights of children to have their special education needs identified and met through educational legislation, and the rights of individuals with disabilities to equal opportunities. Second, minimizing unjustified discrimination. And last, developing support facilities and services for individuals with special needs. Next, we come to classroom as a complex of interaction systems. Classrooms are complex social systems, and student-teacher relationships and interactions are also complex, multi-component systems. In classroom environment, complex and valuable communication takes place. The findings show that when dealing with students with special needs, teachers' willingness to adapt and change is necessary to ensure that teaching and learning process is carried out according to the abilities of those students. Next, relationship between teachers and the students. When it comes to the core duties and responsibilities of a teacher, providing an ideal learning environment plays a key role in order to enhance their academic and social development. Teachers can willingly bring a change in the class dynamics by implementing appropriate peer-led learning methodologies and strategies. Most studies regarding the effect of teacher on development of a student has been carried out into regular classrooms and not inclusive classrooms. Therefore, it is safe to say that the role of teacher and their responsibilities in an inclusive classroom will vary from regular classrooms, and hence separate research is required to understand the same. The last topic I'm going to cover is relationship among peers. Peer relations in a classroom play a huge role in one's mental and emotional development. If not handled sensitively, it can hamper a child's psychology. Research shows that students who face judgment by their peers tend to show high rates of stress and often low attendance and academic involvement. In a classroom, the behavior is controlled by the classroom environment and norms. If the behavior should be accepted as right or not completely lie in the hand of the teacher and their teaching practices. Hence, we can firmly say that the relationship between the teacher and the students play an important role in creating an accepted, open-minded and positive classroom environment. Thank you so much.
यहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं उन्होंने एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स में अपना जर्नी पूरा किया है और ये एजुकेशनल इंक्लूजन को सभी ने विटनेस किया हुआ बट आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर विद यू अ डिफरेंट पार्ट ऑफ द स्टोरी लाइक बीइंग इन दिस प्रोफेशन टीचर एजुकेटर आई आल्सो टीच स्टडीज विद स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ बीएड and BEd courses. Our students go to different schools and teach as many of you do. जब हम सुपरवाइज करने जाते हैं तो कभी कभी विटनेस करती हूँ बट do not take me wrong. Some teachers comment to some students कि तुम बड़े होके अपने पेरेंट्स की तरह सब्जी बेचना तुम्हारे वास्ते नहीं है पढ़ना. मैंने खुद देखा है और तब समझ में आता है कि हम जो ये बातें करते हैं एक्चुअली ये स्टेटमेंट्स स्टूडेंट की साइकी पे कितना असर करती हैं और जिसको कहते हैं ना लाइफ लॉन्ग इम्पैक्ट होना दोनों तरह से इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है पॉजिटिवली भी नेगेटिवली भी ज़्यादातर नेगेटिवली. तो एटलीस्ट ग्राउंड रियलिटी जब आप फील्ड में जाते हो तो आपको जो देखने को मिलती है तो लगता है कि इतने इतने पेपर लिखते हैं इतना इतना पढ़ते हैं इस कमरे के बाहर निकल के जाए फील्ड में तो पता चलता है कि करने की भी ज़रूरत है सिर्फ पढ़ने और लिखने की नहीं. तो आपसे शेयर सिर्फ इसलिए किया क्योंकि अब आपकी एक्चुअल जर्नी शुरू होगी सोसाइटी में. अभी तक तो पेरेंट्स ने पढ़ने भेजा है और तैयार किया है कि अब समाज में जाओ सोसाइटी में कंट्रीब्यूट करो. बट दीज आर द रियलिटीज वेयर यू हैव टू एक्चुअली वर्क and you have to face them. Think, study and prepare yourself to deal with them with as much as humanity as possible. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Khwahish, for this knowledgeable session. Now let's move on to our next presenter, Ms. Gauri, BEd student, to present her paper on silent plight of people with different abilities and the roadmap to uplift their status in society with special emphasis on NEP 2020.
A very pleasant afternoon to all present here. So my name is Gauri. So I will be presenting my paper. Right now even I am feeling little exclusive right now because I have to stand on my tiptoes. So I just only, yeah, now it's better. Yeah, a very pleasant afternoon to all present here. So, my title of the paper is The Silent Plight of People with Different Ability and the Roadmap to Uplift the Status of Differently Abled People with the special emphasis on national education policy. I would like to express my gratitude to the BLMC, to the BBC for conducting this national conference, and to my very, very beloved mentor, Mrs. Hemant Melawat ma'am, who is also Associate Professor at BLMCE. So, let's start. So my abstract is basically talking about not only the silent plight of the people with different abilities, it is also talking about their journey from being disabled to Divyang. It is also talking about that how earlier the government approach was more of a charity-based and now it is more of a right-based approach. I will be talking about the two acts in this, that is 1995 Act and the another act is 2016 Act. Let's move forward. Now, I will be talking about in my paper how disability is a social construct and one of the most underappreciated topic, that is disability is a social construct, but there is this also one more thing which we tend to ignore, and that is our disabled people are asexuals. You know, many a times what do people say that, oh, you are disabled, so are you thinking of doing the family planning and all that stuff? Even they do have sexual desires. Have anyone seen that margarita with a straw? I think can you please raise your hand if anyone have seen margarita with a straw? Yes, very, very few number, because majorly we are only focusing on those conventional so-called actors and actresses and that romanticize movies, and there is very less representation of the people with different abilities and special needs in the media and in the politics also. Now, differently abled people are not only labelled and stereotyped, they have been stigmatized, they have been called as that their body is deviant. So in order to, I won't say that there are only the plights and there are only the difficulties, even the government have taken a lot of steps, as in all the previous sessions, this one thing which we all must have comprehended, that is, it is there in us. It is there in us. We need to internalize. It is not only the political thing, merely the government is not going to do anything that, merely the government is not only the one who is going to the things, it is also us. We also need to internalize in our attitude. We need to remove that roadblocks. I will very quickly move forward to the other literatures which I have started. Yeah. This is just one thing which I really want to say, that stop saying that, you know, we need to provide just equality. Start using this word that we need to provide a level playing field. Merely providing with them the infrastructure is not only the important thing. We need to make them feel socially acceptable. We need to make them feel very inclusive. Now I would like to do this one comparison, that is of compare how the government's approach have changed. How it was a welfare approach, because the 1995 Act was only talking about the 7 disabilities. It was only taking as a medical model, and it was not taking, whereas on the other hand, 2016 Act was also a medical model and also a social model. Now, what is a social model? Let me tell you all, the social model is when we create that, when we are the one who creates the environment which creates the roadblocks for the people with different abilities. Yeah. This is something which is very important, and that is enable the inclusive classroom. So we need to definitely be very crucial. We need to be very reflective enough. The teacher readiness is very important. We need to have that universal design learning. And one of my favorite thing which I did, because reading merely the papers is not my cup of tea. So what I did, I also did one field study. I'll very quickly share this one. Yeah. Case study based on survey. Now let me all tell you that I had a word with Professor Zubair Ahmed from Delhi University, who is working in Janki Devi Memorial College. So when I interviewed him, why I interviewed him? Because he also a visually challenged individual, and he shared not only the plights of his journey, but he also shared that how the 1995 Act have also helped him, how it was a positive affirmation. He also shared this one thing, that digitalization was the turning point. It was the point when he felt that his journey became very smoothened, and he was able to efficiently check all the assignments and was efficiently able to teach the students. Now I will very quickly move to my another case study. So I also have interviewed special educator. Now, in order, we are always talking about, we need to have special educator here and there. Now, what does the special educator does? Now I had a word with special educator from DAV Public School, Dhyanand Vihar. So she said that it is only recently that schools have started recruiting, since like past 6 to 7 years that schools have started recruiting special educators. She says that what they do is that for like 3 to 4 weeks they observe individuals, they observe children, and then and after observing it they diagnose it, and then individualized annual plan is created, and then individualized monthly plan of children are created. She said that she also shared this one thing, that is we need to have that visual, auditory, kinesthetic and tactile teaching aids in our classrooms. Next I visited a center, that is Umang Center, and Meenu Sodhi, I also attended this one online class. In that online class there were special needs students and differently able students. So basically journal knowledge was disseminated by the teacher, and you know what, we all must have thought maybe they must be just sitting, but no, when the teacher deliberately got muted, they immediately pointed out that ma'am, you are on mute. So I think that here the digitalization is also one of the important role playing, and even the non-state actors. What are non-state actors? That are NGOs. So here we can say that not only the government playing the role, we as society is also playing the role. There are new startups which are coming, which are creating more and more very different teaching aids which are going to smoothen life. Now I'll very quickly wrap up my So recommendations of the National Education Policy. We have been talking about National Education Policy. So let's see. National Education Policy in a very detail have talked about children with special needs. It is not only talking about that only the special educators need to get trained. It also the NIOS also going to create a module in which there will be Indian Sign Language will be taught to teachers. There are also that enabling environment will be created. In the last, I would like to conclude that I would like to say this one thing. Just a very last thing which I want to say, please kindly pay attention, and that is that while we are saying these words, like very easily we say andha hai kya, pagal hai kya, we say these kinds of words, dumb hai kya, that game langdi tang, these all are fostering the mockery of differently able people and special need individual. I would like to tell you all that we all need to reflect whatever we are speaking, because many a times we just randomly speak it, so it not only relies on the government or the policy makers, it also relies on us that how do we make them socially acceptable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gauri. I really like your line, charity-based approach to right-based approach. So when we talk of charity-based, whatever is available, whatever we want, we are providing. When we talk of right-based, we need to plan. We need to keep in mind the other person for whom you are planning. So that's this line itself expressed a lot, and thank you for sharing your own experiences with different people and your experiences during the COVID times or whatever. It was really enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Gauri, for the thought-provoking session. Now, let's move on the poster presentation by the students of BVBC. The time duration for the poster presentation is 3 minutes. I would like to request Ms. Asmita Sen Gupta and Mr. Girish Arora to present the posters on social hierarchies in educational institutions due to language barrier.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are here to address how English language acts as a barrier when students try to get into debate societies in their education institutions, and how their efficiency in English language decide what kind of opportunities they are going to miss out in their educational and professional life.
I would like to ask a question to all of you. Have you all watched the movie English Medium? Do you remember how anxious the parents were so that their kids get into an English medium school? A lot of us might have felt that's a comedic element, but that's the reality. So the first question that comes to our mind, that why are Indians so obsessed with English?
Our minds have been severely colonized and we have created a degraded perspective about our own culture. It had attained a status far above than any other language. It symbolizes that you are from a higher social class. Most of the reading material, information on digital media is available in English. Industries and corporates put emphasis on communicating in English in order to acquire international clients.
Well, how is this obsession hampering the students? So they are being demeaned by their peers and unfortunately sometimes by their teachers too. And they are not able to create a positive image, and there is a loss of self-esteem. And they shy away from activities such as debate, elocution, extempo, which actually enhance your personality. And they are not able to establish a healthy student-teacher relationship that is supposed to be there for the holistic development. Now let's move on to the topic that how hierarchies are created in debate societies. Well, debate societies are a very prestigious part of very good institutions. Well, what happens is most of them ask for prior experience or have a complicated application process which students from marginalized communities have a hard time to keep up with, or most of them don't have the experience. And also there is a use of Western pop culture oriented topics which students from tier 2, 3 and 4 cities are not aware about. Favoritism also plays a role because of students. There are students from clubs such as MUNs, which is a part of elite schools, and not schools which are part of suburban areas. And there is high membership fees for such clubs, which is not feasible for a lot of students. And also a particular dress code which is inclined towards Western culture, such as blazers, which a lot of students might not own due to their financial issues.
What should debate societies and educational institutions do instead? Try to make the application process simpler and less rigid. Focus on varied topics that will encourage more participation, allowing to express views in native languages and making an effort to incorporate differences. Encouraging reading texts in their native language and make them educated of Indian theories and ideas too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Asmita and Ms. Grisha. Now I would like to request Ms. Nitika to present the poster on spirituality in education.
Good afternoon everyone. I am Nitika from English Honours and my topic is spirituality and education. Spirituality and religion are often connected, but the two concepts are slightly different from each other. According to me, spirituality involves a personal quest of finding meaning in our own life, while religion involves an organized entity with rituals and practices focusing on the higher power or God. Spirituality may be related to religion for certain individuals, but not for all. There is a misconception that is attached with the word spirituality. When we say the word spiritual, the word seeker goes hand in hand. One can be a spiritual seeker and not a spiritual believer. A believer is only said when you stick to a certain religion. A spiritual process should bring that discipline into students, that not to believe anything random, but at the same time not to become abusive and disrespectful for anything around you. Swami Vivekananda once said, education is the art of man-making. Education is that by virtue of which you can become a better human being. But in education nowadays, the main focus is only on better marks, better jobs, and nobody is thinking how to become a better human being. So rather than that, you should have a balance in studying hard, getting knowledge, and also focusing on the ultimate goal of being a better human being And for that, you have to integrate spirituality in your education right from the childhood. In Vedic text, to be specific, in Upanishads, there are two kinds of education, Paravidya and Aparavidya. Material knowledge or Aparavidya is the empirical dimension of knowledge which teaches us how to get a degree, how to fetch a job, and in short, how to earn living. But contrast to which, spiritual knowledge or Paravidya is the philosophical dimension of knowledge which teaches us how to live peacefully and make our surrounding a happy place. Both the educations are equally important, but at present time, everybody knows how to earn a living by hook or crook. Everybody makes their bread and butter. But what actually lacking is how to live, and therefore there are suicidal tendency, criminal and violent acts. There are uncountable preachings and guidance from holy texts worldwide. Quran from Islam, the Te Tung Ching from China, the Dhammapad Buddhist text, the Torah, the Jewish text. They are just few examples, but there are many religious texts that can be inculcated in the curriculum right from the childhood, which emphasize the importance of self-discipline and encourage students to cultivate good habits and avoid negative behavior. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Nitika. Now let's move to Ms. Chandni to present a poster on digital inclusion.
Good afternoon everyone. My name is Chandni and my topic for today is digital inclusivity. Being able to use digital devices such as computers or smartphones and the internet is known as digital inclusivity. The four elements of digital inclusivity are use, that means that a person should know how to use a device. Access, the person had access to Wi-Fi connection. Skills, people can help others to learn these skills. Innovation, the person can help people online by creating funds and donating money. 5 important points of digital inclusivity. Device, a person should have a device. Connection, a person should have a good internet connection to access things. Skills and skill support, a person should have someone who they can ask for help when they need them. Safe online environment, a person should stay away from cyber crimes and should secure his data in a safe place. Sustainability of access, that person should have access of things easily by saving their files. Some well-being outcomes of digital inclusivity that are healthy lifestyles, employment, education, saving money, and culture, together towards an inclusive digital society. Thank you.
That was our last presenter for this session. Thank you, Ms. Chandni. Now the floor is open for discussion. Please raise your hand if you want to add something to the discussion or you have something to say or any question to ask. No?
Anyone who asked any question to any presenter?
Thank you everyone for making this session engaging and informative. I would like to thank all the presenters for the... Okay, Vishnu.
जो मैंने एक्सपीरियंस किया, जो देखा है मैंने अपने आसपास की, जो बच्चे होते हैं जिनके पेरेंट्स को नॉलेज नहीं होती कि मैम फाइनेंशियली तो वो स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं है और उनको वैसे भी नहीं पता कि करंट टाइम में क्या चल रहा है, हमारे बच्चों के लिए क्या अच्छा है। मैम वन ऑफ द स्टूडेंट मेरे वहाँ बहुत सॉरी एक बच्चा है मेरे वहाँ, तो 12-13 साल से ना मतलब 11-12 साल का था, तो गैम्बलिंग जहाँ पर गैम्बलिंग होती है वहाँ पर काम करने लग गया वो। और मैम उसने मतलब सारी चीज़ें सिगरेट और मैंने जो भी नशे करने की चीज़ें तो सारी सीख ली उसने। एंड मैम नाउ मैम उनको मतलब छोटे छोटे क्लाइंट से बड़े क्लाइंट करने लग गया। तो मैम इसका मैम हम इसको इंक्लूजन में कैसे ला सकते हैं कि वो ऐसे बच्चों को हम सुधार सकें आगे जाके, तो मैम ये ऐसे संगत में ना पड़े। जैसे मैम एक पेरेंट्स मीटिंग होती है इस तरह से, एक मैम पेरेंट्स गाइडेंस प्रोग्राम जैसे कि चलाया जाए, जिससे पेरेंट गाइडेंस प्रोग्राम है जिससे वो दूसरे जो अपने आसपास के जो ऐसे पेरेंट्स हैं जिनको नॉलेज नहीं है उनको वो नॉलेज दे सकें। तो मैम इस तरह के कुछ आप सुझाव दे सकते हैं।
कोई और इसको कुछ कहना चाहेगा? बहुत रेलेवेंट बात कही आपने, इसको है ना आप कहना। मैं अपने कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क्स में इसको अकोमोडेट करना चाहूँगी। एक तो पहली बार तो कंग्रेचुलेशन टू ऑल ऑफ यू कि आपने आज की जनरेशन में इतना इसको डीपली सोचा, इस पर लिखा। आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग फ्रॉम योर हार्ट ऑल्सो। The theme of this conference is embracing diversity, celebrating diversity, and the theme is Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. The whole earth, the whole world is a family. ऐसा लगता है जैसे it's a dream kind of a family. आंखें बंद करो तो लगता है पूरी दुनिया एक फैमिली है। जैसे ही आंखें खुलती हैं तो लगता है कि oh, the reality is something else. That is why we talked of inclusion. बहुत अच्छा लगा, कईयों ने ट्रांसजेंडर के बारे में बात करी, इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन के बारे में बात करी, और कैसे हम लोग सेंसिटाइज हुए इस चीज़ को सोचने के लिए। समझना ये है कि अगर हम कहते हैं कि हम पूरी दुनिया एक फैमिली हैं, व्हाट इज स्पेशल इन अ फैमिली? वी नीड टू थिंक अबाउट। हमारा दिल से एक दूसरे के साथ कनेक्शन है। वी हैव फीलिंग्स फॉर ईच अदर एंड वी शेयर आवर जॉयज टुगेदर। वी सपोर्ट ईच अदर इन आवर सफरिंग। मोटे मोटे तौर पे तो यही फैमिली में होता है ना। फैमिली में भी अगर 4 लोग होंगे, 3 लोग होंगे, या जॉइंट फैमिलीज में ज़्यादा होंगे, तो सबका स्वभाव अलग अलग ही है। कोई भी इंसान एक जैसा नहीं होता पूरी तरह से। पर हम उन्हें रिडंडेंट नहीं करते, हम उन्हें हर वक्त क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करते। हम ये कहते हैं सपोर्ट करें फॉर द ग्रोथ ऑफ द अदर पर्सन। दैट इज रियली रिक्वायर्ड इन टुडेज वर्ल्ड। आज रशिया और यूक्रेन की लड़ाई हो रही है, फैमिली थोड़ी ना, इस लेवल पे थोड़ी ना है कि बाकी फैमिली मेंबर सफर कर रहे हैं। ऑल द अदर नेशंस आर सफरिंग। सो खैर वो बहुत दूर की बात है, हम इतनी दूर अपने आप को नहीं ले जा सकते, पर एटलीस्ट यहाँ बैठ के जैसे विष्णु ने बात कही कि एक बच्चा जिसे सही गाइडेंस नहीं मिली, कुछ चीज़ें अगर एक आम इंसान बात करे तो कुछ कर्मों की बात आ जाती है, और जहाँ तक आपने ये बात कही कि उसे राइट डायरेक्शन नहीं मिली, ऐसा भी नहीं है। कभी कभी सिचुएशंस ऐसी हो जाती हैं। स्कूलों में हमेशा रेगुलर पेरेंट टीचर मीटिंग्स होती हैं। बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स जाते ही नहीं, उनके पास समय नहीं है, उनके सर्कमस्टेंसेस ऐसे हैं कि पैसा कमाना बहुत ज़रूरत है। वी हैव टू कीप ऑल दैट इन माइंड। कंप्लेन करना बहुत आसान होता है, लेकिन अगर उसमें भी कुछ करें तो बात वो बनती है। अब आप लोग अगर टीचर्स बनने जा रहे हो या किसी भी जगह काम करने जा रहे हो, नॉट ओनली फॉर बीएड स्टूडेंट्स, योर प्लेस वर्क, you will come across many people who are facing problems in their life. You can support them. उन्हें एक होप देना भी बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट है। हम लोगों ने जैसे देखा, हम लोग डिफरेंट फ्रूट्स खाते हैं, चेरी है, प्लम है, पीच है, मैंगो है, ऑरेंज है, सब एक दूसरे से अलग हैं, बट सभी के अपने स्पेशल फ्लेवर्स हैं। So we appreciate the uniqueness of every fruit. The same way, each individual has its own strengths and weaknesses. Let us support the other person using our strengths and helping the other person overcoming them. That's how we will be able to achieve this thing. तो ये बहुत अच्छा है कि तुम उस बच्चे के लिए फील करते हो, बट इसी के लिए काउंसलिंग सेशंस बनते हैं। इसी के लिए कहते हैं डायलॉग करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। एक प्रेजेंटर ने डायलॉग की बात भी करी, शायद सबसे पहले अनिरुद्ध ने। तो डायलॉग की ज़रूरत इसीलिए है, एंड यू शुड रियली अंडरस्टैंड द डिफरेंस बिटवीन डायलॉग एंड आर्ग्यूमेंट। अ डायलॉग शुड नॉट टेक द फॉर्म ऑफ आर्ग्यूमेंट, whereas a dialogue has certain objective to achieve, to move तो हम ये वर्ल्ड एज अ फैमिली अचीव कर पाएंगे. So thank you so much for inviting me here, and I have learned a lot from you people. Congratulations and all the best for your future. Thank you.
In a gesture of utmost humility, we thank you, ma'am. And I would like to thank all the presenters for their remarkable efforts to make this session successful and knowledgeable. Now I would like to invite Ms. Bhavana Sharma, Assistant Professor, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I convey my best wishes to the Honorable Chief Guest, Co-Chair Ma'am, our respected Principal Ma'am, faculty members, and my dear students. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of our organization, Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education and BVBC, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Dr. Vandana Sabarwal Ghaiji. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and for being here with us today. Your thoughts have truly inspired us, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us about the concept of inclusive education by guiding us about the different ways by which we can use the concept of inclusion in our daily life activities, by linking our own self with a humanitarian approach, and by linking how we can see the real life problems in the light of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. सबको बोलना आसान है कि हम सब एक परिवार हैं, बट मानना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है. Thank you, ma'am. We would definitely put efforts to use the sessions and its thoughts in our daily life activities. Now, I would like to thank our respected principal ma'am for organizing such wonderful event. I would like to thank the faculty members and the non-teaching staff for putting day and night efforts to make this event a success. Now, last but not the least, the paper presenters. Thank you, the faculty members, the students, for putting such great efforts for making this day a wonderful day, because आपने जो पेपर प्रेजेंट किए हैं उन्होंने इंक्लूसिवनेस की एक डिफरेंट एरिना हम सबको दिखाया है, जिसके अंदर हमें लिंग्विस्टिक इंक्लूजन, जेंडर बेस्ड इंक्लूजन, digital inclusion, economic inclusion, and the SGD, the culture based inclusion, and the linking with the science based education, हमें कई सारे कॉन्सेप्ट हैं जो कि सामने ला के रखे हैं. So it is really good कि आप सभी के साथ हमें इतना सब कुछ लर्न करने को मिला. At last, थैंक यू all of you. आप सभी ने पेशेंटली यहाँ पर इतना सब कुछ सुना और इतनी आपने नॉलेज और इतना पेशेंटली सब कुछ जानने की कोशिश करी for making this event a success. Thank you everyone.
Thanks to each one of you, our esteemed audience, for your active participation and engagement throughout this session. Your enthusiasm and support have truly made this session a success. Now we will be proceeding to the valedictory session in 10 to 15 minutes here itself. Till then, everyone is requested to take a short break. We must not forget the value and significance of prayer. It helps us to seek blessings of the Almighty Creator. It provides us with a positive feeling. So, I request all of you to kindly stand up, close your eyes and join your hands for the Sarva Dharma Prarthana.
Thank you everyone. To begin with the valedictory session, I would like to request Dr. Sulekha Ram, HOD, DLED, Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education, to kindly introduce our guests.
A very good afternoon, one and all. So, I am extremely overjoyed to get this opportunity to introduce our chief guest of the session today. First, I would like to introduce C.B. Sharma, is Professor of Education at the School of Education, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. He served as the chairman of NIOS during April 2015 to April 2020. During his leadership, the NIOS experienced a complete tremendous with many landmark new initiatives, including introduction of courses in Bharatiya Parampara, leading to award of secondary and senior secondary certificate in Indian knowledge tradition. He has 3 decades of teaching experience. He is recipient of the President's Award for commendable contribution to digital initiatives during the National Convention on Digital Initiatives for Higher Education on 9 July 2017. He has also named Paul Harris Fellow in appreciation of tangible and significant assistance given for the furtherance of better understanding and friendly relation among peoples of the world by the Rotary Foundation of Rotary International. He has also been the Director of Distance Education Program of the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and MHRD IGNOU project. Recognizing his talent and contributions, the Government of India had assigned the responsibility of training of more than 12 lakhs untrained in-service teachers to the NIOS to the Diploma in Elementary Education program, and the same was completed in a record time of 18 months. He has been on various national policy frame committee, including the committee constituted by the Government of India to review the National Council for Teacher Education and the committee constituted by the Government of India to draft the Distance Education Council of India bill. Both the committees looked at 2 very important areas, namely the distance education and teacher education. He has been in various statutory bodies, Academic Council, Board of Management, Board of Government, etc., and also the visitors, President of India, nominee on selection committee of various ODL as well as traditional institutions. He has been nominated by IGNOU as well as invited to national committees on various areas like 11th Plan, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Rashtriya Madhyam Shiksha Abhiyan, Samagra Shiksha, National Mission on Education, Information and Communication Technologies, UGC, the visiting committees, National Assessment and Accreditation Council teams, National Council for Teacher Education Planning as well as visiting teams, DEC, UGC, AICT, Inspection Committee, etc. He has written as well as taken part in many national as well as state level educational planning discussion and brainstorming. He has also been invited to be visiting professor at various universities, besides being invited by international agencies like the World Bank for research studies. He was a member of Indian delegation led by the Honorable Human Resource Minister of India to the Commonwealth Ministerial Meet held Bahamas in May 2015. Professor Sharma was invited by the Universal Basic Education Commission to facilitate in establishment of an open school in Nigeria in July 2018. Under his leadership, the National Institute of Open Schooling bagged the prestigious Commonwealth of Learning Award of Excellence for Institutional Achievement in Distance Education in November 2016. The NIOS under his leadership has made major contribution towards the education of the differently abled, especially the hearing impaired. The initiatives for deaf learners backed Colonel Award of Excellence in Distance Education or Online Experience in 2019 through one of his deaf learners. His contribution towards revamping of the industrial training institutions and bringing the certificate as par with senior secondary was also highly appreciated. He is the Chief Trust of the Shanti Ubedra Foundation of Development Initiatives, which works in the area of education. So, sir, we are so honored to have you as the Chief Guest here this evening, and we welcome you. Now, I would like to introduce our Professor Shashi Bala ma'am, a renowned intologist, currently Dean of Bhavan's K. Munshi Center of Intology, on Chair Acharya Raghuvira. Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan is recipient of the highest civilian state award by the President of Mongolia and several other national awards. She is an alumnus of Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, and specializes in India's cultural contribution to other Asian countries. She was authored and edited 25 books and presented 110 research papers at international conferences and seminars. She taught history of Japanese art and Southeast Asian art for 14 years at the National Museum Institute, New Delhi. She has documented objects of Asian art and culture preserved in museums and monuments in several countries. This forms a part of her research project on the sharing and spread of Indian culture and abroad. As a researcher and explorer, and she has traveled several countries, China, Japan, Mongolia, and so on, many countries. She has contributed to academia as executive member, International Academy Indian Culture, executive member Bharatiya Shikshan Board, formerly member of Mission High Level Committee, Ministry of Education. I welcome you, ma'am, for the session. So once again, I welcome both the chief guests, Professor C.B. Sharma and Professor Shashi Bala. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. As we move forward, I now request Shri Rajesh Mishra, Registrar, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, to come and extend the token of respect to our chief guest, Professor C.B. Sharma, Director, School of Education, IGNOU, and former Chairperson, NIOS, Noida.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Gitika Datta, Dean, Academics, BVB, Delhi Kendra, to felicitate Dr. Shashi Bala, Dean, Center for Indology, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra.
Rajesh Mishra, Registrar, to kindly come and give a welcome address.
Good afternoon, everybody. हाँ चालू हो गया, डोंट वरी। वैसे मैं तैयार नहीं हूँ इसके लिए। हाँ चलिए, कुछ बात करनी है तो ज़रूर करूँगा। रिस्पेक्टेड शर्मा साहब, ही इज़ द मेंबर ऑफ आवर मैनेजमेंट कमेटी ऑफ BLMCE। तो मेरा ख्याल है, और उसके बाद जो है अगला एडिशन है भारतीय विद्या भवन कॉलेज, उसके भी मेंबर ऑफ मैनेजमेंट कमेटी हैं। प्रोफेसर शर्मा का तो मेरे ख्याल से पूरी किताब एक लिखी जा सकती है, इस प्रकार के अचीवमेंट्स हैं। तो वी आर वेरी blessed with his gracious presence here at Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, and I hope that he would be gracing other occasions also, because he is part and parcel of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan now. हमारे बीच में प्रोफेसर शशि बाला भी उपस्थित हैं, और इनकी तारीफ करना तो जैसे सूरज को दिया दिखाने के बराबर है। हम लोग दिया हैं और वो बिल्कुल सूर्य का स्थान रखती हैं। हमारे यहाँ का जो सेंटर ऑफ इंडोलॉजी है उसके बड़े आयाम हैं, और उन आयामों में बैलेंस या संतुलन स्थापित करने का जो कार्य कर रही हैं डॉक्टर शशि बाला, और वो लगभग पूरे विश्व में एक बहुत विदुषी के रूप में जानी जाती हैं, जिनको कि हमारे इंडियन कल्चर का काफ़ी भारी तजुर्बा और शोध उन्होंने किया हुआ है, और वो हर जगह प्रचार प्रसार होता है। जब वो कहीं भी जाती हैं तो वो भारतीय विद्या भवन का भी नाम बढ़ाती हैं। तो आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मैडम। यदि आप लोग गूगल पे देखेंगे प्रोफेसर शशि बाला का, तो आप महसूस करेंगे कि इन्होंने कई बुक्स भी लिखी हुई हैं, और हमारे भारतीय विद्या भवन के पुस्तक भारती में आपको उनकी कुछ बुक्स मिलेंगी। स्पेशली जो है ये एक सिल्क रूट होता था, दैट वाज द ट्रेड रूट। कौन बताएगा कि सिल्क रूट क्या होता है? हु इज़ कॉन्फिडेंट? यस तो बोल दिया, बाकी अब कोई जवाब नहीं दे रहा। सिल्क रूट जो है पुराने ज़मानों में, बहुत पुराने, उस समय एक ट्रेड रूट होता था, और वहाँ से सभी तरह का, जो भारत से भी बहुत कुछ जाता था, और बेसिकली ये नॉर्दर्न इंडिया से गुजरता हुआ और चाइना और बाकी और जो कंट्रीज़ हैं, जो मिडिल ईस्ट के कंट्रीज़ हैं, वहाँ पे हमारा सामान पहुँचता था। और डॉक्टर शशि बाला ने जो सबसे बड़ा शोध किया है वो ये है कि संस्कृत ऑन सिल्क रूट, यानी आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा कि हमारी बहुत सी चीज़ें जो कि इन्वेजन के कारण डिस्ट्रॉय हो गई, उनमें से बहुत कुछ बचा हुआ है, क्योंकि हमारे इसी सिल्क रूट के थ्रू बहुत सारे ग्रंथ भी गए थे, और वो जो है वो प्रिजर्व्ड हैं साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में और चाइना में। और डॉक्टर शशि बाला जो हैं उन्होंने बहुत अध्ययन करके और बहुत सी चीज़ों को रिट्रीव किया है। तो आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मैडम कि आपने भारतीय संस्कृति से दोबारा परिचय कराने में योगदान दिया। जो आज का सब्जेक्ट है वो आप लोग मेरे ख्याल से फोरनून के सेशन में आप लोग सुन ही चुके हैं। कुछ बातें रह गई थी, मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर लेता हूँ। आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि आपने जब सुना होगा, मेरे ख्याल से प्रोफेसर पंकज अरोरा और प्रोफेसर सचदेवा को सुना था, तो उन्होंने भगत सिंह का नाम लिया था। यू रिमेंबर दैट? कि भूल गए? कैन यू बिलीव इट कि भगत सिंह ने ये इंक्लूजन के बारे में और वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम के बारे में और काफ़ी अच्छा लिखा है। और ये कलकत्ता की एक पत्रिका थी मतवाला। आप सर हिला रही हैं, तो आप कभी आइडिया है कुछ कि मेरी बात पे सर हिला रही हैं? सुना है ना आपने? मतवाला जो भगत सिंह ने लिखा था, उसके बारे में मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि उन्होंने विश्व बंधुत्व और विश्व के प्रेम और लोगों के आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ व्यवहार और कनेक्टिविटी के बारे में बात की थी। और ये 1924 में लिखा था, नवंबर 1924 में। तो हम भगत सिंह को तो शहीद के रूप में जानते हैं, परंतु भगत सिंह भी बहुत बड़े प्रणेता थे इंक्लूज़न के। और वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम के बारे में भी उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा ही अच्छा लिखा है। यदि आप देख पाएँ तो आप ज़रूर यूट्यूब पे या अदरवाइज़ आप गूगल पे चेक करके देखेंगी तो आपको बहुत खुशी होगी। इंक्लूज़न पर और भी बहुत सारी बातें हैं, और ये जो चीज़ें हैं हम लोगों को एक दूसरे को जोड़ती हैं। मैंने बताया था कि क्वांटम फिजिक्स में एक वर्ड है। क्वांटम फिजिक्स में आपको, यदि आप लोगों ने 12th में साइंस पढ़ी हुई है और यदि आप थोड़ा बहुत नॉलेज रखते हैं, तो क्वांटम फिजिक्स में ये थ्योरी है कि कोई भी पदार्थ, कोई भी मैटर, ये दो तरीके के रूप में रहता है। वेव फॉर्म में भी रहता है और साथ ही साथ जो है सॉलिड फॉर्म में भी रहता है। इस पे बहुत शोध हुआ है, और इसी चीज़ को क्वांटम फिजिक्स की इस कहना चाहिए डायरेक्शन को प्रूव करने के लिए स्विट्ज़रलैंड में सर नाम की एक बहुत बड़ी लेबोरेटरी थी, उसमें प्रयोग किया गया। और उसके बाद एक फंडामेंटल मटेरियल जो हमारे यूनिवर्स में पाया जाता है, दैट इज़ कॉल्ड गॉड पार्टिकल, दैट वाज रिट्रीव्ड। गॉड पार्टिकल की जो उम्र होती है वो बहुत छोटी होती है, यानी मिली सेकेंड्स में वो डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाता है। और आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि हम लोग, सब लोग गॉड पार्टिकल से बने हुए हैं। आज से लाखों साल पहले धरती पर जीवन जो शुरू हुआ था, वो जीवन शुरू हुआ था, एक मेटेराइट गिरा था, और उस मेटेराइट में प्रोटीन था और पानी था। वो चीज़ जो है आज हमारे यहाँ जीवन का रूप लिया हुआ उसने। तो हम सब जो हैं कनेक्टेड हैं, और गॉड पार्टिकल भी हमको कनेक्ट करता है। और हमारी जो फिलॉसफी है, भारत की फिलॉसफी, उसमें हम सब एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और एक दूसरे का सम्मान करते हैं। सब में भगवान देखते हैं हम, हर एक व्यक्ति में, हर एक जीव में भगवान का वास है। तो ये इंक्लूज़न का इससे बढ़िया तो कोई और थ्योरी हो नहीं सकती कि हम सबको भगवान का रूप मानते हैं। शशि बालाजी मेरी बात से सहमत होंगी कि शंकराचार्य जी ने केरल से लेके और अपना जम्मू कश्मीर तक की यात्रा की थी, और कई जगह गए थे, और उन्होंने अद्वैतवाद का सिद्धांत प्रतिपादित किया था। उसमें यह है कि हम सब एक हैं, आत्मा और परमात्मा दोनों एक हैं। केवल हम लोग जो है अल्टीमेटली हम परमात्मा तक पहुंचते हैं। तो मेरा आपसे यही निवेदन है कि इंक्लूज़न में भी यही कॉन्सेप्ट है। आप यदि अपने साथ किसी को भी देखते हैं तो आप ये महसूस करिए ये भी परमात्मा का एक रूप है। और उससे फिर क्या होगा कि आपके दिमाग की बहुत सी जो कहते हैं ना दुविधाएं हट जाएंगी। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आपसे अनुमति लेता हूं, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आज का जो सेशन है वैलिडेटरी सेशन, इसमें आप लोग ज़रूर इसका फ़ायदा उठाएंगे, क्योंकि हमारे बीच में बहुत बड़े विद्वान मौजूद हैं, दो विद्वान। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Shalini Gupta, HOD, B.Ed, Bhavan, Leelavati Munshi College of Education, to kindly present to us the report of the conference.
Good evening, everyone. respected chief guest of the session, Professor C.B. Sharma, Registrar Sir, Dr. Shashi Bala, Dean Indology, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Dr. Gitika Datta, my colleagues and dear friends. I feel really elated to present the report of today's conference. Today's conference had in total 5 sessions. One is inaugural session that we witnessed in the morning. Second and the last is this valedictory session, and in between we had 3 technical sessions. In all, there are 27 paper presentations, which includes 24 papers and 3 poster presentations. So I'll start with the inaugural session. The inaugural session was highly anticipated event with a very warm welcome address by Sir Rajesh Mishra sir, a retired IAS officer and the registrar of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra. His insightful speech set the tone of the event, emphasizing the significance of topics to be discussed and the importance of inclusive education. Following the welcome address, the stage was graced by Professor Pankaj Arora, the head and dean of Central Institute of Education, University of Delhi. As a guest of honor, Professor Arora delivered a capitative address sharing his expertise and insights on inclusive education. The event continued with an address of Professor Deepti Obhalla, a respected figure in the field of music education. As the former head and dean of music department at University of Delhi, Professor Bhalla's speech added a unique perspective on the discussion on inclusive education. She emphasized on the role of art and education, especially music, and how music itself is so inclusive. The stage was then graced by Professor Vivek Sachdeva, who took us to the history, through the line of history, and how inclusion was a part of Indian culture. The session concluded with special comments by our chief guest, Professor Girishwar Mishra, retired Dean of Department of Psychology at the University of Delhi and former Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya Wardha. Professor Mishra provided profound reflections on the significance of inclusivity in education. His comments resonated with the audience, emphasizing the transformative power of inclusive practices that Indian philosophy held from the very beginning. The inaugural session was very successful and marked by insightful addresses from esteemed guests of honors and chief guest. The speakers brought a wealth of knowledge and experience to the event, setting the stage for the further discussions. Now let's move on to technical sessions. So in total, we have discussed, we have 27 paper presentations, 23 paper presentations and 4 poster presentations. Technical session 1 was chaired by Professor Taruna Chaudhary, and this was online session. We had 6 participants, 5 paper presentations and 1 poster presentation in this session. The papers were presented by speakers from Dance Academy. The first speaker was Ms. Shaila Mehta. She is a Kathak dance artist who joined us from US online. Then we have second speaker, Mr. Chanchal Suryavanshi. He joined us from Karnataka. And the third speaker was Mr. Sandeep Kumar from Delhi itself. Fourth speaker from Manasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. So overall it's a national conference where we see that a lot of people joined us online from various states of India. And they covered most of the subtopics that were highlighted in the concept note, which includes digital inclusivity, inclusivity through arts and music, inclusivity in education, spiritual development, and arts. Now let's move on to technical session 2. 8 papers and 3 posters were presented in technical session 2. Session was chaired by Dr. Vandana Ghai, Associate Professor, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee College, Delhi University. The papers were presented by Mr. Anirudh Nagaraj from BVBC. He presented a paper on understanding Indian theories of meaning and metaphors. Then Ms. Renu presented a paper on how culture can help in sustainable development. Indian culture can help in sustainable development. Ms. Ritika and Ms. Kriti presented a paper on living on societal edge, a comparative conceptual study of transgender realities. So we see that there is a gender inclusion also in the conference. Ms. Namrata Singh, assistant professor with BLMCE, presented an insightful paper on towards inclusive learning, exploring pre-service teachers' conception in science. Ms. Bhavna Sharma, assistant professor with BLMCE, presented a paper on constitutional and educational reforms on educationally marginalized sections of India. Session 2 also we also witnessed some of our students presenting paper. Sakshi Vashisht from B.Ed presented a paper on inclusion of economically disadvantaged children in school. Khwaish Nagar, again a student of B.Ed, presented a paper on educational inclusion, and Gauri Khan presented a paper on silent plight of people with different abilities and a roadmap to uplift their status in the society. Technical session 3 has 10 papers, and all the papers were presented by students of B.Ed, BLMCE. Here, Kritika of B.Ed presented a paper on inclusion of spiritual development in B.Ed curriculum. Akanksha Garg, Akshita Chauhan and Shelja Jain presented an insightful paper on entrepreneur mindset and its application. Mudita Jain presented a paper on digitalization in rural areas and how it will help in inclusion. Bhavya Bharadwaj presented a thought-provoking paper on girls and inclusion, rethinking the opportunities in education. Saurabh Shehrawat and Rahul Sehrawat presented a paper on gender issues and inclusion. Khushbu presented an insightful paper titled Gender Issues and Inclusion. Adarsh Giri presented a paper on debunking the myths of British imperialism by revisiting and reclaiming the true image of India through the lens of Shashi Tharoor's An Era of Darkness. Astha Singh presented a paper on Indian knowledge systems and inclusion, and how inclusion was a part of Indian knowledge systems. Pooja and Hemlata collaborated on compelling paper titled वैश्विक चरित्र और नागरिकता. Pragya Shrivastava presented an insightful paper on inclusion of spiritual development in education. So in all the sessions were very enriching and insightful. We look forward for a very enriching valedictory session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I feel honored and delighted to invite Dr. Shashi Bala to share some insightful words with us.
Professor C.B. Sharma ji, Dr. Gitika Datta ji, the Vice Principal, all the faculty, the students. First of all, I congratulate you all, because when I was listening to the report about the titles of the papers that are presented, so my suggestion is to Dr. Gitika Datta that you must publish them all, because it is really much required, and the canvas, the number of perspectives that are taken from culture, there are so many things that they are covered in the research paper. So all of them I found to be very, very important, and now I was thinking what to say, because you have already heard all about it. But still, when I am here and without listening to the papers before, it's not good. But I'm just thinking about that, what are the takeaways? because we discuss the whole day and you listen to eminent scholars and also the paper presenters. Number one is, what are the takeaways? Sabse pehle, first of all, we should know that India is the only country in the world that could give this motto, Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. So you have heard about it a lot, so I'm not going into the details. But the most important point that I would like to share with you is that I am into the process of making a short film, 3-4 minutes. I'm looking at the concept Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam as a tree. Each tree grows with one seed, but this tree of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam has a number of seeds. And these seeds were planted by the rishis, by the munis, by the gurus and the acharyas over not only just centuries but millennia. So what kind of thoughts were there, philosophy of life was there, whatever is given by them. And the second point is that C20. C20 is one of the verticals under G20, that means civil society. The voice of the civil society has to be carried to the governments of the G20 nations. And the presidency of this C20 is given to Mata Amrita Nandamayi, and the logo that they have developed is, you are the light. You see, you are the light. It is not this kind of light, but the light of knowledge. So in Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, the motto is Ano Bhadra Kratavo Yantu Vishwataha, means let noble thoughts come from all the directions. So when noble thoughts come and they are received and they are absorbed, they are internalized, definitely the world is going to be beautiful to live in. So you are the light. When we talk about Hindu scriptures, then we say Hridayastham Bhavaya Deva, means, as you listened earlier also, that the God resides in our heart. But what does it mean? In this 5 to 6 feet body, all the different types of qualities are there. We, all of us, have the qualities of animals. We have the qualities of ghosts. We have the qualities of demons. We have the qualities of human beings. But above all, we have the qualities of becoming a divine being also. It depends on what kind of education do we get, what kind of training and grooming do we get, what kind of exposure do we get. So India is the only country which believes in that. So I want to tell you about a few narratives that are wrongly created by some powers against India. Number one is the caste-based narrative. Wherever you go abroad, people will say that India is divided on the basis of caste, but caste is not Indian. Recently, a book also has come. It is written by a foreign author, not by me or you as an Indian. Caste is not Indian. It was not Indian. When Britishers came here, so they divided India into 150 or more than that caste. There was a caste that is called criminal caste. A child, a newborn child belongs to that criminal caste, and we have not still just thrown away this kind of laws. That is unfortunate. So we are divided on the basis of caste. You see, you go to any country, professionally, whatever is your profession or whatever was a profession of a family, that name is given to the family from generation to generation. So it's a long history, I'm cutting it short. That caste is not a Indian concept, but it is a wrong narrative created against us. Then it is only India that believes in one family, one world, because from the Vedas onwards we say Mata Bhumi Putro Aham Prithivya. You can go on and quoting from Sanskrit that how we are all brothers and sisters, or we are one family. Parivar means a small unit of family, but Kutumba means a huge family. But I must share with you the pain that I have, that what is happening to the family system today. Today it has become so difficult to have parivar. The youth They are getting married first of all late, then they don't want to take the responsibility of bearing children, then they don't want to live with their parents, then there are so many other things that are happening. I'm not going into the details, but one thing that is destroying the fabric all over the world is destruction of the family system, and that is, what is it called, LGBTQ. Wherever you go, I just got a message from America that 3 out of 5 are gay or lesbian in America. How they are ruining it, and the meaning of diversity and inclusion in these countries has other dimensions, other perspective than what India has. Number one, they are flying the flags. I had a scholar from Oxford 3 or 4 days ago. He told me that at some places they have removed the national flags and they are unfurling the flags of LGBTQ. Small children in schools, they are, it's a, जिसको षड्यंत्र बोलते हैं ना, conspiracy है. I don't want to go into those details, but what is happening I want to share with you. Small children, according to our system, 25 years is the brahmacharya ashram, means that you are the seekers of knowledge. You get education, you go into a profession. It's not exactly 25, it can be 20 to 30 or whatever. It depends on your requirements. Then after that we become, we enter the grihastha ashram. What does it mean? That we have a family system, getting married, having children, raising them up, having all the responsibilities of a family. Then other two ashramas, I am not again going to the details. And finally is the sannyas ashram. Sannyas ashram doesn't mean that you go to the mountains, leave your house. No, you live your life with a sannyasta bhava. The feeling should be of just leaving, just ignoring the material things and serve the society. So again, now when we were small children and we used to fight, और कभी किसी बच्चे से लड़ाई होती थी तो हम कहते थे शीशा दिखाऊं. अगर आप लोग तो नहीं वो उस युग में रहे, तो हम लोग ये कहते थे शीशा दिखाऊं. इसका क्या मतलब था कि what you have done I want to tell you. So I want to tell you what others have done, and they are telling us what is democracy, what is equality, what is inclusion, what is diversity. Now they have to tell us. I give you just 2 examples. One is that the world is divided between 2, believers and non-believers. Non-believers have no right to survive, no right to live in this world. How can it happen? No, but it is happening. Now, it caused a lot of destruction. It's a long history. Number 2, I give you another example of diversity and inclusion. How they are teaching us today and what happened in Europe. Not only thousands but 100,000s of people, Indians, were killed. We all know about Hitler, that he brought people into the concentration camps, Jews were killed and this and that. But have you ever heard about the Indians who were in concentration camps and how brutally they were killed? I have been to one such place. The soil was soaked with hundreds and thousands of blood of those Indians. We do not know, we do not have the... Why they were killed? Because they had black hair with a slightly brown, whatever skin color we have. It was different from the Europeans. The reason that they gave is that they look different, they behave different, they speak differently. And because of difference they were killed. Not even bullets were used. I'm not again going to the details. It's a long history. I've been working on these people. How they were demeaned. How they are out of the mainstream of national mainstreams of number of countries. I'm working with these people. I can prove it. what is happening in the world. The world has to learn the lessons of diversity and inclusion and mutual respect. Unless we respect others, you cannot have inclusion. Then I give you one more example that is called Girmitia countries, if you have heard of it. Like Mauritius, Trinidad, Tobago, Dutch Guyana, Fiji. There are so many countries where Indians were cheated. They were taken as indentured laborers. These बिचारे भोले भाले लोग वो पढ़ना लिखना नहीं जानते थे. They knew nothing and they were pushed. They were just taken into ships and taken to the unknown lands, and the torture they had to bear. They did not give that torture to their own countrymen but to Indians. So again, lakhs of people are there. Then I give you one more example how India worked. It's a proof. People say that India was Vishwaguru, but how? Because of the Indian knowledge and the knowledge that was carried by our acharyas, great masters, great teachers, sacrificing their lives for the upliftment and development of culture and civilization of distant lands whom they did not know. They did not know the language, they did not know what food they will have. So when we say love, love doesn't mean anything unless it is combined with sacrifice. I love my family, you love your family, that means we sacrifice for them. Otherwise, it has no meaning, whether it's brotherhood. So many big slogans are raised, but what are they doing? Then I give you one more example of exclusion that happened over the past centuries. Many colonial powers, wherever they went, they destroyed the native cultures, they destroyed their herbs, they destroyed their traditions, destroyed their languages. Everything was destruction and destruction and destruction. Again, I am working with them, and it was so important. For example, we are working on food, health, herbs, etc. Each country has its own food culture, it has its own herbs. All the countries, they had their small people. In the modern terminology, you will call them doctors, but they are not trained or educated anywhere. But they learned through tradition. In our country also, I can give you so many examples that my life was saved by one person who used to come to my home to wash pots and pans. बर्तन मांजने आता था. उसने मुझे डायग्नोज करके मेरी माँ को बताया, and my life was saved. Can you believe he was not a doctor? I have given recommendations to the G20, to the C20, that this kind of knowledge of dislocation of navel and uvula should be checked in every hospital because dislocation of navel causes it damages digestive system, and ये जो throat का होता है, it damages the respiratory system. And the life of my own nephew was saved by an old woman who never went to a school. So this kind of things should happen. People are talking, and now there is a new narrative. In SOAS, in London, they are saying yoga is not Indian. Let's teach them a lesson. So India is the country which never went for colonization. Colonization caused so much of plundering, and also recently I was in Himachal Pradesh. A number of very good research papers were presented, and they told that when Britishers came here, how they cut the trees, how floods happened, why soil erosion started, and so many things happened because of the greedy Britishers, and we cannot change it, we cannot replace all those what they did it. So colonization. Then I think somebody was talking about temple culture and ashrama culture. Temple and ashrama culture are unique. When you go to a temple, you offer prayers, you chant whatever you do, then it gives an energy even to the god or the goddess whom you are worshipping. वहाँ जाकर जब आप पूजा करते हो तो वो एनर्जी जो आप वहाँ से लेते हो और जो एनर्जी आप देते हो, it's all inclusive. भगवान नहीं पूछता which caste are you from. So it's again a long history about it. Then Voice of Bharat is given by the Gurus, all Gurus of diverse traditions of India, who developed their philosophy sitting on the banks of the river under pure blue sky. The philosophy of life that they gave was only they could could say Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, because in the river cultures everything was available in abundance. They gave away everything, whatever, all kinds of knowledge without any copyright or patents. Today we are running after this, and then the main objective all over the world is economic development, but economic development has to be balanced with the spiritual development. Today the entire world has become extrovert, and that is why we have so many problems. There were not so many suicidal cases of suicides before. There was not that level of frustration, depression, etc. People were never taking these pills, antidepressant pills. Everybody was happy. You go to a village, people are happier than the cities, and there is a lot that has been researched how to live a happy life. There is only one tiny country that is called Bhutan that calculates the index of its country, index of development is gross national happiness. It is only that country. So again, I'm not going into the details. So what we do we calculate by GDP. Growth doesn't give us happiness. If you have a salary of 1 lakh, you will aspire for 10 crore. Something is there to make you depressed. So be introvert, find your own values, seek yourself. Who are you? Are you capable of doing this thing? Today their parents are putting a lot of pressure, unfortunately, on their children for huge packages. So they should check the capacity of a child. What was done before in the Gurukula system, we say that Guru of an ashram used to check first the capacity of a child, how much he can digest, what is his intellect, what kind of intellect he has, in which subject he can excel. वो कहते हैं संस्कृत में गुरु अपने गर्भ में रखता था कुछ समय. तो वो क्या था? He was checking for some time, not giving any education. So everything, because in G20 all these nations are getting together to solve the problems of the world, but there is no garment that can fit all. So there is no fit all solution. All the countries are getting together, yes, but will they find a solution? Will they follow it? Is a big question mark. For every year after year, this G20 is happening, but the way India has done it, India is after becoming a host, they said, the Prime Minister said, it has to reach everywhere, all the corners of the country, and it has reached. So be a part, you are a part of this G20, giving solutions to the world problems. I am sorry, I had brought a presentation for you. एक slide next दिखा देना. ये बस आप एक देखिए, what is happening, what are the problems in the world, and we have to find solutions to all these problems through insight, inspiration, purity of knowledge, our experience, strength, tenacity, and values. So let's live a happy life. It can only be happy when we become introvert. Seek yourself. Don't seek so much outside. So outside is okay, fine. We are a tiny part of this world. We are the Yat Pinde Tad Brahmande. We are a part of the entire Brahmanda. But please be introvert also. As soon as you close your eyes, you chant Om, you chant any mantra, you become so introvert and you become quiet. peaceful. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Why we say 3 times? Because Shanti within myself, Shanti within my colleagues, my family members, and Shanti with the cosmos. We are not allowed to shatter the sky. We are not allowed to ruin this earth. As the earlier speaker said, Tena tyaktena bunjita ma gridha kasya svidhanam. Don't be greedy. Just we are born in this world. We need whatever our needs, we have to fulfill them. But it's enough for needs, but not for greeds. So wherever there was greed in the world, it's still there. It's still there. So greed has to be, we have to fight with the greed. Thank you so much. And many of you are would-be teachers. Thank you again.
Ma'am, I present my deepest gratitude and respect for the great thoughts you just shared with us. Thank you so much. Now, I feel very privileged and delighted to request our chief guest, Professor C.B. Sharma, to enlighten us with his profound thoughts.
Thank you so much. परमादरणीय शशि बालाजी, विश्वविद्यालय के कुल सचिव राजेश जी जो अब नहीं हैं यहाँ पर, गीतिका जी, शालिनी जी जो हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट हैं, सबसे पहले मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ कि आपने मुझे आज बुलाया है और अपने विचार रखने का मौका दिया है. But I believe I am on slippery grounds because I heard Professor Girishwar Mishra spoke in the morning, and he is a great scholar. I have just heard Shashi Balaji, and I had the occasion to meet her for the first time and look at her work. I don't think I will be able to do that work even if I did it for 7 lives. It's such a great work. You must look at her work. So I'm pretty inconfident about what I am going to say. I made no preparation. गीतिका जी ने केवल ये कहा था वैलेडिक्टरी सेशन में आपको आना है और इनके आदेश में मना नहीं कर सकता था, तो मैं आ गया. दूसरी जो चीज़ मुझे लग रही है कि 5:13 हो चुका है और कितने देर एंड्योर कर सकोगे, कितने देर तक बचोगे, कितने देर में बेहोशी आ जाएगी. नो, दे आर फोर्स्ड टू स्माइल. उनके पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है. आई कैन सी देयर एज. इस उम्र में हम रिएक्ट भी नहीं कर पाते हैं, लेकिन कहते हैं अब और कितनी देर सर, छोड़ दीजिए. I won't hold you for very long, but I would like to share a few things because I have come and I can see very young crowd. So that's definitely a reason to share. मेरे बेटे के उम्र से तुम लोग थोड़े कम हो गए, तो अब मेरी पोती है तो मैं उसको पढ़ाने लगा हूँ, उसको तैयार कर रहा हूँ. तो एक मास्टर बड़ा लोभी होता है. हम बराबर कहते हैं कि हमने जब प्रोफेशन चुना था तो इसलिए नहीं कि नौकरी चाहिए थी, इसलिए कि एक मैसेज देना था. I had an agenda of life, और वो एजेंडा शेयर करना ही मेरा प्रोफेशन भी है. शशि बालाजी की बात से आपको लगा होगा, मैं भी उनसे पूछ रहा था तो बताएं कि बड़ा इनका जो करियर रहा है डिफरेंट है. इंग्लिश ऑनर्स किया, फिर एमए संस्कृत किया, फिर इंडोलॉजी पर काम किया, भारतीय परंपराओं पर काम करती हैं. ऐसा ही हम सब शिक्षक करते हैं. आपने आज जो चर्चा किया है वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन सेलिब्रेटिंग डाइवर्सिटी एंड एम्ब्रेसिंग इंक्लूजन, रियलाइजिंग द आइडियाज ऑफ वसुधैव कुटुंबकम. कितनी चर्चा किए और क्या सोचा. हम लोग थोड़े समय पहले, 3 साल हो गए वैसे, एक नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति लेके आए हैं. आई होप दे आर ऑल स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ एजुकेशन. Have you seen the national education policy? If not, read it. Read this policy very carefully. And the concerns that Shashi Balaji has just expressed, you will find answers to them in the national education policy. We are at crossroads. We are at a very crucial juncture of change. We have become the largest country of the world, surpassing the population of China. We are the youngest country. So the next decades are going to be very challenging for India. And that is why I said I can see a very young crowd. The next decades are your decades. And we have prepared the policy with the feeling that we are second to none. हम दुनिया में किसी से कम नहीं है. हमारे पीछे का जनरेशन ये प्रयास करता रहा कि कैसे हम भारत छोड़ के अमेरिका में बस जाएं, इंग्लैंड चले जाएं, क्योंकि हमें वही सपना दिखाया गया था. आज का सपना अलग है. जैसा शशि जी कह रही हैं, हम एक महान देश थे, हम दुनिया के सबसे अमीर देश थे. 17वीं शताब्दी तक जितना व्यापार भारत से होता था उतना व्यापार आज भी अमेरिका से नहीं हो रहा है. 27% शिरकत भारत की थी दुनिया के ग्लोबल ट्रेड में, जो आज भी अमेरिका नहीं कर पा रहा है. हम इतने अमीर थे. क्यों थे? क्यों थे? जितनी विधाएं हैं हम उन सब का अध्ययन करते थे और सब में आगे थे. अभी मैं चर्चा कर रहा था शशि जी से. 5 सितंबर को प्रोफेसर दिनेश सिंह, फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी, जम्मू यूनिवर्सिटी के फाउंडेशन डे में लेक्चर कर रहे थे. उन्होंने 2 बड़ी अच्छी बातें बताई. तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद में चर्चा है एक कुम्हार का, ऋक्व, उसके मिट्टी के बनाए हुए बर्तन दुनिया भर में एक्सपोर्ट होते थे. हम वो संस्कृति थे जो मिट्टी से पैसा पैदा कर देते थे. ये ऐसे नहीं हुआ था. ये ऐसे नहीं हुआ था क्योंकि हमारी जो संस्कृति थी, हमारा जो समाज था, वो शोध आधारित था. अभी शशि जी चर्चा कर रही थी मैथमेटिक्स और म्यूजिक का क्या संबंध है, इस पर काम होना चाहिए. ये हुआ है. ये हम ही सोच सकते हैं, ये तुम ही सोच सकते हो. नेक्स्ट जनरेशन तुम्हारा होना है. ऐसी बातों को सोचो. हमने जिसकी चर्चा शुरू की, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति, मेरा बड़ा योगदान मैं कह सकता हूं उस नीति को बनाने में है. हम कब ये सोच लिए कि फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री के साथ केवल बायोलॉजी या मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ा जा सकता है? कोई अगर चाहे तो मैथमेटिक्स के साथ म्यूजिक और डांस क्यों नहीं पढ़ सकता है? और क्या उससे एक नई बात निकलेगी? प्रोफेसर दिनेश सिंह जी जम्मू के अपने एड्रेस में, ये इंटरनेट पर अवेलेबल है इसलिए मैं रेफर कर रहा हूं, जरूर सुनो उनके इस एड्रेस को. उन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी एक बात बताई. मैंडल 3 सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा था, गार्डनिंग, एग्रीकल्चर और मैथमेटिक्स, और तभी वो अपना सिद्धांत दे सका जो दुनिया आज भी मानती है. और जो उन्होंने सबसे अच्छी बात बताई कि कोरोना का जो एंटीडोट बना इसी के आधार पर बना है. क्या भारत से यह कभी आ सकता था? क्योंकि वुड्स डिस्पैच ने जो तय किया था, हमारे स्कूल सिस्टम को बदला था, या मैकॉले के मिनट्स ने जो बदला था, उसके बाद तो यह संभव नहीं है कि कोई बच्चा गार्डनिंग के साथ मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ ले, एग्रीकल्चर के साथ म्यूजिक पढ़ ले. ये बदलने की आवश्यकता थी. इसीलिए मैं अपनी बात इस बात से शुरू किया था कि हम दुनिया के सबसे बड़ी आबादी हैं. हम 1000 कॉम्बिनेशन में सब्जेक्ट्स क्यों नहीं पढ़ सकते हैं? दुनिया बात करती है आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स की, हम करके दिखाएंगे आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. हमारे बच्चे म्यूजिक के साथ एग्रीकल्चर भी पढ़ेंगे. जो दुनिया के सबसे अच्छे आर्ट फॉर्म्स आए हैं, डांस फॉर्म्स आए हैं. शशि जी एक किताब दिखा रही थी मुझे आज अभी इनके कमरे में कि इंडिया के डांस फॉर्म्स को चाइना बोरो करके ले गया और अपने यहां नए तरह का डांस फॉर्म्स निकाला. ये हम ही दुनिया को दे सकते हैं. इसीलिए तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम है, हम दुनिया को देते हैं और आज भी दे रहे हैं. कोरोना काल में भारत अकेला देश रहा है जो कोरोना का टीका दुनिया भर को बांटा. अमेरिका ने भी नहीं किया है, बड़ा अमीर देश है. आज आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि सही तौर पर आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स सोचें, क्योंकि हमारे जीन में है, हमारे डीएनए में है वो। जितनी बातें दुनिया हमारे बारे में कहती है उसको जरा उलट के एग्जामिन करो। हमको वो इसलिए कहा गया क्योंकि हम पर राज करना था। दुनिया भर की नजर हम पर कैसे पड़ी? हम 1000 साल तक लगातार हम पर प्रहार हुआ। हम इतने अमीर थे कि हमको लूटने आने के लिए दुनिया भर प्रयास करता रहा। फ्रांस से आ रहे हैं लोग, इंग्लैंड से आ रहे हैं लोग, मिडिल ईस्ट से आ रहे हैं। क्या था हमारे पास जो दुनिया लेना चाहती थी? केवल धन ही नहीं था, ज्ञान भी था, और सबसे बड़ी संपदा जो थी वो ज्ञान की संपदा थी। दुख की बात ये रही कि हमको लूटा भी और हमारी उस संपदा को मार भी दिया। बड़ा अच्छा स्पीच है गांधी जी का चैथम हाउस में अक्टूबर 1931 का, जरूर देखना, उसको रेफर करो। नहीं मिले तो गीतिका जी को कहना, मैं अभी मंगवाया हूँ उसको बोरो करके। बड़ा बढ़िया उन्होंने कहा कि अंग्रेज़ों ने क्या किया, हमारे पूरे संस्कृति को पढ़ा, कहा कि भाई ये इतने अमीर कैसे थे, इतने विद्वान कैसे थे। वो गांव-गांव में गए, हमारे पाठशालाओं को देखा, हमारी व्यवस्था को देखा, और उसके बाद अपनी व्यवस्था बनाई, लेकिन इसको मरने दिया, जानबूझ के मारने दिया, क्योंकि वो अंग्रेज थे और हम भारतीय हैं। हम जब दूसरे की अच्छी बात देखते हैं तो अपने भी सीखते हैं और दुनिया भर में बांटते हैं। वो हमारी व्यवस्था को, हमारा ब्यूटीफुल ट्री था, उसको मरने दिया। उससे हमारा ही नहीं, हम दुनिया का नुकसान हुआ। हम ये नहीं करते हैं और करना भी नहीं चाहिए, तभी हम बड़े देश हैं। Listen to all your vibes. Think really out of the box. The national education policy has given you that opportunity. You're slightly late, I would say. You are slightly late, you are out of the school. But then, if you had been in school, I would have said, बिल्कुल अलग कॉम्बिनेशन लो, बिल्कुल अलग कॉम्बिनेशन लो। आई नो योर एस्पिरेशंस आर वेरी डिफरेंट। हम बात किए हैं, जब हम लोग पॉलिसी बनाना शुरू किए थे, ये चर्चा मैं हर बार करता हूँ, पता नहीं शायद पिछली बार भी यहाँ किया होगा, तो ये रेपिटेशन होगा, लेकिन निश्चित तौर पर शेयर करें। जब हम लोग पॉलिसी बनाना शुरू किए थे तो हम लोग स्कूल एजुकेशन में 13 थीम लिए थे। उसमें एक था नॉन फॉर्मल एजुकेशन और एक था वोकेशनल एजुकेशन। इन 2 एरियाज़ को मैं स्पीयर हेड कर रहा था। तो मैं देश भर में जाके स्कूल के बच्चों से पूछ रहा था, बात कर रहा था। तो रांची के डीपीएस में गया तो मैं स्टूडेंट से पूछा कि भाई तुम बताओ कि क्या बदलना चाहिए। तुमसे पूछा जाता है कि स्कूली शिक्षा में क्या बदलना चाहिए, क्या बदलोगे। मुझे याद है 2 बच्चे बैठे थे सामने, लड़कियां बैठी थी, एक लड़का एक लड़की। एक लड़की ने कहा कि सर अगर मेरा चलता ना तो मैं केवल डांस करती, मेरा डांस में बड़ा शौक है। जब भी मैं ये बोलता हूँ ना लड़कियाँ मुस्कुराती हैं, क्योंकि काफ़ी लड़कियों का ये शौक होता है कि मैं भी यही करती। सो मैं तरह तरह के डांस सीखती, उनके बारे में पढ़ती और मैं डांसर बनना चाहती थी। मैंने वहाँ के प्रिंसिपल थे डॉक्टर राम सिंह, उनसे पूछा कि हु इज़ दिस गर्ल। ही सेड सर शी इज़ द ओनली चाइल्ड ऑफ 2 लीडिंग डॉक्टर्स ऑफ रांची। Her mother is a gynecologist and father is a surgeon, and they have the largest nursing home of Ranchi. So she has to study physics, chemistry and biology because her parents want her to take charge of that nursing home. I went to Guwahati from Ranchi and I went to a government school. And I asked the same question to the children there. A girl gave me identical answer. एकदम यही उत्तर उसने दिया। लंच टाइम में जो हमारा विजिट अरेंज कर रही थी टीचर, उन्होंने भी धीरे से कहा सर मेरा भी फर्स्ट चॉइस हॉबी डांसिंग है। सो मैं प्रोफेशनल डांसर हूँ, फॉर अ लिविंग आई टीच केमिस्ट्री इन द स्कूल। व्हाट अ शेम। ये देश जो दुनिया को इतने डांस फॉर्म्स दिया, हम क्यों 1000 1 लाख बच्चों को डांस कर। मैं लड़कियां नहीं कह रहा हूँ, द बेस्ट डांसर इज श्यामक दवार, अ बॉय, अ मेल। हम भी डांसर्स हो सकते हैं। वाई कैन 5 लाख 10 लाख चिल्ड्रन ऑफ दिस कंट्री नॉट बिकम बेस्ट डांसर्स, एंड व्हाट वुड हैपन। आई एम वेरी फॉन्ड ऑफ स्पीकिंग एंड आई एम कॉन्शियस ऑफ द टाइम, सो आई वोंट टेक मोर टाइम। I've been watching Indian Idol. पता नहीं तुम्हें से कितने इंडियन आइडल देख रहे होगे। जो 3 लड़कियां टॉप पर पहुंची, हालांकि आई वॉज सरप्राइज कि वो फर्स्ट प्राइज लड़की को नहीं मिला। जो 3 लड़कियां टॉप पर पहुंची वो तीनों नॉन हिंदी स्पीकिंग थे, एक उड़िया बांग्ला और 2 बंगाली लड़कियां, जो तीनों बेस्ट सिंगर्स इंडियन आइडल में आ रही थी। जब उनसे बात करता था मीडिया का कोई व्यक्ति तो वो हिंदी बोल नहीं सकती थी, लेकिन जब गाती थी तो बिल्कुल अधिकार से उच्चारण के साथ गाना गाती थी। Now look at your national education policy. What have we said? You can take any combination and we have also included foreign languages. दीदी आपको सुन के अच्छा लगेगा। आप इमेजिन करिए कि कोई लड़की ये कॉम्बिनेशन ले रही है या लड़का ले रहा है, म्यूजिक, डांस और जर्मन, और मेरे 1 लाख बच्चे ये कर रहे हैं। इन बच्चों से क्या जर्मनी के बच्चे कॉम्पीट कर पाएंगे क्या? हमारे बच्चे जर्मन गाना जर्मन बच्चों से बेहतर गा सकते हैं, स्वीडिश बच्चों से बेहतर गा सकते हैं, और उनकी आबादी में जितने बच्चे म्यूजिक करेंगे उससे ज़्यादा बच्चे मेरे यहाँ करेंगे। हम दुनिया के सारे देशों में जाकर के उनकी विधाओं में उनसे आगे निकलने का मादा रखते हैं। ये हमारी शिक्षा नीति है, और इसी के माध्यम से तो हम दुनिया के सबसे अमीर देश बने थे। I don't know what all aspects of inclusion have you taken. We were a really inclusive society. It was only after the foreigners attacked us that we became an exclusive society. दुनिया हमको कहती है कि हमारी औरतें पर्दे में हैं। पढ़ो वेद, पढ़ो उपनिषद। जितने वेद विद्यालय के कुलपति अध्यक्ष पुरुष थे उतनी ही महिलाएं थी, शशि जी बताएंगे। हमने जितने विदुषी दिए हैं, जितने साइंटिस्ट महिलाएं दी हैं, दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं दिया है। हम सबसे आगे थे। हमारे यहां तो रियल सेंस में इंक्लूजन था। और अपना साहित्य पढ़ो, वो साहित्य बताता है कि हम कितने इंक्लूसिव हैं। बड़ी अच्छी किताब है एक द ब्यूटीफुल ट्री, धर्मपाल जी की। पढ़िए कि हमारे देश में कितने विद्यालय थे, कितने वेद विद्यालय थे, और उसमें किस किस समाज के कितने बच्चे थे। तो ये हमको दुनिया ना बताए कि हम पिछड़े देश थे। अगर हम इतने पिछड़े थे तो 5000 साल पहले वेद कैसे दे दिया। द ट्रेनिंग एंड एजुकेशन ऑफ द लास्ट 300-400 years has made us believe that we are followers. We are not. We are born, this nation is born to be the leader of the world. I feel jealous of you. You are born at a very important period of time in this country. हम ऐसे समय पैदा हुए थे जब हमारा देश आज़ादी से निकला था और हम गरीब थे। आज हम अमीर देश हैं। आज हम अमीर देश हैं। हम जो काम करते हैं वो दुनिया का कोई भी देश अफोर्ड नहीं करता है। इसलिए grab the opportunity, think out of the box, think big, never think small. हम बड़ा सोच रखने वाले देश हैं और हम बड़ा सोच रखते हैं। कुछ अलग सोचो, कुछ नया सोचो, और ये देश अब तैयार है कि तुमको वो सपोर्ट कर सकता है कि तुम दुनिया में लीड ही करोगे, फॉलो नहीं करोगे। आई एम श्योर शशि जी ने कहा कि आज के पेपर्स को पब्लिश करिए, बट वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल। we are not very good at research at the moment. Often our papers and our contributions in academia is not really up to the mark, I must say, towards the end. We need to be more rigorous. We need to be more research oriented. We need to do harder. हमारे institutions पर हमारे बच्चों का ही विश्वास नहीं है। We don't trust our institutions. I must also say in the same stream. हमारे संस्थाएं, एकेडमिक संस्थाएं पिछड़ गई हैं, कहीं ना कहीं स्लिप की हैं। वो अगर पढ़ोगे राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति तो तुमको समझ में आएगा। हम कंप्लीट ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कर रहे हैं स्कूल एजुकेशन एज वेल एज हायर एजुकेशन का। बड़े सारे अपॉर्चुनिटी आ रहे हैं। पूरे प्रोग्राम ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ बदलेंगे, सेमेस्टर ला रहे हैं, क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क आ गया है। अब तुम्हारे पास अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि तुम अपने फ्यूचर को प्लान कर सको, उसको ध्यान से देखो, फ्यूचर देखो और फोर्स योर इंस्टीट्यूशंस टू चेंज एंड गिव यू अपॉर्चुनिटीज. आई वोंट गो फर्दर इन टू दैट, लेकिन समय ये है कि केवल अपना विषय नहीं, अलग अलग विषयों को पढ़ो, अलग अलग विषयों को देखो और किसी नए प्रोफेशन के लिए तैयार हो जाओ. हम लोगों ने जो पॉलिसी बनाई है वो निश्चित तौर पर जॉब सीकर्स के लिए नहीं है. जॉब सीकर्स के लिए नहीं है. अगर आप ये सोच रहे हैं कि इस पॉलिसी से हम ग्रेजुएशन करके आईएएस बनेंगे, क्लर्क बनेंगे, बाबू बनेंगे, तो उसके लिए ये पॉलिसी नहीं है. अगर तुम ये सोचते हो कि हमको कोई अपना कंपनी बैठाना है, कोई नई बात करनी है, एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना है, उसके लिए ये पॉलिसी है. दिस इज़ द टाइम फॉर दोज हु आर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, हु थिंक बिग, हु थिंक न्यू. All my good wishes to you, and I wish कि गीतिका जी हमको थोड़ा लंबा समय देती ताकि मैं ज़्यादा चर्चा कर पाता कि आप क्या कर सकते हैं. I cannot hold you beyond 5:31. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Sir, the power of words is truly enchanting, not to forget when it comes from a great personality such as yours. Thank you for inspiring us, sir. Now, for the last part of this session, I request Dr. Gitika Datta, Dean, Academics, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Namaskar and a very good afternoon or evening to our esteemed chief guest for the session, Professor C.B. Sharma, Dr. Shashi Bala, Dr. Shalini Gupta, my dear colleagues and students and friends. As we come to the end of this great fruitful day in the history of this college, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Leelavati Munshi College of Education and Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College, I feel extremely honored and proud to be delivering this vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank very profusely Professor C.B. Sharma, who has specially taken time out for us. He was supposed to be somewhere else for a 3-day program, and he said, no, I'll come to your institution. And he'll proceed from this place to the venue where he is supposed to be. We are so thankful and so grateful to you for coming over here and sharing your thoughts and perspectives on this ideology of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam and how do we make our country great. You have been a part of the formulation of National Education Policy 2020 and discussing in your immense style the relevance of NEP 2020 in promotion of Indian cultural ethos and values and for promoting the ideology of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam. Sir, you have laid the kind of points which you have shared. They are very, very relevant to our students, and yes, we would love to have more such interactions with you. So I will maybe invite you in future for future interactions also. So thank you so much for coming over here. I am also thankful to Dr. Shashi Bala for coming over here and sharing your perspective on the theme. Dr. Shashi Bala's immense work in the field of Indology is truly remarkable, and Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan as an institution is extremely proud of your achievements and your contribution in the field of Indian culture and history. And we are thankful to you for presenting your perspectives and your emphasis on the need to recognize the ideology of Indian ethos and culture and its relevance in the world, and the need to be, our future generation be proud of the Indian culture. As the convener of this one-day national conference on the theme celebrating diversity and embracing inclusion, realizing the ideals of Vasudhaiva Kutumbkam, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed guests who have generously shared their expertise, knowledge and insights throughout this conference. The Honorable Chief Guest for the inaugural session, Professor Girishwar Mishra, from Department of Psychology, University of Delhi, and former Vice Chancellor Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya Varda, who in his enigmatic manner conveyed his own perspectives on the theme. Our three guests of honor: Professor Pankaj Arora from CIE, University of Delhi; Professor Deepti Bhalla from Department of Music, University of Delhi; Professor Vivek Sachdeva from the School of Humanities and Education, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. All of them gave their varying perspectives in the field of education, linguistics, and the field of performing arts in a very, very vivid and thought-provoking manner. I'm also thankful to the chairpersons of the three technical parallel sessions going on: Professor Taruna Chaudhary, Dhal from the Department of Education, Kurukshetra University; Dr. Vandana Sambarwal Gai, Associate Professor, SPM College, University of Delhi; Dr. Sulekha Ram from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan; and co-chairpersons Dr. Shalini Gupta, Dr. Poonam Sharma, and Dr. Shaini Bhardwaj for conducting the sessions in a meaningful and coordinated manner. My sincere thanks goes to the co-conveners of this conference, Dr. Shalini Gupta, Dr. Ritu Sharma Vats, and Dr. Sulekha Ram, for organizing and looking into the various aspects of this conference and making this a huge success. And also the organizing committee, which constitutes basically all the faculty members who have contributed immensely. So I would like all the audience to please give a huge round of applause to the organizing committee. I am truly thankful to all the faculty members who have given in their level best and contributed in every possible manner, and their relentless dedication and tireless efforts in planning and executing this conference. They have meticulously given detail to each and every small thing, and that is something which is truly remarkable, and we are blessed to have faculty as we have. They are truly, truly, truly very nice. Okay. Furthermore, my heartfelt thanks goes to our college office staff, whose dedication and professionalism has always ensured smooth running of this conference. Office staff plays a very, very pivotal role in not just handling of the day-to-day affairs, but also for these events like these. I would also like to thank members of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Delhi Kendra, without whose support and conference this wouldn't have been possible. Mr. Pushpender Sharma, who is also the ADAM officer, Mr. Sareem, the finance and accounts officer, and Mr. Adil Khan for providing all different kinds of logistic support. I would also like to thank all the participants who presented their papers and posters from not just nationally, we also had one international presenter. So your active engagement, insightful questions, and valuable discussions and papers made this, contributed to the conference in a rich and vibrant manner. I'm extremely thankful to our patron-in-chief, Shri Ashok Pradhan, our director, who couldn't be here with us today because of ill health, but his constant vision and support is always there with us. And he is a pillar of strength and guiding force. Shri Rajesh Mishra, the registrar of Bhavan's Delhi Kendra, he has been facilitating the college in every possible manner and provides all kind of logistic, administrative support, guidance, and valuable insights. I'm very thankful to Shri Vijay Bharadwaj, the Deputy Registrar, for being there in all times of distress and providing all kinds of support, unwavering support, and commitment to the advancement of all possible kinds of academic endeavors that this college has tried to make from time to time. In conclusion, I am very thankful to the students, our students who have been here. And our students, let us give a huge round of applause to our students.